All right, we're back for more Oblivion, guys. Oh my god. Let me get myself situated here. Bit of a late start today, but you know, sometimes life gives you lemons and then squeezes it right in your eye. That's all right. Luckily for them, I have very resilient eyeballs. I swear. This green screen's gonna drive me insane. I'm almost tempted to kind of just get rid of it, but I feel like it adds charm. You know, this is what happens. You got to pick your battles sometimes. And for me, I chose to get a cheap green screen. Something that I thought, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, they say. You know, now I got a position on me. I'm the star of the show. Move this green screen around a little bit. That's not doing anything. All right. How's that? No, that still sucks. Oh, damn. This goddamn green screen. It's going to be the death of me. It's going to drive me insane. I actually think maybe I'll just leave it like that. There's a little bit on the edges showing, but I don't care. Also, I hope you guys can't hear the fan going. I have a bit of an outdated tech when it comes to cooling the home, called a swamp cooler. And it doesn't work, sucks. And so I have the fan going full blast, and boy, I am still cooking. I'm still cooking inside of my own flesh. So we're gonna do the best we can with what we've been given. It's also kind of probably one of the reasons why the green screen's not getting a good coverage, because the fan keeps blowing the edge away. But you know, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. All right, so for today's stream, guys, I think this one and the Sunday one probably what we'll do is we'll play a little bit of Oblivion, but I also have to get ready for the video coming out on Monday. So we're gonna look at gaming news articles. Oh my god, isn't that so fun? Isn't that just the most fun thing you can think of? Because there's a lot going on in the gamosphere, as they call it. Everything's a sphere now. We don't like squares or triangles. What about the gaming triangle, huh? Sounds friendlier. Everybody loves triangles. Monument. All the best monuments to mankind are triangles. So anyway, we had let's see what we were doing yesterday. We were trying to figure out. Stop talking, you're distracting me. We were trying to figure out how to help that woman who's been getting messed with by Shay Gorath. Take a little sip of my coffee. Any iced coffee drinkers? I find it is a palatably excellent beverage for a summertime kind of thing. You know what's so fun about seasons these days is we're rapidly approaching a moment in time where people are only going to really experience two seasons. It's going to be summer and it's going to be winter, and there's going to be no in between. Fall and spring will be just footnotes. They'll be like a week long. It's like a week long transition between winter and summer. All right, so we got to go help that lady out, and this is going to suck because we're going to be super overweight. Oh, excuse me. Also, we're on fire already because, of course, we are. Actually, that raises a good question. We're probably going to have a much harder time actually dealing with this quest because of the whole constantly dying out in the sun thing going on, you know? All right, lady. Talk to me. Oh my God, your legs are gone. What happened to your goddamn legs? Yeah, I almost didn't, honestly. I'm going to be completely real with you. I almost didn't come back. Ooh. All right, let's. No more bullshit. Give me the stuff. Yeah, sure. I guess. Yeah, if I die, it's going to be entirely your fault, lady, and my ghost will come back to haunt you. Where is the Yeah. 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 All right. Wait, it said I was supposed to said I was gonna walk super slow, but that's not what's happening, huh? Which I'm not listen, I'm not complaining about it, all right. I'm not I'm not upset about maybe we should wait a little bit. Let's wait a couple hours and we'll begin our journey towards that area. When we first walk outside the house, we'll still be taking a little bit of damage, but truth be told, it shouldn't be too bad. We have some healing spells, some healing magic to offset that. We'll be just fine. Ooh. Ah. Yeah, see, we're not taking too much damage, or really any damage at all anymore. Don't mind me, just sprinting through the city with my scamps. I'm glad that nobody seems to really be bothered by that, considering, they well, the whole Oblivion Gate crisis thing going on, right? Well met, good sir. Yes. I am simply going for a walk with my 4 incredibly ugly sons. God, look at these dudes. Don't mind me. Merely going for a jaunty little jaunt with my incredibly grotesque progeny. Do keep up. Gavin, Gabriel, Gillian, and Joe. We will make our way towards the thingamadoodle. Yes, it'll be great. All right, this is probably what do I gotta wait for the scamps to catch up? Right. I'm assuming it wants me to go in here. I've arrived at the dark Fathom Cave. I should proceed inside. Yes, I'm Sean Connery. And I have with me 4 incredibly ugly sons. My children are absolutely disgusting to behold. Are they still following me? I guess we'll find out. All right. Now, what are the chances everything in here wants to kill us? I would assume they're pretty high. I don't remember this quest from my original days as an Oblivion, as a lad playing the good old Oblivion, so I don't know if they'll actually fight with me. Oh. Yeah, get him, Billy Joe. My life is in your... Oh, all right. Yeah, never mind. You take that one. My favorite part about projectiles is sometimes how easy it is to kind of just dodge out of the way. Oh, that's right. My sword doesn't have any more enchanting to it. How awful. Give me some gold. Give me the gold. Ah, the clan fairs. Now, those are a little more as a British man might say, did he just bugger off? That's fine. The guy's gonna follow me down. They don't help me fight. We've already established that. Useless ass scamps. Oh, Jesus, it's crazy. He does do a lot of damage, though. These little dinosaur creatures. Ow. I will say, as I play more modern day games and I go back to Oblivion, I realize how wonky sometimes the hitboxes feel when it kind of feels like, nah, I definitely don't think I was close enough for him to hit me, but well, the game said I was. At your convenience, game. Oh, wait a minute. That's one of my scamps. Oh, Gavin, I was so worried about you. Ah, hey. Ooh. A flame matronach and a clan fair. All right, well, if he can keep the... Oh, never mind. We'll just rush down the clan fair. That is fair because the summon, when you're a conjuration guy, oh my god, she's lighting me on fire and it doesn't feel great. I'll be honest with you. Get her, Billy Joe. Get her. Yeah, stab her. Yeah, cut her. Oh, she shot the imp in the back of the head. Oh, Billy Joe. Wonder if the years are starting to catch up with our old friend. He definitely is not the same terrifying combatant that he had been back in the day. Also, I keep getting a notification about the bitrate on the audio. So if anybody picks that up, if my audio is not coming in good, let me know, because I don't really know what more I can do. I raised the bitrate on it, but I don't really seem to be doing anything. Hard to say. Hard to say. More iced coffee. All right, let's get Billy Joe out there. Get him. Get him, Billy Joe. For Lord and land. Oh my god, what a strike. He's going to hit me. Yeah, Billy Joe does an incredible amount of damage, I'll be honest with you. It is nice to see. It really kind of means that as long as I just kind of stand here and not die, he kind of handles the work. And so I can appreciate that. For sure. Let me check the back tunnels, make sure nothing's going to creep up on us. He is a bit weak, though, in terms of his... Oh my god, the scamps keep getting in the way. All right, fine. Cool. Killed you. There is a flame atronach up there. Let's go ahead and heal our wounds a little bit. Throw our defend back up. Greater fortification of our fatigue. Ow. Get him, Billy Joe. Ow, she hurts. Okay. She also attacks exceptionally fast. My word. Jesus. She light me on fire. I have so much health that the healing, it does nothing. It does nothing. Is she dead? Did Billy Joe finish her off? She did. Hey, Billy Joe out here protecting my honor and virginity. All right. So, oh boy, my favorite. More lockpicking. Hooray. I did see a meme earlier. It was like, to all the young kids having fun, I too had fun in my day. But this right here, this is some bullshit. Luckily, the old system, I'm not just clicking to get the timing down, in case anybody was wondering. You actually, if you didn't notice, the more you kind of push the tumbler, the little pin up, every once in a while it cycles like how fast it's like it comes back down and how long it stays up. And it's actually a pretty viable thing to like, you just keep clicking it until you get the slow version. And then you just take advantage of that. That's what you got to do when you're when you get older, you get more advanced in age, your reaction time is not so good, you know. All right, what do we got here? What do we got here? All right, so if we go out this way, we head down here. What do we got? Well, there's the Shine of Shegorath. There are things I probably want to. Okay, there's a Flame Atronach in here. But more importantly, there seems to be some form of. I'm no longer feeling the urge. Oh, I have urges. Ow. How about you? Oh, there's a lot of scamps in here. Holy crap. We also don't do great when getting shot with fire damage. Get out of the way, Gabriel. Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna start killing all of you. So. All right. Let's tactically advance in the opposite direction for a second. Let's get Billy Joe back out here. Let us. Where is the healing potions? Good sir. Yes, must pop a couple of these because resist fire. Yeah, let's go ahead and resist a little more fire because we're getting lit up. We're getting absolutely toasted. All right. Fine. Yeah, and then another scam. That is annoying. I'm glad I was able to kind of avoid that as much as possible because you hit one of those scamps that's summoned, it gets pissed off, it starts nibbling on your nuts, and then you kill it, and then another one pops up, and every time you accidentally slap one of them upside their misshapen fucking heads, another one gets pissed, comes at you. Glad. I don't remember what we're actually going to get from completing this quest, but you know what? I actually don't care. Now, is there a place I can actually, is there like a pedestal I can place this on? Can I just take it off my inventory? Yeah, you know what? Let's just take it down. We'll even be fancy about it, right? Go ahead and drop it. Place out. The scams seem to please their new home, and best of all, have stopped following me. Yeah, that's always nice. And we'll even take the staff. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Right. Okay, so we didn't do this dungeon for no goddamn reason. I don't really care about Rosentia. Stupid ass buying stuff. Listen, word of advice to all of you. Okay, all one of you currently watching. If someone makes you an offer that seems to be too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Nobody who's really offering you anything nice is ever going to give you a cheap deal. Like, I think the perfect way to put it, I've heard this phrase a lot, and I kind of love this saying. If you are getting something for free, it is because you are the product. It's something like that. You know, listen, I'm not a wordsmith, all right? I'm not the most intelligent man in the world, but it's something around that line, and it makes sense, right? If you are uncertain of what the product is, you are in fact the product, and people are giving you. I will say this game, if the playback is anything to go off of, this game definitely looks a little choppy. I don't know why that's happening. My computer's definitely not a Ferrari for sure. Simply could not afford something that's top of the line, but it does all right for itself, you know. So I have to keep an eye on that. There's also, I've been trying to work with getting because I wanted to do streaming, right? I'm kind of playing around with the idea. Should I stream on YouTube? Should I stream on Twitch? What are we doing here, right? YouTube is nice because it's kind of all in one. I mean, this is kind of the main brand. Really, more Nernroot. Oh, give me all of them, please. The main staple of the channel is obviously my YouTube comment. I kind of just do streaming because this is fun for me, and it seems like something that kind of keep me busy, keeps me off the streets, keeps me out of trouble, you know. But it also is not quite something that I'm doing haphazardly. And so realistically, I've kind of got to figure out what I want to do with the streaming, right? Do I want to do Twitch and be, you know, compete in that market? There's already a lot of well-established streamers, but I mean, you know, if you're good at the craft, you know, you got your shtick, you can absolutely figure it out, right? Or do I stay on YouTube and then everything kind of funnels towards the, I guess, the main goal, which is YouTube content, right? Hard to say. Probably I still need to throw up that poll at some point during the weekend. Daedric Steph. Ooh, scandalous. That's a super fancy name for something that's probably not going to be that impressive, if I'm being honest. I don't think I asked that question because, well, respectfully, ma'am, I don't really think I care. You know, we don't have it all. Right. Southern books. All right, let's check out this ring we just got, huh? The Ring of Eidolon's Age. Oh, fortified block and blade on self. I mean, yeah, all right, never mind. I guess I talked a lot of stuff before kind of put one foot in front of the other before I should have, I suppose. Let me see here. All right. It is nighttime. God, that is, I will say, it's obviously not a perfect wet texture, but it does look nice. We do look quite slick in more than ways than one. All right, what's our next quest? We were kind of maybe planning on curing our vampirism, but I honestly, it has been kind of clutch. I should bring the nerd. Oh, right. The guy in Skingrad. You know what? We'll activate this quest. We do a lot of alchemy. That is one thing that we've been dabbling in a little bit. I don't even know if we take it as a major skill. We did not, which we probably should have. No, well, what do we take? Speechcraft over alchemy? Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake. Although, to be fair, in Oblivion, somewhat separate, different a little bit to Skyrim, you only gain experience towards leveling up when you work on a major skill, I believe. That's how it used to be, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know if it still works that way. So, who could say? Alteration. I'm surprised we haven't leveled up our alteration much, considering we literally spam 2 alteration spells pretty much every combat. Conjuration, block blade, heavy armor. Restoration is much higher than everything else, which is so weird to me. I wonder if it's just because it started higher at base. I don't remember when we crafted this character what started higher than what. Yeah, obviously security, sneak. We're god awful at that stuff, but we don't really care about that stuff. So, whatever. That's for super sneaky, stabby rogue types, and we are not that at all. So what are we doing now? Right, we just set the. We set the Nern route, I believe is our yes. Skingrad. We have a lot of quests actually going on in Skingrad, so let's go ahead and mosey on over. The alchemy one's big because alchemy is just one of those skills. It's kind of like, yeah, our game definitely acts a little funny when ooh, it's hot and it burns. The sun is a deadly laser, which is true. I am fairly notorious for not wearing sunscreen as I should. I believe the man we're looking for is in here. Yes. Oh, I could buy a house in town. The hell? Yeah, that's because the Count is a vampire. Is he in the cellar? Yeah, he is in the cellar. Nice. Get to talk to a fellow basement dweller. Should be good. Wow, you, sir, look quite advanced in age. Sure. Well, that seems pretty convenient. Tell me more about this elixir of exploration. Yes, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, you know what I just realized? Damn, I make that mistake a lot. I didn't have the desktop audio coming through, so you guys couldn't actually hear what they're saying. Hmm? Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna simply just run around looking for Nernroot. Well, I'm sure that would be riveting gameplay. Maybe not. Maybe I think what we'll do is what else we got on the agenda? Well, actually, okay, I guess this is a bit different, right? In Skyrim, it just was like, hey, go collect 50 Nernroots, dude. They're just all over the place. So maybe what else do we have to do in Skingrad? Because we do have a couple more things to do in Skingrad. We got Paranoia. I need to be outside his house at 6 a.m. and see what he does. He will then meet me behind the Great Chapel at midnight to get my report. I don't know if I want to chase people around right now. And then the Vampire's Curse. We kind of... Being a vampire sure has been kind of inconvenient for mostly the following reason, right? Where the deadly radiation of the sun cooks our flesh to a golden brown, but hey, are you hitting on me? Because I mean, yeah, dude. Thank you. Every once in a while, we all need somebody to hit on us, you know, and boosts the confidence. But I think we can actually maybe head to that dungeon and deal with it. I don't think it should be too problematic, and we can probably get there before our flesh roasts. You know, before we roast alive. It's a bit of a walk. I'll be honest, it is a bit of a walk. I still believe, and I hold true to this, that because I'm wearing plate armor, maybe I shouldn't take as much sun damage as we do. Maybe that's just me. Just saying. But I mean, realistically, until you fall into like that final stage of vampirism, it ain't so bad. It's not so bad. It gets a little toasty, a little hot under the collar, as they might say. Our that Oblivion gate sure is going off right now. All right, we're gonna pick some flowers. Ooh, some nightshade, some flax. Yes, we're just tiptoe through the windows. That's us right there. You know, like the sound of music, dancing through the hillside, picking flowers. Wait, did it not? Is this not a dungeon? Ah, Jesus Christ, get away from me. Back, foul beast. Ugh, look at you. You are creepy looking. Oh, I don't like that. Boy, you ugly. All right, so we know that Nernroot kind of grows near water. But is this not a dungeon of sorts? I thought it was. Is that a dryad over there? That is a dryad over there. We haven't fought a dryad, and there's a troll over there. My lord, where did this guy send me? Just have all my limbs pulled out. Oh, there's another. Okay, there's one more Nernroot over here. Just have all my limbs pulled out of their sockets by trolls. That'd be dope, dude. All right, how many of these do I have to grab? I've reached. Now I can begin. Well, I've already very well done a search for Nernroot. I did my obligatory lap around the pond. Pretty sure that troll beat the hell out of me. Trolls are nothing to be played with generally in these Bethesda games. They're quite vicious and violent, treacherous beasts who will kill a man simply for existing in the wrong place. Is there more? I mean, I thought, you know what we're going to do? We going to cheat because we have clairvoyance. And which of these do we not really care about? Do we care about summoning the zombie? No. Oh, wait, that's not what we meant to do. That's not what we meant to do. There we go. Clairvoyance cannot find a path. All right, well, whatever, man. I really don't know that I want to piss off a troll while I'm taking constant burning damage from the sunlight. That seems like a really easy way to get myself killed. But realistically, where else could the Nernroot be? We've made it to the cops. We don't speak to the cops. We ain't no rat. We ain't no rat. Yeah, I don't stick my face underwater. Can't find any Nernroot. I'm fairly certain we got all the Nernroot. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping out here because Nernroot pretty much always exclusively grows near bodies of water, if I'm remembering that correctly. And we have done We have done moved ourselves around this here body of water, and we can't find any more Nern root. And like I said, I really don't, not particularly in the mood to fight a troll or a dryad right now. I feel like that could go really poorly really quickly. Not to mention, especially for the troll, it would be better. What we got? We got a bear. It looks like a bear over there. Obviously, the dungeon or the Daedra portal, we don't really want to mess with that just yet. Although those eyeballs sure are convenient for enchanting. All right, I'm gonna head back. I'm gonna head back because I grabbed 3 Nern root, and I'm kind of convinced that's about what we got. Although, to be fair, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think the bears, like most of the wildlife, won't attack you sort of on sight because of our little booties. Our little booty boots make us friends of the nature. Friends to all things furry and quadrupedal. So maybe that's not a huge deal, actually. Wonder if it works the same way for dryads and trolls. Tomato plants. I never checked to see, because everything's an alchemy ingredient, but I don't know what tomatoes particularly do. Detect life and restore fatigue. Actually, restoring fatigue is pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to rob this person's tomatoes. Seems reasonable. All right. Burning question of the moment. Is it, have you committed a crime if you don't get caught? There's no persecution. If I just run through this field of tomatoes, picking at my leisure, which is quite a few, to be honest. That's it. This has now become the Oblivion farming simulator. We will no longer be we got to pay attention to our health before we burn to death. We are no longer adventurers. We're going to take up tilling the land, farming, an honest day's work. No more shall we slay our foes to pay our bills, but instead produce delicious cherry red tomatoes for us to take to market. Our restoration is going to be leveled through the roof by the time we're done. By the time we're done with this, this is great, right? This is Skingrad East Gates. Can we jump up here? We can. Excellent. Excellent. I'd be a little disappointed if we couldn't, right? I mean, we are kind of a superhuman vampire whose greatest powers include super strength, stealth, sneaky, scary, spooky stuff. All right. Let's see. We need to find... What do we need to find? Skingrad Mages Guild, Skingrad Fighters Guild, Westweald Inn. I think it was the Westweald Inn was where that guy was. Let's go open the Hammer and Tongs, see if there's anything we can unload. Oh, hello. Yeah. I know Glarth here. Yeah, I don't know if a bit strange is the word I would use. Maybe danger to local citizenry. Guy seems a little off, if I'm being super charitable. Here, you want this paintbrush? I don't know why I have it. No, I won't. All right, never mind. Didn't have nothing that I cared about. It burns. You know, the worst moment is when you finish your cup of coffee and you realize, I don't know if I have enough for another cup of coffee. You may, actually. You may. You may indeed be able, perhaps, to persuade me. I'm sure you think that. Is there any more restore health? Why is restore health always so much rarer than everything else? Is it because it's just a vastly more useful potion subset? I mean, like there's tons of potions, right? They all in many ways have their uses, but let's be honest, some of these are vastly more useful than others. Vastly more useful than others. We also could buy some journeyman stuff, right? Because that'd be better than apprentice and would probably give us better yields on our potions. You know what? I'm actually going to buy those two things because restore health on self. Oh, okay. These are just straight potions of healing. We want more restore health. What do we got? What do we got? Yep, that's fine. All these potions, ridiculously expensive. Out of your mind if you think I'm going to be buying these anytime soon when I could simply make them myself, you strumpet. Although it looks like probably we don't actually. Yes. All right, we bought a couple of journeyman things, but now I've already forgotten what exactly it is that we had bought. So we got the novice calcimeter, alembic and mortar and pestle. So we don't need the other versions. We don't need the apprentice alembic and mortar and pestle because we have the better versions of them. Yeah, sure, lady. Whatever you say. All right. So we got the goods now. We've got to look up, make as many restore health potions as we can. All right. I love how all these have super big drawbacks, except for this one. Let's start with this one, actually, because then we can make a potion that does both. And that's pretty sweet. That's pretty nice. 4 points. Ugh. The hell? Ew. Damn, that's it. Really? Okay. Well, fine. I guess, what do we got here? Novice. Clay cup. Frost salts. We could have stolen that, but we're not going to. We're not going to be thieverying just yet. We will, in fact. No, please. The sun, it burns. My God. It's so hot. I want spells. You got, what are you, all destruction? Yeah, you're all destruction. Useless. Where the hell? Oh. Yes. Yes, I do believe I will be purchasing your fine wares. What? Yeah. What about you? What do you got? Are these mostly destruction people? There's a weakness to poison spell. All right, never mind. So Skingrad, I do. You want to make some money? Because I want to give you some money if you've got anything. Once again, all disintegrate armor seems pretty good. Just break someone's armor on them. We are a member of the guild, so we can kind of just take all this stuff if we want to. Nice. Bad timing. Life's going pretty bad. You know, Cheryl's divorcing me and she's taking the kids. And, well, I'm not going to lie to you. The other day I was standing on that bridge about 35 feet up from assuredly lethal drop. And I thought to myself, at what point do I just not give in to the call of the void? Leap forth and allow myself to just release myself from this suffering, this mortal coil. Then I remembered my children, and I decided, I guess I won't do it this time. Anybody else in here? You guys just have so much. You guys just have so much stuff I can just kind of. Well, I'm not really stealing, right? Because y'all are just letting me do it. So it's only stealing if somebody is upset about it. That's why it's always a great feeling to be the protagonist in these games, because you can just kind of go through and nobody's really upset. They're like, but you know, it's kind of like in Skyrim. It's like, but he's the Dovahkiin. He just, that rascally guy just stealing all of our stuff. What a little troublemaker. All right. Okay. This inn does look familiar. So I'm going to assume beyond a bit of a shadow of a doubt that I've returned to the correct place, and I have. So my sense of direction, impeccable. And I will allow no one to tell anyone otherwise. Question is, no. This jerk still actually does want a bunch of samples. He just sent me to a spot where I could get some. That being said, how many of them do we have? We have, oh my. Yeah, well, Shade Leaf Cops didn't have enough. But thankfully, we are pretty close. We're actually, unironically, fairly close to hitting the amount that we need. I'm just going to look it up because I'm getting kind of annoyed of just wandering around. In Oblivion, conjuration spells are primarily sold by vendors in Coral Mages Guildhall, Bruma, and the Imperial City. Okay. So basically we need Coral, Bruma, basically Coral and Bruma, right? Those are like the two major places that are going to sell us the stuff we are looking for. Let's go ahead and wait. Honestly, we don't even need to wait that long. But we did just hit a new level of vampirism, so we might be getting to the point where everybody's freaked out by our appearance and nobody's going to want to speak to us. Reign of whoa, what is Reign of Terror? Hello. No. Yes, show me all of them, because there was definitely, I saw that. Reign of Terror. Silence and Demoralize on touch. Huh. We have Summon Storm Atronach. Summon Scamp. The Scamp doesn't do jack shit. There, I said it. The Scamp is, quite honestly, but I don't want to be. So what did we say? Coral, right? I believe it was Coral and Bruma were the two Mages Guilds. Coral and Bruma were the two Mages Guild locations that where they said we could pick up a lot of conjuration spells, because that's really what we're looking for, right? And by the time we get there, people will probably be asleep, so we can kind of feed. I don't know how much I don't know how much we want to push the whole vampire thing, because it really does kind of start to get a little bit annoying. Not gonna lie to you. Really does start to get kind of annoying. I will say this. I was thinking back on like the difference between Oblivion and Skyrim. I didn't hate the way they changed the Mages Guild in Skyrim. Okay, yeah, there we go. So she's the wife of old Alberic, who we will be talking to try. Oh my god, your legs are missing and it's freaking me out. Manual spellcraft. I don't care. Okay, sure. You don't seem particularly miffed. Oh, but is this trying to remember? What was that? Alchemy, nice. Oh, oh boy, do I love reading. Cinnabar, Palm. Sure. Oh my god, just give us all the alchemy stuff. I'll take this. Pumpkin, as you call them. Hey, the firmament. We have people in the real world that actually believe that the planet is surrounded by the firmament. It's interesting folk. Sure. All right. Are you Alberic? No, you're Angalmo. Anything useful? No. I could. Do I feed right now just to kind of get it over with? Yeah, come here. Nom, 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 nom. Just a little smooch, a little mwah. To satisfy my blood craze. Ah! I'm crazy. Blah. Unfortunately. Oh, hey, look, cheese wheels. If only this game was like Skyrim and I could just slam cheese wheels into my face every time I got injured. It is nice to have a little bit of a snack. All right, this is the living quarters. So Alberic's married. I would imagine, though I could be wrong, most people who are married wouldn't be sleeping at the college. Athragar, don't mind me just kind of thinking about stealing from you. It was always shocking to me how much people would actually sell these books for. I guess it makes sense, right? Knowledge, power. Also, you have to think about scarcity and stuff, right? Books not being as common. And obviously, this isn't real ye olden days, but generally speaking, assassination. Imperial Uriel Septim is dead. He was 87, the old bastard. All right, yeah. So this is just talking about his death, which. Oh wait, no, he Huh, that's weird. You're married, but you're still here? Wait. I'm so confused. Is this not the guy we're supposed to talk to? Alberic Lit. Oh, Albert Lit. Not Albrecht. Or Alberic. I see. Yes. Well, to be fair, you know, fairly similar names. This guy, it also says sells some spells. So. Afhagar. Okay, all right. Is this game screwing with me? Because these names aren't. All right, I'm looking over at you, AI overview. Now I understand you're at the mercy of the people who fed you this information, but why are you being sorry? Too many foreigners. Well, you know who she voted for. All right, I just had to wait for you to wake the hell up. All right, you've got all the bound stuff. Command creature, command humanoid, flashbolt, summon ghost, repulse dead. Well, we're gonna buy it just because. I mean, yeah, we're gonna buy it, right? Because why wouldn't we? We do, in fact, use conjuration quite a bit. What a oh! I thought they saw me accidentally about to pick that lock. Wait. Am I locked in here? Oh no, the door. Oh no, the door's over here. That's right. Huh. I know you like. I'm pretty swole, bro. I do in fact lift. I'm so goddamn vascular. I could use my veins alone to strangle small children. Not that I would, but I could. Yeah, they don't want me breaking into this stuff. Agelmo, you are an alchemist. Athragar, you sell stuff as well. Bound Quirus. Bound shield, bound bow, bound mace, bound sword. All right, now we're getting to the good stuff. However, some of these we absolutely cannot cast just yet. Oh, we can summon better skeletons. Summon skeletal hero, summon skeletal guardian, summon spider daedra. Yes, this is the guy. This right here is the man with all of the good stuff we've been looking for. Headless zombie, skeletal guardian. Honestly, we'll go with skeletal guardian for now. Flame Atronach, sure. Frost Atronach. We will be back. We'll be back, but to be fair, we aren't gonna, we'll be back because there's no real reason to spend. One, we couldn't even buy all these spells if we wanted to, right? We had quite a bit of gold and it is mostly gone now. But we have now acquired some new upgraded spells, which I do believe will definitely help us out. So couldn't summon that guy if we wanted to, but we can do this now. And the only real issue we have is we do not have a whole ton of magicka to kind of do the combat sort of, I guess, the combat cycle we normally do, right? Where we buff ourselves up, then summon Billy Joe. And we're just going to pretend that we got Billy Joe an upgrade. We would never replace Billy Joe. He's been a day one for us. It feels icky and improper to just replace him. So we're not going to replace him. We got him an upgrade. We bought him some fancy new shoes, got him a couple new weapons. Billy Joe is chilling. Now, we have an option here. We could fast travel somewhere around the coast. We could wander around until we get the 10 Nern routes. And then we could go back to old Wrinklebag Elfman, turn in those 10 and kind of move on with our lives with that quest, because I am actually kind of interested. I don't think I ever did that quest originally in Oblivion because fetch and gather quests were not really my forte at the time. Funnily enough, I would go on to play like 14 years of WoW, where fetch and gather quests kind of feel sometimes like that was all I did, right? So, but we know that Nernroot grows near water. So there's a probably pretty good chance if we just follow this coastline, we'll eventually run into a ton of it. And to be fair, we only need one. So I am interested to see the new and improved Billy Joe in action, because it's gonna be something fancy, a sight to behold. See, there we go. Easy, right? Easy game. Didn't even have to try particularly hard to get that done. Didn't even have to try that hard. Yeah. Get a little stretch, guys. Don't let yourselves get too stiff. Get a sweet little stretch going. So we've collected the 10 Nern root we needed. Now we're going to go talk to him. I wonder what the potion of exploration actually does. Because if it's just like a clairvoyance potion, lame. What a waste of time. What a waste of Nern root. These things ain't cheap, buddy. Nern root don't grow on trees. About 24 hours. Now we could kind of just sit here and wait 24 hours. I would actually rather do something a little more productive in the meantime. Right. Do something a little more productive in the meantime. So what is some other quests for each tier? I should continue to speak to him about the unique formations. Oh, I didn't do that. Yikes. I believe a bit of a goof on my account. Well, on my part, I was a bit of a goof. I probably should have continued to talk to that guy. Fighters Guild Porter. Yes. Where is the leader of this particular faction? I don't even know who I was supposed to talk to continue that, because I would like to. Yes, I am, in fact, Goblin Jin's kid. I actually do remember Goblin Jim. He's like the only guy. I think he was a elf, some sort, who became like the shaman of like a clan of goblins. They all kind of follow him around and stuff. It's pretty funny, actually. You do go in, murk him, and then you get a goblin totem staff. And if I'm not mistaken, that did you just oh, warned me not to get involved with Glarther. Says he was crazy and possibly dangerous. He also asked me to contact him if Glarther asked me to do anything strange. You know, man, that's a tough one, because while I ain't no snitch, it does feel like Glarther might be. I forget. I honestly forget, because there's a part of me that feels like I can't remember if this was one of those quests where he's actually correct. Like the people he's paranoid of, some of them actually are, something you should keep your eyes on. You know what I mean? I can't remember for the life of me if Glarther was correct or not. It's been so long since I did a lot of these quests. Where is your, maybe the Skingrad faction, or the Skingrad, I guess, chapter doesn't have a leader of any sort. So we do know that Anvil has one. If we want to continue the Fighters Guild, yeah, maybe we go talk to him. I'm gonna talk to them. Where is this gonna lead? It's gonna lead me to the guard. I'm very perhaps Glarther is tweaking out a little bit. Although I will be honest, it would be kind of entertaining to watch Glarther kind of self-destruct, and then I'm fairly certain he starts murdering people in the street. And I think, all right, I'm making a prediction, chat. I'm making a prediction. I believe Glarther. I believe that one of the people that is following him is a part of the Mythic Dawn. Paranoia is crazy. I can't do anything. Further claims he wouldn't know where services. I mean, man, it's really hard sometimes to pick up some of these quests at certain times afterwards, because I forget when I'm supposed to meet up with him. I know I'm not supposed to go meet him in town. I just forget. Are we supposed to meet here like after hours? Do we meet early morning? I don't remember. I wasn't going to wait around 24 hours for the elixir, because that just seemed kind of dumb. But oh, there he is. Oh, my man is just not very popular with the ladies, I guess. All right, man. I'm fairly certain this culminates with somebody getting stabbed. But oh wait, Surly? Oh. Hey, at least my man's honest, right? Hey, Jeremy, what's going on, brother? Glad you could stop in and catch the stream. Mm. Yeah, but my man is right now. We are currently helping someone who's having a bit of a paranoid breakdown. I'm not going to say that's entertaining because that would be rude. What I am saying is it's pretty funny. It is kind of funny, won't lie to you. 2 to your 60th. I am. Oh, would I? His name is Biggest Dickus. Wife or husband of Incontinentia Buttocks. All right. I'm supposed to follow this guy around. Our little friend who's a bit touched in the head seems to think that these people are following them. And as I've said before, no disrespect to any of the fine folk out there in the world, but if you believe that people are following you, or like if you believe the whole town is following you that you live in, you might want to go get checked because nobody thinks you're that interesting. Now, one person might actually be following you. That's possible. That could happen. Absolutely could happen. All right, let's fast forward 8 hours or so. That could be possible. One person could be scouting you out, but the whole town, are you really that interesting? You really got a lot going on in life where people are just hanging around wondering what you're doing? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. What are we talking about? Went and trimmed the old beard today. Oh no. We're ooh, vampire. I'm a vampire and it burns. Please. Anything but this. Oh, it burns. Oh, it burns so good. And I don't think I can wait now. Oh, wait, can I wait? I can wait. Ah, ah, ah. All right. All right. All right. All right. Are we going to follow this guy or are we just going to tell Glarthir that we did follow this guy? He just went back into his house. All right, man. Look, I'm a lot of things, but a home invader, not yet. Stop talking about how I look. It's so rude. Foul. Yeah, I can't say that. I can't say that on YouTube. I'll get canceled. Else God hater. Elsie God hater. I'll bite, girl. I'll bite your garters. Just let me know where and when. I don't. I don't care. I'm glad I could say I don't care because I don't care. I don't even a little bit. Oh, she knows. Some people just be talking disrespectful for no reason. I don't know, bro. Oh, by the way, Jeremy, we got an upgrade. We got an upgrade to Billy Joe. We got him some fancy new digs. One week elixir of exploration. So let's just go ahead and give this a little look-see, right? What are we working with? Fortify health on self. Fort Night Eye on self. Ooh. 20 points for 5 minutes. I know, don't I though? Oh, I know. I realized I was starting to look like a crazy homeless man. So I decided to trim up. You know what I mean? I look good, don't I? Oh, I look real good. Yeah. I still get the occasional nose hair in nose, makes it look like I'm either picking my nose or, you know, I have the drips going. Don't worry, kids. If you don't know what the drips are, someday we'll tell you. Me and your mom will tell you someday when you're older. All right, we're gonna wait around a little bit for Glarth here. I think we might have waited a little too long. That's fine. We'll cancel it early. Yeah, let's cancel it there. Hello. Wow, that was weird. It's almost like you materialized out of nowhere. It's almost like I'm playing a video game. All right. We're going to go talk to Glarth here because, like I said, I'm fairly certain at some point he just kind of loses it and starts stabbing people. And I'm not going to say that I think that's funny, but I do think it's funny. I think it would be most entertaining for me to watch as he snaps and runs around town, poking people to death. Oh, maybe he tried to stab me to death. Well, I wouldn't suggest it. You got it, boss. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. The next day, tomorrow, I'm gonna tell him he is following him. Just watch what happens. I'm just gonna sit back and watch what happens. Now, maybe you think that's kind of wrong. And you know what? Maybe it is, but hey, you know, listen. What can I say? I have to do things for my own amusement too, you know. So do we just wait? Yeah, let's just wait 24. We'll stand right here, wait 24 hours. We'll just stand in one spot. We won't move. And we're gonna be like, hey man. She's doing all right. I thought Mother's Day was tomorrow, or am I wrong? I called her today. She didn't answer. I figured she was working. My mom has always been kind of famous for working during holidays and stuff like that. But you know, she's doing all right, man. She's not doing too bad. She's been doing her thing with the whole cancer and whatnot. It's it sucks. I can tell it's kind of taking a lot out of her. But I mean, that's kind of to be expected, you know, cancer and all that. So, you know, you do what you do. Mom's Day all weekend. Yeah, true. I also need to make sure I call my grandmother. She's always very disappointed how infrequently I call her. So I gotta call the old G-ma and be like, I love you, grandma. All right. Where the hell is our schizophrenic little friend here? Did he not? Oh, does he not pop up if I don't go talk to the guy? Is that what happens? Damn. Damn, I just wasted a day. Oh, no. Glarthir's right there. Oh, baby, I cannot wait. This is going to be great. This is going to be good. Oh, this is going to be good. I'm be like, hey, man, he's totally watching you. He's absolutely following your every move. Is that guy? Oh, he's got a weapon of some kind, huh? I'm pretty sure if I say no, he's not following you, he thinks I'm in on it. Oh, I think he just put it. Oh, he wants us to whack somebody. Bro, I don't know if I signed up to. I don't know if I signed up to clip people. Where is it? It's got to be around here somewhere. List of. Oh wait, letter. I was heartbroken. Oh yeah. That's from the vampire guy. List of death. David Surly must be killed. There is no choice. He is definitely conspiring against me. Come back and see me. Make sure you're not followed. Once it is done, I will give you your reward. Like I said, I don't know. Listen, I was totally down to instigate a crazy person to do some crazy stuff. I don't know that I want to be involved in my man's delusions. So maybe, just maybe. Oh, you're right. This is where we go in, and oh yeah, because it's the little wine setup here. I'm not 100% sure that I'm down to it might be a setup for sure. It might be a setup. But to be fair, everybody around the town is like, nah, bro, that guy's crazy. Yeah, he needs to be arrested. Now, here's what we can do. Homeboy Glarther is about to get locked up, right? We can break into his home and see what he's got going on while he gets arrested, right? Actually, is he still around here? All I'm saying is, oh shit. Well, I guess he wasn't wearing a wire because my man did not go down without a fight. It looks like my man had resisted arrest and got murked. Oh boy, hey buddy, you want? Yeah, no, I mean that's good. That's good, right? That's good. Yeah. Real shame that that things had to turn out that way. I don't mind me. I'm gonna go poke around and all right. Now, as we know, Glarthir was a crazy man. So what do we got? He liked his fruit. Absolutely understandable. Understandable. He's got a couple. Let's see. Books. He's got the guides to all the houses. Darkest darkness. Sure. Nothing really standing out to me that says, this person was insane. But we've only just begun our casing of his house. It's not stealing because dead people don't need things. All right. True. Glarthier said, I'm 10 toes down. I will really die over this shit. And he did. You got to respect it. But it's a little bit different, right? It's one thing when it's like, I'm a criminal. You're a criminal. I go and tell the guard on you. It's another thing when you can tell my man's a little off, and it was kind of funny at first, but I can't just, I'm not gonna kill nobody innocent, like, unless you give me a reason. Man, I don't know if we'll be able to open that. Nothing. Damn, these two chests have to have some. No, that's not true. They don't have to have good stuff in them, because I've absolutely wasted time opening chests only for them to have a motherfucking clay cup. Who the hell is locking a clay cup behind? Ooh. Miffed. We should check the basement, though, because usually whenever somebody's doing something weird or crazy, they always got something in the basement. Yeah, here it is. Still nothing too bad. Some cheese and bread. Who doesn't like themselves a nice cheese and bread? Held myself to a higher standard than my enemies. The report I knew will tell me, I fear that the end is near, but I will not go down without a fight. They will know that Glarthier at least did not submit to their yoke quietly. Oh boy, my man. We're watching a man's mind slowly unravel, and it's fascinating. Current thoughts on the conspiracy. Murakati, selectives, most likely, ruthless and secretive. Mythic. Okay, so my man. I will say this, I'm pretty sure in the actual quest line, if you tell him that everybody's innocent, he thinks you're the bad guy and he attacks you. And he even makes a note of it, that he's like, oh yeah, this guy is fucked up. Now, one thing I can't remember, because it's been so long, and my brain, as you get older, you tend to forget things. If I'm not mistaken, I think like one person was in on something, like one of them is like part of the Mythic Dawn or something, but I don't remember for the life of me. So now the question is, do I want to try and break into these chests and potentially waste, not those chests, these chests? Do I want to break into these chests and potentially waste a bunch of time in lockpicks for nothing? Of course I do. All right. Use the old lockpick trick. For those of you who haven't caught on, if you're having a hard time, if you're playing this game and you're having a hard time with the lockpicking, when you push the tumbler up, you notice how every once in a while it kind of shifts between different fall speeds. That's basically how you make this system so much easier. Look at that. Look at that. A hard lock for 10 gold. Is that worth? Could be better. Could be worse, I suppose. We could sleep in Glarthier's bed. Do we want to sleep in a dead man's bed? That feels a little icky. I'm not gonna lie to you. That feels a little gross, a little weird, sleeping in a dead man's bed. I don't know that I like that very much. Not a fan of that. Sure, Brothers of Darkness. Any of these? All right. All right. We found his notes. The notes of a crazy man is what it is. That's fine. So now I kind of want to take Goblin Jim's cave. Do we go to Goblin? You know what? We're gonna okay. We're gonna go to Goblin Jim's cave because I want to take Billy Joe out for a spin with his new and improved upgrades. Because we bought, basically what we did was we bought a new summoning spell. But I would like to imagine that rather than doing something a bit uncouth, like say replacing Billy Joe, which we would never do because Billy Joe has been a day one forever. Why is battle music playing? Are we being attacked? Do they not understand that I myself am slayer of gods and demons? But yeah, I'd like to imagine that Billy Joe just got himself a bit of an upgrade. You know what I'm saying? That we got him a new, okay, we got some victims that we can test out the new and improved Billy Joe. So well, let's get nice and close. Look at Billy Joe. We got him he's got a new shield. He's got himself a mace. He's still kind of, all right, this seems to be a three-way fight where everybody wants to kill me. Understandable. Obviously, they realize that I am, in fact, the most dangerous being out here. But as you can see, Billy Joe is Billy Big Chillin'. Still kind of squishy, but he does a lot more damage now. Holy. I mean, I'm not saying I'm just going to sit back and watch Billy Joe do all the work, because that would be cowardly. And I'm no coward. But what I am saying is Billy Joe is out here handling my light work. I don't have to lift a finger if I don't want to. Billy Joe's got it handled. Oh no, Steve, you're in so many different pieces. That's awful. My word. There's also that Oblivion gate that we could go check. We could go check out the Oblivion gate if we really wanted to, but I don't know. Let's go harass Goblin Jim first. This is what we do, right? We kind of harass people. All right. So Billy Joe out here with his new digs, new and improved. Something seems to be wood door to Goblin Jim's White Skin City. Wow. It's a little racist, not gonna lie. All right, we got a whole bunch of people pulling up on us. How's Billy Joe doing? All right, well, you know, Billy Joe, he's still got his limitations, right? Oh man. Come on, Billy Joe. Oh, someone just collapsed behind me. Oh, they're mean mugging me. They're gangbanging me in the hallway, and they never asked for permission. All right, let's get some healing going, huh? Let's get some healing going. I'm a little disappointed at how fast they basically kind of caught me from way out there. Let's get a restore magic potion too, because one thing we do is we're kind of pinned in here. All right, this is looking bad. Not gonna lie to you guys, it's looking real bad. We are pinned by, we have a collapsed wall pinning us. And Billy Joe apparently is, I mean, wasn't satisfied with the Mother's Day present I got him or what else is going on, and has decided to simply sit back and watch as these goblins tear me to shreds. I'm not very happy about it, I'll be honest with you. Feels like a bit of a betrayal. Can't drink any more potions, and we're dead. Yeah, we all right. Well, that could have gone better for sure. I don't know that I was necessarily ready for 3 goblins to pin me against a collapsed wall and fondle my balls until I died suddenly. That seems a little unfair. They also found me relatively, like, they just kind of, yeah, here they come, right? All 3 of them. Now, here's what we got to do. We got to not get pinned by, we got to not get pinned against that wall if at all possible. So what we're going to do, we're going to summon Billy Joe. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do a little bit of a better prep. We're going to do a little bit of better prep. We're going to pop one of these potions right off the bat. Right off the bat. They don't do a ton of damage, but as long as we can kind of keep these guys in this little hallway and not let them kind of pin us, we should be fine. Hold the line. Oh no. They're bludgeoning me. Ooh, all right. Yeah. You're goddamn right. All right. Light work. Nothing, that wasn't, no problems. We had that handled at every turn. We were never in danger. Give me this shit. Give me this. Billy Joe performing much more admirably than he had last time. Love to see it. He didn't just kind of abandon me while they, pinned me to a wall and did weird things to me, which I appreciate. Thank you, Billy Joe, for helping me that time. But I think our biggest thing is we cannot allow ourselves to get pinned. That is when things go horribly wrong. Got another one coming up. This guy's got a bow. Ow! Get in there, Billy Joe. Yeah, okay. All right. We have now found some things that actually start putting up a fight. It's always been that weird thing with this game, huh? Like sometimes we run into places expecting an absolute throwdown of epic proportions and everything dies real fast. And then other times, we're fighting goblins and they end up being the most terrifying things that we could possibly find. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm hoping that at some point they deal. Let's get this guy out the way. Fuck you. Oh shit. All right. He's going to go fight Billy Joe. Fine. I hope at some point. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's not get ourselves pinned down and beat to death, huh? Seems reasonable. All right, one of them followed. Doesn't look like both of them followed, so that's nice. But yeah, the difficulty of this game suddenly spikes in very odd ways. I think that would probably be, if I had to give this kind of a quick little overview, which I'm not gonna do for like an actual video, because I feel like so many people have already talked about it. You know what I mean? What more could I really add to the conversation? Here's what I will say though, for my personal self. It is really annoying how inconsistency sometimes the difficulty feels in this game, where, you know, like a level ago, we were fighting literal demons from hell that we were fighting them 2-3 at a time, and we struggled a little. Oh, Billy Joe. Where'd Billy Joe go? Get his ass. All right, cool. As I was saying, we went and did like a Oblivion gate, right? And we went in, and there's enemies in the Oblivion gates, like those Dremora lords and stuff like that. Absolutely terrifying enemies, right? And we're killing like 3 or 4 of them at a time, no problem. And we still had it on expert. Then we come into Goblin Jim's cave, and these little green fucking assholes are beating the absolute shit out of me. So I don't know. I'm just saying the difficulty in this game is definitely something I think it would be kind of nice if Bethesda would take a look at that. I know the remaster, they just want to make everything look pretty and repackage it, and that's fantastic. That's so good, beautiful. But it would be nice if you take another look at, you know, some of the difficulty scaling, huh? And that also comes down to kind of, you tell him, Billy Joe. See, Billy understands. He agrees with me. He's like, yeah, man, it's kind of bullshit. Some of the scaling in this game, absolutely unacceptable. And like I was saying, I know that with the remaster, they're just like, oh, we're gonna make it look pretty and repackage most of it. And of course, they included all the DLCs that came with the game at one point. So you're paying $50, but realistically, at the time that Oblivion launched, you know, with the base game and the 2 DLCs, I think they would have cost you maybe 120, I think, or 110. If you bought everything as it was kind of more relevant, right? You bought the game, then the DLCs as they came out. And so that's nice. But yeah, I mean, maybe guys, even the guy who came up with the system, I looked it up. For the life of me, I can't remember his name right now. But even the guy who developed kind of the scaling system that they use in Oblivion, he kind of said like, hey, the system wasn't great. You know, I kind of was just, ow. I actually didn't hurt that bad. Even he kind of said, hey, you know, I was kind of working with what I had at the time, and the system wasn't great. And it's kind of disappointing to see that Bethesda didn't really change it at all, because it sure does have its problems. Now, of course, game is still tons of fun. We're having a grand old time, but that is kind of jarring, right? You fight literal hell demons, and then next thing you know, you're getting mixed by some little green fuckers. That's a bit of a jarring change. Let's see. Anything, y'all have anything good in here? Gold is always good. We did need more lockpicks. Actually, we were starting to hurt for some lockpicks. Easy game. We're not gonna steal a man's pants. That is beneath me. For all I know, those pants. For all I know, he's shitting those pants. This looks like it'll have some good stuff. Ah! All right, game. You know, now I think you're taking the piss. Now you're just taking the piss. Easy game, guys. We're so good at video games. It's actually somewhat astonishing how good we are at video games. Another thing that tends to happen too is that you can level your skills, and that's what leads you to level up, obviously. But if you don't level up, you can just continuously level your skills, and you'll just get so much stronger than everything around you. That's actually a strategy some people have for playing on like the highest difficulties. Is technically you stay at level 1, but realistically, you've leveled your skills up so much that you're like one-shotting everything around you. Now, of course, at level 1, all the enemies are like rats, but all right. We're gonna pause here, guys. We've been streaming for approximately 2 hours. Kind of more like, no, actually almost 2 hours, because we've started adding, I don't even know if we need it, but it kind of help me feel more official with the stream, where I put a stream start and a stream end title card, just to kind of give people time to filter in. Of course, we get like 3 viewers, but all 3 of you, it's giving you a little bit of time to filter in, right? So we ran that for about 10 minutes, but we're still about 2 hours in. So I'm gonna get up, shake my legs, move around the house, get a drink, get a snack, come back, guys, in about 10-15 minutes. We'll reconvene, and we will go and kick the shit out of Goblin Jim and take over his cave and make it our cave. So let's go ahead and do the, I was thinking about changing this, but actually a part of me just wants to keep it, because it just adds so much. It just adds character, it's just like, oh my God, isn't that so quaint? Right. It adds life. It adds a little something different from the huge. So that's what we're going for. It makes us stand out. All right. Which way am I getting out of here? I need to invest in a new green screen. This one was fine for when I got it. Kind of, it does what I need it to do, but the biggest problem is it's always getting in the way. Getting in the way, never sets up correctly. It's just generally All right. We're back. I hope you all are ready. Let me check some things real quick. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're ready for hilarity to ensue. Just wanted to pop over, kind of keep an eye on how the new series are doing on the channel. You know, they're not getting as much love as the gotcha stuff did, but I'm hoping that moving forward, as we kind of pour more of it out, the you know, people will pick up the vibe. I am also, you know, a part of me really would love to be able to upload at least 5 days a week, like Monday through Friday. Still trying to think about what exactly else I want to add to the channel. But I'm not 100% sure. I'm not entirely sure. Decisions, my friends. Decisions. Well, regardless, what we don't need to worry about too much is Goblin Jim, because we about to whoop his ass or get our asses whipped. Like I said, some of these goblins have been pretty vicious. Oh, give me all your mushrooms. Yes. I can't wait to trip my balls off. All right. All right, left or right? Left or right? Well, let's all right. Get him, Billy Joe. Oh boy, here we go, killing again. Ah, get him, Billy Joe. Oh, Billy Joe, no. Yeah, Billy Joe does a lot of damage. Not very tanky, though. Ah. Back, foul beasts. Oh, no, we're running out of stamina. Yeah. Avasti. Dogs. All right. Let's go ahead. Pop some of that. Now we're going to be, now we're doing sneaky stuff. We're being sneaky. Hello? Is anybody home? Ha! Fools. My eyes are like a cat's. I see everything. Easy game. More lockpicks. Cool, cool. Onions. There's a chef I watch from time to time. He's like, I think he's a Cajun or something. I love the way he says onions. He's like, I'm gonna show you how to chop an onion. And he did teach me how to chop an onion. And I'll be honest, I am now an onion dicing master. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something, guys. My ability to dice an onion is probably better than yours. Yeah, I said it. I can dice an onion better than you can. Probably. All right, so still got a ways to go. This dungeon's pretty big. We gotta be spooky, sneaky. Oh, is that your alter ego? It's the onion guy. All right, we got one goblin up there, one goblin down here, another goblin down here. Actually, it looks like we have quite a few goblins. Oh God, he's looking right at me. Shh, don't move. Don't move. The goblin's vision is based on sight. All right, he's gonna see me. All right, the berserkers are the problems. They deal a lot of damage. They deal a lot of damage and they hurt. I'm waiting for the other one that was up top to come down here. Hey, our blade master. Yeah, look at that. Caught him. Are you Cajun? I thought you were from Texas. Are there Cajun people in Texas, or did I vastly misunderstand when you told me where you were from? Because that could be true. I'm not a super smart guy, so I might have kind of missed. I kind of could. I probably missed the whole. I missed the assignment, right? All right. Looks like we did aggro the one up top. Here he comes. In the meantime, it's going to take his. It looks like he's going to take his sweet time trying to get down there. So I'll just look. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, never mind. He just. Oh boy. Billy Joe, I could use some assistance. Billy Joe, please. Save me, Billy Joe. All right. All right. So we're going to pop an actual healing potion. We're going to pop a potion of sorcery. We're going to pop a restore fatigue. And we're going to pop a restore health. I believe that's what we got for now. All right. This is the war chief. So this is where we pop out. This is where we pop the big spells. All right, you're dead. And you're dead. All right. That's usually why we have those two spells, right? Because every once in a while, some shit is going to pop off and you got to be ready to kill or be killed. And these guys were not ready. All right. You can tell because they're dead, right? They're dead and we're not. So fuck them. Take your shits. That's actually not what we meant to use at all. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Ah, another foul cur. Go forth, Billy Joe. Easy. Iron dagger, skull, sack. Sack. Wood door to Jim's pantry, huh? I mean, yeah, let's see what he's cooking with. It's rats. To be fair, it's a lot of rats. And we got some golds. But because of the boots that we're wearing, the rats actually don't really mind us all that much. Ooh, roasted rat. Delicious. Rat, the other white meat. Doesn't seem to be anybody in here. No, that's not true. There's somebody above us. Oh, there's a couple people's. There's a couple somebody's above us. Oh, this is kind of how you get it done, right? Nice, Billy Joe. With the final blow. These guys have a lot of lockpicks, which is nice because we've been running low. There we go. Me and Billy Joe are basically an unstoppable killing force that everyone really should respect because we will absolutely come in and run your pockets, murder all of you. We do what's best in life. What is best in life? To defeat your enemies, to see them driven before you, hear the lamentation of their women. Oh, this is a hard door, huh? All right. Well, before we go through there, what else? What else we got? What else do we got? There's a couple other places. This will lead to the above area. Oh, I think I'm pretty. Yeah, this is actually where Jim is. It's me. I think. Oh, a headless zombie, huh? No, Jim. No, Jim. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. All right. Well, Goblin Jim is hella dead. You want some too, buddy? Huh? Yeah. Screw you. Another one? Oh, it is another one. All right, fine. All right, not bad. We've killed quite a few goblins, like a lot of goblins. Is that a half-eaten rat? Tasty. Okay. Some food. This is obviously Jim's bed, but like I said, we don't sleep in dead men's beds because that's weird. I don't like it. Makes me uncomfortable. So, let's just keep poking our noses where they don't belong, shall we? Already got the stuff off of Jim. What else is around here? Oh, that's right. There is that hard locked door. Now, I guess Jim didn't have a key, so I don't know. He kind of would think that stuff would be locked with a key, but I mean, guys, come on. We're just vastly superior. As I'm sure. Oh, a single healing potion. I'm so glad. I guess there's a bed. We technically could sleep in this bed. You know what? We're going to take a little nap. We're going to take a little nappy poo and we're going to level up. I've ascended to level 15. I realized that I am, in fact, that guy. And I am him. All right, let's take our willpower up to 100. And then... So intelligence is what we need for our maximum mana, which we will absolutely want. Like I said, we don't care about speed. We're kind of slow on purpose, but we do need more maximum mana because we do want to start summoning like the things you can summon later on in the game. Billy Joe eventually will get his well-earned retirement. You know, it's basically inevitable. There are just some things later on that we can summon that absolutely are a good stand-in for Billy Joe, right? And he'll be able to go off on his vacation to the Bahamas or wherever he chooses with a, quite frankly, generous stipend from all of our adventuring, and he'll be able to enjoy the later years of his life in Undeath, just doing whatever it is. Well, you know, just doing whatever it is that skeletons do. Right? Now, the biggest thing that's kind of holding us back right now is our maximum mana is pretty small. We do not have a ton of mana to actually play around with. Right, because if we look at our character, our maximum mana is 164. Yeah, and there are some spells that require like 300. Now, to be fair, the cost also, if I remember correctly, does go down as you level up that class of magic. So eventually, we will be able to cast them actually in like a reasonable amount of time. But yeah, he'll be able to go straight boning. He won't have to worry about all this combat that I make him do, you know. He'll be able to live his life comfortably. And then somebody else, it'll be their job to fight my battles for me and, you know, file my taxes, do my paperwork, whatever it is that I really come up with at the time. Oh, that was a trap. Oh, didn't work. Haha. All right, there's nothing up here. Oh. Okay. No, okay, never mind. Well, that could have ended very poorly for us. But it didn't. So, oh well. Goblins suck. I rule. What about this one? Nope. All right, I really want to... Well, obviously pick more mushrooms because we're going to use those for drugs. Delicious, delicious drugs. And what do we got? We do technically have like a whole other, maybe half that we didn't actually explore. Came down here, but there is also this portion over here. Oh, hello. And as you see here, we've run into one of the locals. Doesn't seem to appreciate our presence very much. Yeah, bitch. Don't mind us just casually exterminating the local goblin population. Don't worry, they're bastards. They deserve it. And this is going to lead us back out. So I think we've pretty much fully purged this little area here. Ah, yes. That's right. This is the wall that collapsed that originally got me killed. Love it. Beautiful. And even better, they don't even have anything in here. Oh, you goblins, you rascally rascals. You sneaky little scamps. Yeah, pretty much. Ah, yes. We stretch the joints. It feels good. Is it nighttime? It is. All right. So now I think at this point I want to continue the Fighters Guild. Right? That'd be nice. So I'm gonna figure out who's got work for me. Go talk to them. In the meantime, maybe we'll play with our home Heisenberg chemistry set. Oh, yeah, okay. Shaden Hall, that's where it was. That's right. First off, y'all heard that, right? You heard that guy hitting on me, right? He was like, I like what I see. Oh, do you? Thank you. But afterwards, yes, we're gonna head to Shaden Hall so that we can get this quest chain going. And yeah, I don't really have any other plans. We're just kind of go, ooh, it burns. The sun. Oh my god, I'm dying really fast from the sun. Holy shit. Oh my lord. This is getting toasty. Jesus. All right. I mean, that sounds pretty par of the course, right? The government coming in and just, taxing you for everything that you do. Breathing, spanking it. If the government can put their hand in your pocket and take your money, well, please believe that they will do it if they can find a way to do it. Unbelievable. I am so shocked that the town guard would do that. Dude, I know, like I said, I've been saying, if I am completely covered head to toe in armor, the sun should not hurt. I'm covered. The sun's not even the deadly radiation light is not hitting my supple flesh, I mean, lady, no, you paid me, actually, now that I think about it. Never mind. I was about to say, lady, I just paid you way more than 5 gold, but that's not true. She paid me a lot more than 5 gold for all of the useless junk that I didn't want. Joke's on you. True. Next thing you know, you're going to start paying the thought tax. What's that? You've been thinking? That'll be 57.98 plus tax. And we won't tell you what the tax is, but if you don't pay the correct amount, right to the stockades with you. And we know exactly how much you need to pay in tax, but we're not going to tell you because it's funnier that way. All right. Where is homeboy? This Fighters Guild actually is much smaller than the other ones. Dude, look at the oh my god, bro. No. Come here. God. What a goatee, bro. You look good. I'm gonna be honest. Can I just, you don't mind if I say, right? With the baby blues and the goatee. Oh my word, bro. You're killing it. You look like homeboy from The Princess Bride. Yeah, actually, I realized after I was suddenly caught off by how handsome you were that I actually didn't really care about a single word you had to say. Is what it is. You know? Yeah, exactly. 1984, bro. You're dating yourself. I doubt there's a huge population of people on the planet now who have never heard that before. To be fair, there's a huge population of people on the planet right now who never actually played the original Oblivion and are just playing the remaster. Good for them. I'm glad that you guys get to experience some of the things that we got to experience back in the day, and it looks nicer. Where what time is it? All right, maybe I have to wait a little bit until they actually show up. I'm like, where the hell is all these people? There we go. I'll try not to, sir. All right. Yeah, I don't care. I don't really care, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Now we go out into the deadly rays of the midday sun. Ow. Does it stop if I stand in water? It doesn't. Oh God, the water. The water. It does nothing. Ah, ah, it burns. You know, being a vampire is dope. We're like superhumanly strong. We are also obviously very susceptible to death by conflagration, and that's not so good. I don't know what that means. Well, yeah, that's usually how that goes, right? You know, I suppose. I could. Oh wait, is that why I came in here? Did it have the wrong It did. It did have the. We do care. No, we don't. No, we don't. Well, okay. We care about money. There's a financial motivation here. We will probably get some money if we stop the corruption, right? Or we get some money to continue the corruption. Either one is fine with me. Ah, ah. Oh my lord. Oh, please. Please, not like this. Not like this. Ah, God. I'd like to imagine my ass is all red and chapped from the heat. I don't know why I'd like to imagine that. That's a weird thing to want to imagine, right? Oh, they wanted me to go out. Where is she? Wait a minute. Oh, it's all the way down there. Listen, cannot, we cannot walk all the way there like that and not plan to die. We will die. We will absolutely die. Right. So let's go ahead and just kind of heal ourselves up. We can't sleep in any of these beds, but it's fine. We don't really care about sleep. We don't need to sleep. What we do need is we need to wait until a safe time where we can ostensibly make our way over there. and not immediately burn to death. Now, the other option we have is we could go around sucking people, their blood, sucking people's blood, in order to be able to actually kind of be a daywalker, right? That's kind of how we've been balancing it so far. So that's probably going to be what if they sold it, I'd buy it. I would buy vampire lotion. I would buy all sorts of things, chapstick. But unfortunately, the only thing that really remedies our thirst for blood is blood. Funnily enough, who could have possibly seen that one coming? So that's what we're gonna have to do. Now, what I'm hoping is we get to this person's house. It lets us in because of the quest. She's sleeping. We have a little nibble, and then we can actually go about our day. Right? We can actually go about our lives trying to get her quest done, because also I keep forgetting to do this, right? But it keeps telling me we need to go to the priory so we can recharge our sword, because realistically, some of this wouldn't actually be that hard if our sword actually had the fire damage it was supposed to. In fact, I would hazard to say that some of it would be downright easy if we recharge that fire enchantment, right? So what the hell is going on over here? Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna stay away from this guy because I don't know if I have a fine. I don't think I did. Oh, did he kill that wisp? Don't mind if I do, good sir. Just help myself to whatever you've got. All right, cool, nice. Wow, look at all these sheep. That's pretty cool. I wish we could feed on animals. That would make my life a lot easier. Oh, they don't even keep the doors locked. Well, isn't that just silly? Yes, absolutely. Have you gone to sleep yet? No. I am, yes. Damn, that's a lot of money, dude. What did... Oh, I could offer her. Okay. So I could offer her money instead for her to cover her own debt. And then keep whatever the kind of enchanted stuff is, right? All right. We're gonna do like a little home invasion. All right. I need blood and I need it now. Ow. They're awake. Bro, how the hell am I supposed to get this blood? Damn it. Unbelievable. Nobody wants to work with you. All right. Well, okay. We can go across the river. We're going to go to the priory real quick because, that's true. But I feel like in a pinch, when you really just need some blood, you just kind of like, oh, it burns. My palate is sophisticated, but much like Normally, I would want to drink only the finest water. By the way, Aquafina, best water, don't at me. If I was dying of dehydration, I would drink Dasani. I would. There. I will go on record saying that regardless of how disgusting Dasani water actually is, were I really in a pinch, I would drink Dasani. I would. All right. There we go. Now all the enchantments should be nice and upgraded and refreshed. Right, very nice. Legerity. I don't know what that word means, but if somebody does, let me know. If you in the chat know what legerity is, feel free to tell me. Because I don't know what the hell that means. For the life of me, I have no clue. Right, he just repairs their stuff, but he does it for free, so that's nice, right? That's always nice. Oh, hello. Maybe right, yeah, I use a water filter too, right? And I would much prefer filtered water. But were I in a, let's say, a desert, dying from dehydration, no water to be found reasonably, I would, in fact, happily drink some Dasani water. Oh, this is all water right here. Nernroot, take you. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what I'm getting at is when it comes to blood, sure. Drinking animal blood is a bit vulgar. It's kind of icky, but I'm not above it were it absolutely necessary. Also, we talk about how clear that water is. I mean, geez. So clear I couldn't even tell the water line. All right. We gotta get inside before we burn to death. That's what we gotta do. Before we worry about what kind of water we're drinking, we gotta get out of the sun. Spam a heal that is, well, quite frankly, not nearly as good for us as it used to be. We have way too much health for it to really make a dent anymore, but that's okay. Is that a zombie? Yeah, it's a zombie. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, the countless thousands of gallons of water you probably drank like I did. You know, from the hose, from we had this thing when I played football. It was called we called it the water horse, but it was basically like a it was basically just like a wooden thing. Ow. It was basically like a wooden stand with like some piping around it that they had like drilled holes into. And we called it the water horse. And the water that came out of that thing was gross looking. Like it actually was like we would like it was a little brown. But I tell you what, when you're doing like a double session, or even God forbid a triple session in the middle of summer for football, that was basically the elixir of life, right? It was probably actually the tastiest water you could hope to drink. So I get it, you know what I mean? But like I said, to my point, I'd drink some animal's blood if I needed, God damn it. You know, I'm not. Super sleuths, geniuses. So good at video games. This is what I'm talking about. We are, you know, it probably was the armor too. Like we hadn't upgraded the armor in a couple of levels, and so we probably. Yeah. Turns out zombies without heads, not the most perceptive bunch, to the shock and awe of, well, I guess literally nobody, right? Oh, we also, let's take out somebody else for a spin. You know what? You kick up your feet for a second there. You kick up your feet there, Billy Joe, because we are going to. No, we didn't want that. We also added a new person to the team. Clara, would you like to come out and show the people what you got? Clara is our flame atronach, and she looks quite spooky. Hopefully she'll be more useful than the scamp, because the scamp was kind of goddamn useless, if we're being completely real. If we're just being honest with ourselves. You know what I mean? The scamp was kind of useless. Also, don't mind me. We're doing like a tiny bit of grave robbing, you know? Dead people don't need it. Ooh, sarcophagus chamber, huh? This is definitely a spooky place. All right, Clara, let him know. Let him have it. Clara, she's. Oh, Clara. Much like Billy Joe, you're, I gotta say, useless. Oh, it's the archer that came through. Well, we just get on that ass. You're dead. All right, cool. Yeah, that's fine. All right, Clara seems to have the whole Billy Joe thing going on for her, where she just kind of, I don't know, gets bored, doesn't feel like helping during combat. You know, you take your pick, whatever you think is the reason. I mean, am I not? Well, to be fair, I don't pay these guys anything. Okay, never mind. She killed both of these guys seemingly by herself. But I didn't see it happen. So did it really happen? Give me the elven battle axe. Give me all the goods. Bone meal. Casual. Ooh. Sure. Sure. Very nice. Look, all I'm saying is grave robbing seems really bad at face value, right? But the dead aren't using it. You know, it would much be better served. All right, Clara, get him. Get him, Clara. All right, she actually did hit him. She doesn't seem to nearly do as much damage as Billy Joe did. But I also don't know how tanky she is. Maybe she's a bit tankier, right? Like, that's the trade-off. She's... Now, listen here, Jeremy. She's good at two things, but both of them are exactly what you think they are. All right, let's just bring out Billy Joe again. All right, Billy Joe, I don't know why. Oh. Wait, did I just block my own guy's attack? That's weird. Billy Joe, people. I mean, listen, I don't know why I ever doubted him. I really don't. I should know better. He's literally that dude. Silver Claymore. We can carry it. No, we can't. Never mind. We can't carry it because it's far too heavy. Plus, it's actually not worth a whole ton of money for how heavy it is. All right. This must be the sword and shield that she's been talking about. Her, to be fair, this stuff actually doesn't seem very useful either. Low-key, one of the most useful spells I learned was that feather spell. Being able to just haul massive amounts of loot. Right, Josh. That's what I'm saying is that, like, the dead don't need it and they're not going to claim it. So really, when you think about it, it's kind of free. Jeremy, are we making sex jokes? Because I don't mind. We can make sex jokes, right? You could almost say that Atronachus is fire. Very lucrative in the 1930s. And maybe someday they'll bring brothels back, right? You know, would we really hate that? Would that be so bad if people could just... I feel like it gets rid of a lot of the pretext, right? We both know why we're here. And you know, let's just you know, I give you money, you give me, well, you know what you give me. Say it. I'm just saying, right? You know, simple, quick, easy, no fuss, no muss. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, that actually did kind of spook me a little bit. I'll be honest with you guys. That one caught me off guard just a little bit. All right. Right. And the important thing is, right, when you legalize it, that means that prices become competitive. And so for my 20 seconds of fun, I don't have to pay a ton of money. People out here, you know, I remember one time having a bit of a discussion with a woman of that particular profession. And she told me she charges like $500 an hour. And I said, ma'am, respectfully, I can't imagine that you're worth more than maybe 150 on a good day. On a good day. Now, if we're being charitable, let's be reasonable here. We'll be reasonable human beings. We'll have a reasonable conversation. $150 an hour is still a really, really good rate in my unprofessional opinion, right? Because I think about all the work that I've ever had to do in my life and how much I got paid by the hour. And boy, was it never that much, right? Usually people, when they're making like $150, they're like, you know, they've gone to school for a while. They're probably embezzling on the side or something of that nature. It is vastly, you know, it is hard for me to perhaps wrap my head around paying $500 for the pleasure, right? Now, if you legalize it, like just legalize it entirely, then what happens, right? Well, we have competitive business practices, which means that were you so inclined to indulge, instead of paying like whatever, you know, one or two going rates are, there's like 50, and you kind of get to shop around, and people have to keep their prices reasonable because if they don't, somebody else will. And then they lose out on that business, right? So, you know, I think it's only, you legalize it, it's only up. So it can only potentially get better for everybody involved, you know? That's all I'm saying, you know, is competitive prices. Pretty sure we're still getting chased by a mud crab, but I don't care. He can take that problem up with himself. I ain't got nothing to do with me. Yes, of course you won't, because I am just so awesome. Right. There's no, you know, just, and maybe you haggle a little bit, right? You know, you say, hey, listen, perhaps I'm conventionally more attractive than your usual clientele, right? And maybe you get a discount or something, you know. I'm just saying there's a whole lot of back and forth that can happen in more than one way, right? You know, if you get my drift, you know. But yeah, no, well, and to be fair, actually, the more I think about it, like I did actually have some, like a woman tell me that she charged like $500, and wow, what I mean, I guess, hey, you know what the thing is? If you charge that much and guys are willing to pay it, then is it unreasonable? I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't have the receipts, so I don't know if she's just, you know, pulling my leg, or, you know, shut up. Time to feed. Yes. I mean, to me, it could, right, it could be cope, right? It could be lying. She could just straight up be lying, but I don't have the receipts. Give me my promotion. All right, and then I got to go to Coral. But I actually might deal with this whole what is it? The whole corruption debacle while I'm in Shaden Hall. You know, why not figure that out, right? But yeah, could be cope. She could be lying. She could be telling the truth. I mean, there's tons of guys out there with, you know, varying levels of self-respect who would be willing to pay that much for, if I'm being honest, B- grade product. Now, this also might be coming from someone who has paid for many things in their life that they should not have paid for and made many regrets. I mean, for God's sake, I bought a Frostmourne sword replica for like $350 at the FanX convention. You know what I'm talking about, Jeremy. But one thing that I will not pay for is well, that's not true. You know what? I guess if the price was right? If I had $100 burning in my pocket, I was a single guy, and I just kind of thought to myself, hey, you know, it's easier this way. Maybe I would, but $500, I think we are all collectively losing our fucking minds. There's levels to this shit, madam. And I drive a lot of hard things. What a poignant segue for the conversation, huh? You know what I mean? We're talking about hard things. She's talking about hard things. Hey, you know, my humor's not for everybody, but for who it is for. I appreciate you guys coming in and spending the time with me. Oh, man. So, Josh, I need your help. Jeremy, if you have anything to weigh in, you could help me too, but I don't know how much of this stuff you've actually spent thinking about. A part of me does want to try to do I know what beds. I'll have you know, I'm quite the gentleman. However, yeah, so I wouldn't mind doing uploads Monday through Friday, like getting a couple more uploads on the channel, but I'm trying to think of what my series will be moving on. So I have a couple ideas, but I want y'all to think. Let me know. Like, what do y'all think? What is a series, something that you find entertaining that perhaps I could dabble, poke a little toe in like this, back and forth, wiggle it around, you know, do that good stuff for you. You know, I am to please. I'm a people pleaser. It's here. Why are you, bro? You're being so rude right off the bat, my friend. I have. No, she sounds actually pretty reasonable, if I'm being honest, as someone who pays lots of taxes. Yeah, I could do that, right? I could go out into the streets and pay for the thing we were just talking about and record myself. Boy, people would love that stuff. I could even think of the thumbnail. I paid for a lady of the night. I do a thumbs up like this. 700,000 views. Boom, right there. Easy. And then it gets taken down by YouTube and I probably get banned. But until that happens, oh my, what a hustle, right? I didn't hear anything this guy just said. the humorous. So like this thing right here, or this thing. I forget. Is it one of them? Right. It would be like the series would be called the night. Like I was about to say the series could be called the Night Stalker, but then that makes me sound really bad. You know, it could. You know, let's work. We'll workshop it. Maybe back on Fig. Ooh. On the prowl. Is there on the prowl? We need a better name that doesn't make me sound like a predator. That's what we need. We need you know, we'll workshop it, you know, and we'll workshop it. Yeah, I don't know, but like on a more serious note, I was thinking a couple things, right? One, I was thinking about retro gaming, but the funny thing is, I was actually thinking about this while I was outside. See, we're getting old, right? You know, the gray hairs are setting in. Maybe it doesn't stand to attention every morning like it used to. You know, all the drugs and alcohol have caused those fissures in your brain to let go of key memories. And I realized that retro gaming doesn't mean the same thing it did to like us 20 years ago, right? To us, retro gaming was like picking up games from like the 80s, right? You want to know something scary? Some of the earliest games that came out like in the place, like the PlayStation, the distance between the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation, I think like 3 is about the same distance as the PlayStation 3 to the modern age. Right? Because here's the thing. I realized this when the remaster for Oblivion came out. I was like, dude, Oblivion's not that old. And it's only, I looked and it's goddamn 19 years old. And then I was like, oh shit. What the fuck? God damn. And so I realized that there's a lot of games that from like the PS2 era, the Xbox era, that now a lot of people would probably start to begin to consider retro. What's that funny ass idea? You know, I had thought about that too, Jeremy, actually. I was thinking about like sports section, news, like all that stuff, like dealing different sections. I have to keep thinking about it because it still all needs to tie into gaming. Like it could be funny segments like that, but it also still needs to kind of tie into gaming for people to, I guess, you know, keep their brains turned on for it, right? So that is something I've thought about. Like, trust me, the first iterations of the news section and the WTF, like the first impression series, they were pretty stiff. Ha, just like that conversation we were talking about earlier. Hey, everything comes full circle. Anyway, so realistically though, yeah, the first iterations of those videos were very stiff because I was like, I realized that I'm probably more entertaining and funnier when I'm on the fly and not doing super scripted stuff. And so those things will probably get more. I'll probably add more to them as their life cycle continues, right? Yo, okay, Josh, send me a DM then on Discord to let me know because I am intrigued, but I understand you might not be able to talk about it. It is what it is. Don't get me banned. But yeah, like even like retro is starting to become things that which holy shit, what a what a revelation that the games that I grew up with that were coming out at the time are starting to become retro. They're starting to become old school. Now, of course, retro I think will always kind of mean like the 8-bit 16-bit era, but like it changes, right? You know, the new kids these days, you know, things are definitely different for sure. I mean, I don't know. You just said you can't say it out loud. So I just kind of assumed it was something that could get me banned. He did. Okay, bro. What? That's Are you gonna do something violent? Oh, this guy's about to do something. My man's about to crash out. I also love how he's like, yeah, so I got drunk. Okay, so I might have fallen flat on my face. Sure, I vomited on that guy's shoe. All right, I whipped it out indecently in public and started helicoptering it. But it's really like, they're making it sound a lot worse than it is. And in my head, I'm like, no, yeah. To be fair, friend, you're kind of making it sound worse than it is. I'm being completely real with you, man. Is he about to turn and murder this guard? Oh, he's crashing out. Damn, am I gonna have to jump in and fight with this guy? He's gonna punch that guy, isn't he? Bro. Well, that escalated quickly. Don't mind me, sir. Just gonna. This guy have anything on him? He had 21 gold. All right, sure. The Iron Dagger, I don't really care about as much. Wow, that absolutely popped off in a way that I did not see coming. I will be completely real with you. That he did that spin move and the guard just caught him and was just like, bitch, and just throw him aside. Ooh, man, that feels bad, buddy. I'm sorry that had to happen to you. Dude, I mean, yeah, old rap, like, come on. That is nothing comparable to like, I mean, it's comparable, right? Because it's still got the roots in the same place. But yeah, like the way music has changed, gaming, all that stuff. And so I realized if I thought about doing like a retro series, retro wouldn't mean the same thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean what it used to mean, like, 15, 20 years ago when we're talking about like the arcade era, the early, like, early Nintendo days, like the original Nintendo. Yes, actually, I'll be honest. Family Guy. The one thing I was the actual one section that I spoilers. The one section that will be coming that I actually was inspired by the Family Guy, like a lot of their skits and stuff, was the grinding my gears section. Because oh boy, do I love Jeremy, Josh. You guys have both known me long enough to know I love to rant. I love to rant. And I could do it for hours. So I actually was thinking of doing like a grind my gears kind of cutaway section for the news. And like I said, trying not to be so stiff and formal because that's just not my style. You know what I mean? I tried to do something that's not really to my strength. And I think it kind of showed. Yeah, the suit and tie ain't going nowhere. Wait, who was peeing by a school? Andre, are you saying that Andre 3000 was caught peeing by a school, or Big Boy? Which of the Outcast members? Or are we talking about something completely different? Because now I can't help, like, we're talking about something completely different that I don't understand. Or maybe I do and I just don't want to understand because yes. Homeboy just got stabbed to death. See, now I feel a little bad, right? His wife died, he's crashing out, he's vomiting. I realize now that's probably what you're talking about, actually, is the guy who's just like, I got drunk and puked on people. Are you gonna slit his throat? Because I'll be honest with you, I feel no type of way about that, actually. When I really stop and think about it, I feel no type of way about you trying to slit his throat. I gotta check something real quick. The studio thing that YouTube so Leveling provides for me is constantly giving me kind of pings and stuff on, it says my audio stream's current bit rate. So I don't know if there's something going on with the microphone or something like that. Am I coming through okay? Am I coming through okay? Do I sound all right? Or am I cutting out and, like, is there a lot of dead air? Because I'm getting this a lot. And I don't know if one thing I should probably look into is whether or not OBS is kind of the best for streaming. You don't hear the game at all. Okay. I'm glad you told me that, because I do need that kind of feedback for sound values. How's that? Let me know when we get to, I'm gonna leave it here for now. We have a little bit of delay on the chat. Like, give me a little sound cue volume thing. How's that for the chat? Or how's that for the sound volume? I'm glad, man. I'm glad that my rants can at least be entertaining, right? Just the ramblings of a madman going crazy, which is how I feel sometimes. You know, when I start ranting, I realize that I sound like a crazy person when I start ranting. I just can't stop myself, right? Can't hear the game still, huh? Oh, you know what it is? Okay. I always have to change this because of the way OBS works with streaming. Yeah, Jeremy, write me some jokes, bro. You want to be my writer, Jeremy? You want to be one of my writers? I can't pay you anything because YouTube doesn't pay me anything. But, you know, if y'all want to write me some jokes, I'll be more than happy. To your point, Josh, what I realize is something I constantly have to change audio channels. I realize now that that's what you were talking about earlier. I got confused because I have so many things, you know, like sprinting through my head. And when I read the chat, the problem with the chat, and I don't know how to set it any lower, right? Because I have it set in OBS the lowest delay that it can have. And there's still a little bit of stream delay, right? So it's like when you guys are typing to me and when I'm actually reading and responding, different things are kind of happening, right? So I've set it to the lowest delay, but there still seems to be like a 10-second or like 20-second delay. I don't know if maybe I've looked into Streamlabs, but apparently it's super CPU intensive and I don't have like a super good computer. Maybe I'll mess around with it. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, how's the audio now, Josh? Because I realize when I record, I have to set the desktop audio to a different channel for it to encode properly. But when you stream to OBS, like when you stream through OBS, you get one audio channel and everything has to be on that channel. So I realize now that that's why y'all couldn't hear it. So now you should be able to hear it, I think. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. There we go. There we go. As for the music thing, I looked into doing a music playlist, but with all that DMCA, like copyright, all that bull, you know, one of my streams actually that we're gonna get into a rant for a second. I'm gonna go.
Ulrich will not buy his way out of this one.
Yeah. That's very nice.
I promise you.
One of my streams got copyright stricken in Russia because I added that stream start
Is something
thing or whatever, right?
You have an ashen look on your
And I
face
was
that tells me
outside,
so.
kind of getting ready for the stream, just kind of collecting myself. And I had my headphones in. I was listening to some music, and I guess the music was coming through on the stream. And I had like 10 minutes of copyright music, right? It was like, I don't even remember exactly what it was. It was like one opening from an anime, stuff like that.
Good to see you.
That 10 minutes of music for a 4-hour stream, and it got taken down, but it only got taken down in Russia, which was kind of, I don't know, it was kind of strange, I think, because it wasn't Russian music. It's not like I was listening to Russian music. I was listening to American music, but it got copyright stricken in Russia. So I don't really have it in me to really want to deal with any of that BS when it comes to trying to find non-copyright music that'll make people happy and all that crap. I'm not doing none of that. Why is this pot? Why is this planter here? You look like a dick. All right.
We must put an end to this. Aldos will be mourned. I won't sit by and watch the innocent being driven.
But without, I don't know if this is going to happen without bloodshed, bro. That lady really, I think, kind of wants to cut that man's throat. And I'll be honest, from my end, my angle where I'm sitting, sheesh. I don't know. That's.
Levana has
I ain't gonna stop her.
Tempered. You must reconsider her plan. I swear that Ulrich will pay for this. Ulrich has been watching me, so I haven't been able to enact the plan I devised to bring him
I don't want to
down.
get arrested. That would suck.
That ends today, now that you're here. The evidence we need to incriminate Ulrich must lie within his quarters. You must sneak in there and retrieve it without being seen. If you're caught, there isn't anything I can do to help you. Just be careful.
Excellent. Sneaking is definitely not something we're very good at. Also, I got a playlist for non-DMC music on my Spotify. Also, don't forget Ryan Celsius. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about that, right?
Aldous'
I think the problem is it's mostly of like a trying to avoid any problems in the future, because there are a lot of channels who do DMCA free stuff, like no copyright stuff. But it's like, it's no copyright for a year or two, and then suddenly they get a wild hair up their ass and they're copyright striking hundreds of videos that have featured their music. And I think for me, it feels safer to just kind of avoid that. Realistically, in all my videos, the only thing I touch is the music that YouTube provides, because at that point, if I get copyright stricken on music that they provided, well, then I'd be like, hey, what the hell's going on, right? Like, this is I didn't do this, right? So I can either go to her or him directly, I guess, right? Is that marker is probably for Ulrich, or I can break into his room and steal incriminating evidence. I think we do have an invisibility spell somewhere because of our we don't have it because we only get it when we're like super spooky vampire, and when our face is all contorted and nobody wants to talk to us. Not great. Not great. This is one of, okay, this is what I need. I need to find an alteration master too, so I can say screw it to the lockpicks and I can just grab spells that'll do it for me. Why am I messing with lockpicks when I can just use magic and I'm a magic guy? I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. But yeah, that's the DMCA music stuff. All right, guys. So we have been at this for about 3.5 hours. I've taken one break so far, but like I said, with the whole back problem thing, I get up a lot. I guess a lot. I mean, you know, I get up like once every hour and a half or so, just because if I sit in one place for too long, man, oh my God, my lower spine just begins to compress and cause me so much pain. So I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go walk around the house, kind of chill for a second. You guys, if you want to hit the bathroom, grab a snack, kiss your loved ones, pet your dog, I don't know, spank your wife, do it for me. Anyway, guys, I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. I hope you guys will be here when I get back. Kisses, love you. Also, never mind, I lost that thought. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to get a new green screen. I absolutely hate this thing, but you get what you paid for, and it's like a $25. Yeah, no, do your thing. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry it took me a little bit longer. The lovely Mrs. ended up stepping in today. She or stepping in as I was taking my break, so wanted to, you know, welcome her home and all that fancy jazz. Also, can you believe this? She went to an all-you-can-eat barbecue. It's like a Brazilian grill place. She went without me. Heartbreaking. Ate all this meat. Brought me nothing. Top 10 anime betrayals. Number 1. Didn't even bring me any delicious flan. Love flan. Although, to be fair, more than anything else, I make a killer flan. Passed down through the generations, my family. So actually, that's not true. Whenever my family had a function, like a family gathering function of some sort, the flan was always bought from like someplace, right? She also reminded me, she doesn't love me anymore. I know, it's crazy. It's like I said, tragedy has struck my life. She also reminded me of something else. This was actually going to be in my first rant, but you guys get to see it live before I actually put the video out. Did you guys hear about the whole Pal World thing with, and like, obviously, why is everyone asleep? What time is it? 3:20. Why are they all naked? Nah, whatever. I don't care. This is, or wait, is there another? Because I would just wander around in people's guardhouse, right? Like this is that's just acceptable, I suppose. But the whole thing with the Pal, because like as we know, right? For those of you who know, if you know, you know, Pal Worlds got the developer of Pal World, Pocket Pair, they got sued by. Why does the eye keep opening? There's nobody in here. If you know, Nintendo sued Pocket Pair, right? The people who made Pal World, right? And in that whole thing, there was like a bunch of stuff that had to change. For instance, from what I understand, like, because I haven't played Pal World since its release, you still use Pal spheres to like capture the pals and stuff like that. I know that was a big contentious thing because you know, Game Freak, you know, of Nintendo, the people who actually make Pokemon, were complaining that it was too close to like the whole Pokeball system that they have and whatnot. But I also read recently, and she had kind of reminded me and brought it up, because my girlfriend's a huge fan of Pal World. She's actually put so many hours into that game. All right, let's talk to this guy and I'll continue on.
Good. Did you find?
Yes, I did.
You've done it. I must speak to the Count.
But I guess now Pocket Pair has released that they have to get rid of the whole, in the game you can use pals and you can kind of like hang on to them and glide around with them. And apparently Pocket Pair has released a statement that they have to change that as well, which was so crazy to me because I don't understand why. But then basically the rant was something along the lines of how a lot of these like really big game companies, right? Nintendo, this is a big thing for Warner Brothers when they made Shadows of Mordor, is they use these patents and they patent very specific game mechanics, and how that basically takes everything off the table for smaller developers. Because, so for instance, if you ever played the old Shadows of Mordor or Shadows of War, whatever, you know, where you play as the guy, you have like the elf's ghost or whatever, and they have that whole system where the orcs will remember you. They have a specific patent on that. It's called the Nemesis system. You will never see the Nemesis system anymore, and you will never see a system similar to the Nemesis system where enemies remember you and then grow over time in a kind of organic way. because Warner Brothers just owns a patent on that system. And it fucking drove me insane. That stuff drives me absolutely insane. And here's why, because I understand why we have patents, right? It's kind of in a perfect world scenario, right? Boom. We live in a perfect world. The patents exist because smaller companies and singular people come up with ideas for stuff, and it's to prevent people from stealing those ideas and then being able to monetize an idea that they came up with. The problem is what we actually see with the patent system is massive companies they'll buy like 100 patents, right? Because patent, like getting a patent from the office, like the patent office, takes money. I've actually looked into this, right? I've had ideas and I was like, oh, how much would it cost me to patent? You not only have to pay an upfront fee, but you also have to pay yearly charges and taxes on all that stuff. It's a whole thing. And so what you see is massive gaming companies will buy like hundreds of patents on random shit, right? Random game mechanics. Some things can't be patented, right? And patents are different from copyright. Those are not the same thing, right? They'll buy hundreds of patents for different mechanics in games, and now literally nobody can make anything that's even like close. You can't even make something that's similar. For me, oh my God, that really chaps my goddamn ass raw.
Like I said, meet me in 2 hours.
On the Shaden Hall Bridge. Okay, fine. But yeah, now when I do the segment on the news thing, there will be a more in-depth kind of like talking about it. But in general, because when I read that, I was like, what the hell? Pokemon doesn't even, to my knowledge, I haven't played Arceus, right? But I've played a lot of goddamn Pokemon games. Now I know in Pokemon, you can ride the Pokemon, right? Like when you're surfing or when you're flying. But I mean, I don't ever remember Pokemon games having a system or a mechanic where you literally hold on to them like a hang glider. And then I stopped and thought to myself, well, this all buddy, you're naked. Anyway. And I realized that all of this is probably happening because Game Freak or Nintendo must own a patent for that mechanic. And that's why Pocket Pair has to get rid of it. And it's so baffling to me because they don't even use it, right? Like for me, perfect world scenario. And this is one of those things where perfect world scenarios are always weird. They're different for everybody, right? Perfect world scenario. If you own a patent on something, you should have to prove that you're actually using that patent within to some reasonable extent, right? Because as we know, Warner Brothers, now the only thing that might change about the Nemesis system specifically is Warner Brother Games Studios have recently been like liquidating a lot of their assets. They've been like, they've basically been falling apart, right?
Hello.
Where the hell is this guy, by the way? So I don't know if the company but the thing is that it's usually individuals that hold patents, right? So I don't know if maybe like somebody owns the patent and you good? Yeah, I know it's not exact. I also might need to invest in some better green screens, but you know that everything as it comes, right? But you should have to prove that you're using the patent because it's so like, I don't know, it's just disgusting to me, especially as a gamer. I'm going to be completely real with you guys. I understand that companies, they got to do what's right for them. And, you know, companies need to make money. There needs to be a fair practice, all that fun stuff. I get it, right? But I'm always going to be more of an advocate for gamers and the people who are actually putting the money in for this system, right? For this wheel to continuously turn. And it is so absolutely gross to me that companies can come in, they can buy a whole bunch of these patents. They could do all this stuff and then just sit on it and never do anything with it. And we will never again see these different mechanics. Like, imagine how many games if people were allowed to get their hands on the Nemesis system.
I've come from speaking with Count Indaris.
All right, let's talk about this real quick.
And in light of the evidence many
Awesome.
guards are coming forward with more evidence of his greed. So it's safe to say he'll be spending quite a bit of time in the city dungeons. I've
Love
been
to see it.
promoted to the post of Captain of the Guard and hope to return respect to the peacekeepers of this town. The Count and I
Hopefully,
thank you
or
for
you're going to be in the
Ulrich's
dungeon next,
hold on
buddy.
Schadenhold to an end. And for doing so as a token of our gratitude, as you did this at the risk of false imprisonment on behalf of the people.
Yes, pay me 450 gold. I can live with that.
Until we meet again.
So,
May your travels be.
anyway, going back to what we were talking about, because yeah, whatever. That's nice. Thank you for my travels. I'll try to remain safe. And maybe let's see. What are we gonna set the next quest? I have to go talk to homeboy. Where are you at? I forget. All I remember is that he was really rude to me and it hurt my feelings. But yeah, it sucks that we'll never get to see that stuff, right? Because imagine how many smaller game companies, right? This is when I start to think about, especially when I'm doing like the first impression series, right? Is that there's so little passion in a lot of these bigger companies, right? It's so much paint by numbers, you know, don't rock the boat. It was the same thing with Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? And it was like, there was a whole bunch of discourse about Assassin's Creed Shadows and not one person, and this is the thing that really got me, it was not one person just said, this game is going to suck, because most Assassin's Creeds have sucked since, like, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Black Flag. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag was the last time that Assassin's Creed was actually worth a full market price, in my opinion. Okay, we can disagree all you want, and that's fine. You know, I'm not going to tell people they're wrong. If you think Assassin's Creed Shadows is worth $70, I definitely don't agree. All right, I don't agree with you, and that is what it is. But it sucks to me that, like, because it's always it's always going to be the smaller developers that really need to innovate, because they can't sell games just based on their name, right? Like, when I did Conquest Dark, Eldritch Sword Games, the one guy who runs that studio and makes the game, he can't sell that game based on his name, right? He actually has to make a decent, entertaining game for it to be able to sell. He actually needs to innovate or do something different. To be fair, when I played that game, the mechanics weren't, there was nothing in the game that was like, oh my God, this is changing the rules of gaming. It was not standard, but it was fairly like, we've seen this before, right? But it's always the small studios that really need to innovate in order to sell their games or really just make a solid product, right? And it really concerns me, because it feels like we're going to hit a point where so many of these game mechanics get patented or copyright, like there's all this legal red tape surrounding it, that we're gonna hit a point where, goddamn, like, you literally can only buy Call of Duty because it's gonna be the only first-person shooter allowed on the market. And that sounds insane, and to an extent it's not, and that's not entirely the case, because courts have come in before and said, okay, you can't patent the idea of a first-person shooter, like, it's too vague, right? But I don't know, man, it's just it's crazy to me how much of that stuff, like, especially when it comes to video game development, game studios, in my mind, if you're gonna hold a patent to a raw game mechanic, you need to prove every year, you need to come with receipts and say, hey, we're actually using this patent. And if not, you lose it, it's gone. Or somebody else can come in and have litigation to say, well, they're sitting on this patent, not doing anything with it, and our studio would really like to use it, which is even in itself a bit of a problem, because 9 times out of 10, when it comes to litigation, a lot of times it's, well, who can bring the bigger army of lawyers? And most small game companies and publishers, They absolutely cannot afford the same amount of lawyers, and probably not the same quality of lawyers as someone like EA or Ubisoft or Warner Brothers. I don't know, man. Look, I've been ranting my ass off, and I probably sound like a crazy person, but goddamn, man, that stuff is so sad to me in game. Because imagine some of the games that we would never have gotten and will never get because of stuff like this. And I get that people need to protect their intellectual properties, but like, bro, you can't just protect an idea indefinitely and keep it away from people. It just feels bad. That's it. This is a vibes thing. It's conceptually, it just feels bad. Legally, they're doing exactly what they're allowed to do. So whatever, right? But I don't know. I don't really care, because at the end of the day, what I've known and what I've seen from gaming time and time again is you make a solid game, gamers will buy it. Doesn't matter what it is. Look at all the porn games on Steam.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Thanks
I said
for
porn
asking.
on YouTube.
Excellent. Take care.
Farewell.
Probably get another strike or something, whatever. I don't care. Well, I do care. If anybody from YouTube sees this video, I do care. Please don't strike my channel. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean it. Sometimes I get all jazzed on the inside, you know, start popping off the lips. But it's just like, man, like, this also strikes me of as we circle back to YouTube. Remember when the Fine Bros tried to copyright the idea of reacting to something? Now, luckily, YouTube was like, bro, we're not letting you do that. What are you, daft? But the problem is, a lot of times when people have enough money, they can get away with stuff like that. And I don't care about Warner Brothers. I care about interesting games, and people should be allowed to use the Nemesis system, because Lord knows Warner Brothers ain't doing nothing with it. So rant over. Let me get some water. My throat a little dry from all that yapping. I got a PhD in yapology with a minor in rantinese. Drives me insane, man. Because I actually dare somebody. Okay, I didn't buy Assassin's Creed Shadows, but I've watched full length hours of gameplay. What the hell did Assassin's Creed Shadows do besides stick you in feudal Japan that most of the other Assassin's Creed games haven't done before? Bro, people were losing their shit because they let you go prone. I don't know if y'all know this, but people have been going prone in video games for the last decade and a half. I'm gonna need a little more. There was the Divergent. You can pick two different characters. Yasuke plays more like a fucking Dynasty Warriors character, just swinging a big old weapon, which, by the way, I thought this was Assassin's Creed. Emphasis on assassins. Isn't the whole idea, like, their stealth system's always been shit. Let's be honest, it wasn't even good in the first Assassin's Creeds. It wasn't. It is what it is. It's always had a kind of piss poor stealth system. The combat was, there was a lot of, you know, you can fight an army of 70 dudes. All you got to do is keep countering. Yeah, but okay. But here's the thing, right? If you're playing just for the story, right? And we can get into this if you want. I don't know, because I'm on a ranty mood, right? If you're playing just for the story, okay, how good does the story have to be to warrant $70 when reasonably I could just watch a compilation video on YouTube? The problem to me inherently is that Assassin's Creed is not a awful game series. It's mediocre and isn't worth $70. Soon to be $80. Let's be real, because Nintendo's already said they're doing it. Xbox has said they're doing it. You think Man, they're sprinting through it. They're next thing you know, in like a year or two, games are going to be like $100, bro. Why would I spend $70 for that story? And you're right. It does. You're right. It does depend on the consumer. And that is the one frustration I have with kind of gamers as a whole is a lot of gamers,
job for you. Slightly
myself included, sometimes we make really poor choices.
The Guildmaster's son.
We do. Yeah, of course Sony is. Why wouldn't they follow suit? And you know what? To be fair, GTA 6 being $100 actually almost makes more sense. Here's why. I've seen the releases of the GTA 6. They're trying to turn that game into a high res, high definition, like life simulator. Like you want to go pick up trash, go pick up trash. You want to go play tennis, go play tennis. At least I can look at something like GTA 6 being $100 and be like, well, the game is going to have so much stuff in it. So much stuff in it. It still feels bad, but I could make a better case for why it deserves to be $100 over another Assassin's Creed, over another Call of Duty, over another insert yearly, bi-yearly title that we get that's just the goddamn same thing that we've been getting repackaged in a slightly better skin.
You're to accompany him and make sure he succeeds. He needs some time in the field to get his confidence up, or he'll never.
As we all do. Sometimes you need someone to watch out for you while you waddle around.
Line of fire. Suppose it's no surprise after Vitellis.
I don't know who that is.
Valena Danton's eldest son. Good man. We lost him on a botched mission recently. You've probably seen the other wounded around. If you're smart, you'll steer clear of the subject around the Guildmaster. Perhaps you and I will have time to discuss it more later.
I guess.
His mother's been holding him back, protecting him. You'll go to Nunwell Cavern with him. Galtus Previa was lost there, and not a word.
Well, he's definitely dead.
Go find him. He'll be in the Danton house.
So, I think Daunton is the leader of the chapter in Shaden Hall. Maybe, I don't even know actually.
We got the contract from his aunt. Time's wasting.
But I guess it makes sense, right? You got kids, like you got two sons, right? You got the heir and the spare, and you lose the heir. You don't want to lose the spare too. Like, you know, you lose one child, and now suddenly you got to protect the other one because you can't be losing all your children. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I'm unfortunately it is kind of a bad faith argument. I can't listen to a
Ready?
Yeah, don't get yourself killed, bro.
Guildmate. What can I do for you?
Oh, you that howdy doody attitude already sounds like you're gonna get yourself killed. I'm gonna be honest. Probably shouldn't talk about his brother.
Baroness Dunton. A mission? Well,
All right.
but she's the Guildmaster.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. It's just that I have.
There's a lot of asses being put up on the chopping block there, Sonny boy. If your mommy gets wind of the fact that we're going out to do some dangerous stuff, so just keep your mouth shut. I meant Coral, not Shaden Hall. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Hey, doesn't mean nothing to me. I'm out here getting laid. I love you, bro. Oh man, I love you, dude. You're great. Oh, I thought you. Okay, yeah. They censored the first word, but yeah, exactly. Because it's free, and you know exactly what you're getting. Usually, you know, it was a lot scarier back in the day when we had to look up that stuff on like LimeWire and whatnot. You know, you never knew what you were getting. Try to download a music album, and next thing you know, Paris Hilton is doing weird things with her legs around that guy's head. But yeah, it just feels like a bad faith argument for me, at least, because I can't hear it, man. You know, I don't think that's necessarily true, right? I think at one point, like $60 Assassin's Creed 2, absolutely. Absolutely. Right? Brotherhood, sure. You know, they try. Here's the thing, at least with Brotherhood, they tried something, it fell flat on its face. Or it was it Trinity? I don't remember. What was the one where it was like they try to do that pseudo online where you'd like recruit assassins to go attack other people and stuff? They tried something. It sucked, but they tried stuff, right? You know what I mean? Call of Duty 4, for what it was for console, revolutionized FPS gaming on console. You know what I mean? Before then, most FPS games didn't really pick up like that. We've had this conversation. You know what I mean? But now it's like, okay, you got to stop trying to nickel and dime me with every single Call of Duty that comes out. Oh my God, this dude's just rushing forward to get himself killed by trolls. My brother in Christ. Oh my Lord. Oh, he's gonna. And there's actually just, oh, okay. All right. Jesus Christ. They're, oh my God, I just hit him. Oh, he's about to go down. As soon as he goes down, I'm gonna have to back up. Okay, he only goes unconscious. Fine, fine. Actually, Clara, get out here. Can I not leave? Oh, I am so dead, chat. I'm so dead. I should have taken Clara out first because she actually does fire damage with, actually, you know, we made a lot of mistakes now that I think about it. We didn't get our sword recharged, which happens to also do fire damage. I play video games. I've definitely played a video game before, I promise. This is not, it may look like my first time, but it's not, I can assure you. But how many times are they going to make the same GTA game? We need something new, please. GTA 6. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too, right? But I guess it depends on what the new GTA has, right? Because realistically, GTA, you know what it is? GTA is a through and through is a framework bad guy simulator. Every intrusive thought you've ever had in your head, like the time where you walk in and you're like, man, I could just rob this liquor store and who could stop me? Realistically, that's going to turn out poorly for most people, right? But GTA lets you do that. So realistically, the only thing more they can add to GTA is more intrusive thoughts that you might have. Like, maybe I want to play tennis and then I want to go bang a stripper, right? You know what I mean? Like that's really all the more they can add. I'm not saying I want to see $100 GTA game. I'm not saying that. Don't get that twisted. But I'm saying when you compare it to other titles, right? I can make more of an argument. I wouldn't make an argument for any game being over $60. I don't care about any of that stuff. Because realistically, most of the money nowadays is overinflated development teams where you have like 12 supervisors for one guy, right? You have one coder and then 12 people who supervise the coder. That and massive marketing budgets that realistically in the modern era with like things like YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff, you really don't need to spend that much money. You really don't. But I think the problem is in a lot of ways, people still hold on to the idea that it's like, well, we've always done it this way, right? We've always had to spend, you know, $12 billion on marketing. So of course we're gonna have to keep doing it, right? Oh my Lord. Clara, we have wandered into this cave. Oh, Jesus Christ. True, and the storyline, right? And to be fair, they still do need to have a solid storyline. And there are things that they could add, but I don't know the logistics of it, right? So for instance, people have talked about, like Angry Joe talked about this. There's a big push, at least on paper. True, actually true. I remember playing Fight Night. It was the PS2 version. I forget which one it was. And me and my friends played the hell out of that game. Angry Joe talked about this, where he was saying that one thing, and at least on kind of first analysis, there's a framework in GTA where they're really pushing the two-person story, right? There's the guy, and then there's his girlfriend, right? And what people have talked about wanting is like something they could add that I don't really remember. I don't think it was in GTA 5, but like seamless campaign-based multiplayer, right? Where each person can kind of do their own thing, but then can also do the campaign, like the story together. That could be interesting, right? A lot of these games could do stuff like that, right? Like there's no reason why the next Elder Scrolls, you couldn't just have 6 people in a lobby all running around doing dungeons, doing side quests, stuff like that. And then everybody has to come together. Like when you're doing a main quest line, there's like a little thing that pops up and everybody, you know, kind of gets teleported to the same place and does the quest together. There's no reason why for most things, because realistically what we've found is that single player games don't suffer like people thought they did. But most people, when they have the choice, would rather play a video game with somebody else, right? And so a lot of games nowadays should have more seamless co-op than, you know. Yeah, but like, bro, you're talking about $1 billion project or hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And realistically, you know, when you look at like budgets versus where the money's actually probably going, that's why when you follow the paperwork for a lot of these CEOs, right? They run on the CEO of a project while it's happening, right? They give themselves like a multi-billion-dollar bonus. They cut half the staff and then they fuck off and they leave. Blizzard did this. Bobby Kotick did this. Blizzard had to have, what was it, 2023, 2022? They had like an all-time high for profit. And what'd they do? They had an all-time high for profit. They cut a third of their staff. Bobby Kotick had a $600 million bonus, and then he left a couple years later. And you're right, they're not going to spend it on that. But there has to become in my mind, at some point, there has to become a breaking point where these massive studios really start to just kind of fall apart because they're not doing what they need to do, because the money's not getting allocated the way it should be, right? Now, I don't know if it'll happen anytime feasibly, but we've just seen that Ubisoft got sold off, or that what, like they had to shut down like half their smaller publishing studios or like game studios, and they got sold off or something like that. I'd have to look it up again, but I know that's Ubisoft, like shortly after Assassin's Creed Shadows. And to be fair, I don't even think it's because Assassin's Creed Shadows did badly. I think it was kind of about to happen regardless. So that's what we need more of. And realistically, right, a lot of these companies back in the day were the heroes, right? EA, Ubisoft, all of them, like when we were on the come up for gaming in like the late 90s, early 2000s, even to like the 2010s, they were the bog stand. Like they could do no wrong. They shit gold, right? And then they became too big and they're going to fall apart. And then the smaller companies will come up. I don't think that's true at all, Josh. I'm gonna be honest with you. People will stop playing those games. They will. If the last, I think, player count for Assassin's Creed Shadows shown anything, is that they are on a steady decline of player base. That might be true in terms of like corporate investors getting so involved that these games literally can't fail. That might be true, but I don't know, man. Everything ends at some point, man. Everything. If you look at the history of anything, the people who think things are too big to fail are the first people to surprise Pikachu when they do fail, because they do. There's nothing that stops anything from failing ever. Anything can fail. And the one thing that most people I find don't really learn from, let me take a second here to kind of figure out where the fuck I'm going. The people who truly believe that, like, the harder you try to stop things from failing and you start placing bricks under a collapsing building, the more catastrophic it is when that failure eventually happens. Okay, here we go. We're going the right direction. Oh my God. All right, we need Billy Joe for this one. Bro, you keep this guy. You know, I feel like this guy's trying to get himself killed, if I'm being honest with you, because you know, we had a pretty good choke point. We could have kind of fought these two reasonably in, and you decide to rush into this open room. Get him, Billy Joe. At least they're slow. Slow enemies generally tend to fall over pretty fast. Ooh, we are getting some pretty nice stuff out of this dungeon, so I'd take it as a victory. Yeah, man, look, this is what, Josh, we have this conversation every time. I don't even know why we continue to do it, because at a point we just start talking at each other. Okay, I think for both of our sake, we just realized that there is no middle ground for this. You don't believe these things can fall apart. I do. That's really what it fundamentally comes down to, is you don't think that these game companies can collapse in on themselves. I think it's inevitable that they will. If you look at anything ever in human history, anything can fail. And the more you try to stop it from happening, the more that when it eventually does happen, it's catastrophic, and the more things it drags down with it, right? And that's really where we're at this point, man. Is that you think that these game companies are going to keep doing this and keep getting away with it? I think eventually they're going to hit a road where there is no continuing. There is no, pass go. Now, will these studios maybe prop themselves back up under like different pretense, under a different name? They're still run by the same people, maybe, right? But fundamentally, I don't see that these games are going to continue surviving the way they have. They just won't. I will be completely fair. I don't know when that collapse comes. Well, you know what? I'll say this to be more fair, right? Let's keep an eye on Nintendo. Okay, Nintendo is the first one where the flames have started, because they're already talking about how the tariffs are going to hurt them. By the way, and for anybody watching, all of my lurkers, I love you guys. Mwah. Nintendo did not raise their prices because of the tariffs. They in fact have already stated this, and they have stated that they probably might have to further increase prices because of tariffs. Let's see how well that goes, right? We'll reassess. We'll give it like when's the scheduled release for the Switch 2, where their marketing team has already started, running around with their heads on fire, which might be preemptive, right? It might be preemptive. We haven't seen it yet. But I mean, people love speculation. People love to look at something and go, wow, well, I think it's going to happen. And that's what we're doing, right? So obviously it shows people love speculating. Yeah, let's bring out Clara because that guy is going to really hate the fire that's about to hit him. Oh my god, they just one-tapped him. All right, well. Oof. Where is Clara? Clara, get him. Or did they kill her? Oh, they killed her. Okay, okay. Fair enough. She's not exactly the Flame Atronachs, right? Not really known for their shocking durability. These guys hit really, really hard. The AI game maker, the AI is another thing, right? AI is another thing that's getting very weird. Like right now, at least with Steam, I'm not 100% for AI. AI in games is tricky, right? Because that's a dam that's going to break regardless if anybody wants it to or not, right? That's another one of those scenarios where you can try to stop it as much as you want, but eventually it's going to happen, right? There is no, you can't prevent it forever, right? Fundamentally, I don't necessarily hate the idea of it. I think it's one of those things where it has to be handled with care, right? But the problem is a lot of the people who are going to care about the handling don't even really fundamentally understand how AI works. Like, have you heard some of these like Congress people talk about AI? It's kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Even some of the people you would expect should maybe know a little bit more because they're younger. They just like, they talk about it and they sound goofy. Oh my God, dude. Oh yeah, I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. All right, we got to get out of here for a second. We gotta get out. We gotta heal up. We gotta reassess what the hell's going on. Oh, they're on me. They are on my ass. They're looking belt to ass right now. This is a belt to ass moment. And at least only one of them came through, so that's always nice. Come on, Claire.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. You're pathetic.
Oh man, trolls, bro. Trolls in Elder Scrolls games have always been a giant pain in the ass, I swear. But we got him. We got him, folks. Man downed. Now we just got to worry about the other one. Let's heal up real quick. Also, something that I know you guys probably are not worried about, but God, is it really hard to play a game and also rant and hold a conversation at the same time? My word. Jesus Christ. Shout out all 12 of you. What a concurrent viewer count. Love you guys. Very happy. But yeah, we'll Josh is a plant. No, Josh has a very strong opinion about a lot of things, actually. This is why me and him have been friends for so long, because we both have very strong opinions and we're both very argumentative people who will give the other person what they want, which is to argue. Right? Like that's tell it is. Love that man like a brother. Absolutely. But that's why our friendship exists, is because we both like to argue and we will both give each other what we want. Like I said, I don't think fundamentally it's an inevitability. It's a when, not an if. That's what it is. Now, if you believe that the world has to damn near end for it to happen, well, I mean, that could be true too, right? Because it might collapse alongside civilization, right? When when the cost of things gets too goddamn high. Because realistically, if you think about it, right, government, things have been getting pretty hard for people, right? Cost of living in general is going up. A lot of upward mobility for different people is absolutely just dried the hell up right? One thing that's always kept people from kind of going into the streets and like burning the world to the ground is bread and circus, right? That's a thing that we've all understood for a long time, right? We've been talking about this since the Romans. The problem is now you're talking about making the bread and circus too expensive. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. As for AI, okay, we got one more of these guys. I think we can handle one if it's by himself without too much trouble. Going back to the AI in gaming, I don't hate it fundamentally because I think there's a lot of systems that could benefit from having AI, like projective voice. Not. Let me think about how to word this. You're playing an RPG game, right? And instead of rolling through a pre-designed scripted, like your lines, like what your character says, what they say, it's a more fluid, actual almost conversation happening between you and this townsfolk or this, you know, this guard or whatever, right? I think that's something that only AI can really do. And that would make gaming experiences generally better, right? The problem is it's a Pandora's box thing where you gotta kind of control how much of that lid you pry open, because if you just let people run wild with AI, well, it's gonna be another goddamn industry where, I mean, it's already bad as is, so now it's gonna be another industry with just so many dead ends for people, right? Ow, he can hit me. Okay, all right. I see you, big dog. When Claire actually hits him, it does a good amount of damage. We knew this. He's susceptible to fire. Oh, my bad, big dog. It's just, you know, I was kind of hectically swinging around and we will probably get a better quality of like, yeah, generally speaking. But like I said, this is something where you have to be very careful about how much of the lid you pry open, because then what you're going to do is you're going to turn gaming into a lot of other industries where you'll never be able to compete, right? And that, I think when I was thinking about this, right, I was kind of outside thinking about this. That is kind of when everything is the best, is when you have a lot of healthy competition. That is when gaming has been its best. That's when, you know, anything has been its best, is when you have a lot of healthy competition. When you allow one or two people to basically take over at anything, that's when it all just kind of starts to suck, right? You know what I mean? You know, I don't know, maybe people disagree with that, but I think it's kind of self-evident. Healthy competition is just what makes things better, because there's that incentive to be better, right? And that's why, kind of circling back to the earlier topic, when we were talking about patents and we were talking about stuff like that, that's why I absolutely hate the way, and a Minotaur, really? Okay, fine. Oh, we're out of magic. Let me pop the magic potion there. AI presidencies. I mean, honestly, at least if you have an AI with ethics, what would be the real difference, right? If the AI has some form of ethics, it honestly, to me, maybe I sound really dumb saying this, but like to me, as long as the AI has ethics, it doesn't really feel that much different than having a human president, because a lot of times they'll just maintain the status quo as is, right? Oh boy. This is where things start to get a little bad. Ow. Actually, these ogres don't hit as hard as the trolls do. But they keep spamming that jump attack, and that's a little annoying. Ow. Jesus Christ. Never mind, I lied. They do a fair amount of damage. Feels not so good. Feels not so good. No, please, not my intelligence. This potion made me dumber. Come on, Billy Joe. I know you're just made of bones, but get this man. He's trying to murder me. Oh, never mind. It's always funny how, as bad as some of the difficulty scaling in this game is, you just let the NPC who's following you around do all the work. I've cracked the code, guys. I've figured it out. Was it not a Minotaur? I thought it was a Minotaur. Or did he die in the tunnel? No? I guess I thought it was a Minotaur, but you know, it was just another fuzzy little troll bitch. All right, we got another one. Fair enough. Also, it's not lost on me that if I had just recharged my goddamn sword, a lot of this pain in trying to progress through this dungeon would not be happening to me. I'm fully aware. All right, let's get a defense going. Yeah, look at how much damage he's taking from those fire bolts. Okay, she timed out, disappeared, whatever. Fair enough. You're dead. Cool. Give me that. Also, stop being a plant, Josh. Let things be good. Stop defending bad stuff. Stop it. Do better. As they say. Do more gooder. Games will cost $700 and y'all can blame Josh as he welcomed the AI slop lords with open arms. He said, I will absolutely make it as easy as possible for you to doo-doo on me at your leisure, my lord. Ah, okay. I mean, yeah, but that's not what we were ever arguing, right? My problem is not that it's mediocre. It's that you're giving a mediocre product, asking for an exceptional amount of money for a mediocre product. That's the issue. That's always been the issue. You're absolutely right. Mediocre things should be allowed to exist. They absolutely should be. You know why? Because I'm a mediocre product and I think I deserve to exist. However, you cannot make a mediocre product. Like, perfect example. We'll go back to it. Conquest Dark. Was Conquest Dark a game that deserved to be like, was it a mind-rendingly good game? No. In a lot of ways, it was a very mediocre game. But guess what? They asked for $10. That's what it all comes down to, my friend. It is the product versus price point. And I weep openly for people who just genuinely allow this kind of these companies and this kind of thing to happen to them, because I want better for people. I want better for, yeah, yes. I feel like you willingly missed the point, right? You do willingly miss the point, mostly because you're trying to push my buttons, and I'm letting you. So what does that say about me? You know, it wasn't it's not a AAA game. It's a AAA studio. It's a AAA publisher. The game is like A at best, right? It's not a AAA game anymore. Hasn't been for a while. Damn, we put the absolute belt to that boy's butt. 10 seconds flat. Dropped him like a bad habit. Okay, never mind. I was confused, sir. I'm sorry. Really, we've come into your home and we're causing problems for you. Oh my God, you just punched her. You can't punch a woman in the face. That's not right.
I'm on your side.
Yeah, I know, but you decided to get up in a funny time. Because here's the thing, I can make a game, call it AAA, right? This is a AAA game, and it's Pong, right? You can make a lot of claims about things, but realistically, Assassin's Creed is not AAA anymore in terms of quality. And bro, you dead as hell. All right, we'll take your broken shields as proof. Yeah, exactly. See, this is exactly the point. $40 for a COD? Sure. Yeah, why not? I think that's perfectly fair. Warzone is free and monetizes heavily through, at least the last time I played Warzone, right? I was never very good at battle royales. I just don't like, the gameplay loop is fun. You got a couple friends, maybe you open a couple brews, you sit there and you're chilling, right? To me, battle royale games are very much like this is a fantastic way to burn a couple hours on a Saturday night with the boys, right? I've never really been very good at them or very fond of them. So, yeah. Call of Duty, right? The fact that, or like Fortnite, and that's just it, right? Is that it becomes a much easier talking point for me when you're doing microtransactions. I've never been of course it was behind me. I've never been a huge lover of microtransactions. I don't think anybody really is, right? I don't think people love microtransactions. But they become so prevalent and invasive that you really can't get away from them, and trying just seems like not the point, right? Because realistically, I mean, Fortnite's fine, right? Because you pay money and you get skins, you get like skins for your pickaxe or your little glider thing. You get all these different skins. That's fine, right? Because the base game is free and completely playable free. I could unironically clap someone and then actually Fortnite dance on them and have never spent a dime on the game, right? The problem is Assassin's Creed isn't free with microtransactions. It's $70, $130 for the collector's edition, and also has microtransactions, right? Like you're starting to kind of kill the good faith stuff here, You're killing it. And back to the point, that was the same thing with Warzone, right? Warzone, wildly popular. It's free, right? It's free, at least last I remember. And they monetize through skins. Regular Call of Duty getting all the multiplayer stuff because I don't know. I heard that the new, like the remaster or remakes of the original Modern Warfares, I heard the story was actually pretty good. I never bought any of them because I decided, I kind of just made a conscious choice. I'm never buying a Call of Duty again after Advanced Warfare 2. Was it Advanced Warfare 2? No, I think I bought, did the original Black Ops come, Black Ops came after Advanced Warfare 2, right? Does anybody remember? Anybody want to fact check my my words. It was one of those. It was either Advanced Warfare 2 or the original Black Ops. It was one of those. I for the life of me can't remember. But I was like, yeah, I'm never buying another Call of Duty because realistically, they're just not doing enough changes. And then, of course, they did do some changes, and people hated them. Right? Infinite Warfare. People hated Infinite Warfare. And to me, at least to my credit, I was like, well, they tried to at least they tried to do something different. But the problem is a lot of times you not only need to do something different, but it also needs to be good. And to be fair, that is a reasonable expectation when your budgets are as big as a lot of these games are. Again, like I said, Conquest Dark, $10, boom, easy. My expectations were low and my expectations were exceeded because I paid $10. For me personally, $40 would still be too high for a new Call of Duty game every year. However, that might be more of a niche fringe thing, right? Because I can at least accept, okay, that is vastly more reasonable for your constantly repackaged garbage. That's vastly more reasonable. Fighter goes over here. We'll have to wait until the morning for Homeboy to show up, but that's fine. We got to sleep and level up anyway. You know what I mean? I mean, to be fair, and also that's why like a lot of people are like, oh, gaming's dead. And it's like people who constantly said rap was dead. Rap's not dead. There's tons of great, like small studios making games. In my opinion, way more worth your time and money. And they're not asking a whole lot from you. You know what I mean? Now, the thing that goes right up my booty cheeks, right up my butt, is now there's this, like, we were going back to like the whole patent thing. Now there's a whole bunch of legal, like, big companies going after small gaming companies because, you know, this is like when you, me, and Ken were talking about meritocracy, we're talking about all that stuff, right? The whole ladder pull. Big gaming companies don't want to do that. They don't want to have people constantly nipping at their heels, so it's better to just beat them in court. You know what I mean? Look at Schedule 1 getting sued because I guess making a simulator where you play the role of a let's call them a street botanist, huh? Let's call it that. Apparently that's far too specific, and now they're facing legal repercussion. Even though to someone like me, you know, like I said, not vastly intelligent, that seems pretty vague.
No,
you know what I mean?
That sounds a bit troublesome.
But hey,
What's the news from the other parts of town?
why are you guys always naked? Stop being so naked.
Has been abolished in Morrowind.
I like it, but there's a time and place.
Have renounced the
Streaming
trade
to
and freed the beast folk from
a dozen
back.
people or so.
What have you found? Dead. Damn. What got him?
Urban pharmacists. They're getting sued for the same thing, patent stuff, because it was it's literally the company, or this was a bit of a weird one. I don't know. I read it and I listened to a guy named if y'all know Legendary Drops, shout out. As if I need to shout out him. He's 70 million times bigger than I am, but I love his work. He's great. You know, go watch his videos after this. Watch me first though. The people who made Drug Dealer Simulator, their publisher. Now, according to them, they released a statement. According to them, the studio who made it, right? The people who actually make the game, They didn't even know the involvement was happening. They didn't even know that this was about to happen. But apparently their publisher sued Schedule 1 for copyright infringement because they made a drug dealer simulator. I don't know if it'll hold up in court, but this is kind of, I think now that this precedent is becoming wildly more popular, I think you can definitely expect more now where bigger companies, you know, bigger publishers and development studios will be going after small ones as often as they can to try to strangle the competition while it's still in the cradle. Because one, Schedule 1, again, much like Conquest Dark, one guy, made by one guy, while the other game was made by a relatively, let's call it schmedium sized studio with a much larger publisher, as I understand it.
Let me see that.
Oh, but I want to know what the symbols mean. Why don't you tell me?
Nothing we need to talk about now. I'll pay Varanus for his contract. This is for you. Who knows? I might be able to make soldiers out of you both.
Bro, I'm literally the chosen one. And I've kind of proven that. This guy keeps talking so mean to me. So rude. World at War. No. I know World at War was the first. I'm saying which came first, Advanced Warfare 2 or Black Ops? Because if I'm remembering it correctly, it was the original Modern Warfare, World at War, because that was when they were doing the whole Infinity Ward, did all of the Advanced Warfare stuff, and Treyarch did all of the, well, just the not Advanced Warfare stuff, right? They did like the World War II, here's World War II again, and then here's, oh, now we're doing Vietnam, right? Which, by the way, to their credit, Treyarch always had the better storylines. I always thought, like, I don't even think this is a question, right? Treyarch and especially with the Black Ops, they always had the better stories, personally, right? The only thing that Infinity Ward really had was they had the one shock value. Oh my God, we watched a nuke go off. And then that was it. You know, it's kind of like they blew their load and then, you know, they're huffing and puffing while the other person's sitting next to them, kind of disappointed that they didn't get enough bang for their buck, right? So.
I'm going to need you to find Mag. Wish I knew what happened. He had a contract for a local maid. He hasn't reported to the...
All right, fine. I'll go talk to Magler.
Let's get to
but yeah, it was Advanced Warfare 2 and then Black Ops, right? That was kind of the chain of those games, as I remember it. Man, what was I even talking about? Damn, I got like, I'm not even gonna lie, Jeremy, that hit me like I feel like I just hit a brick wall with that comment where I was just like on a roll ranting about something, and then I just had to stop and my whole brain rewired for a second.
Have you seen Glistel and Melintus Anchorus?
You gotta go talk to this guy, but now we're starting to take the sun damage again, so we can't fast travel. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning.
Good day.
This is a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Well, you know what we can do? We can go sell a bunch of stuff in our inventory that we're probably not going to be using right now. So, oh yeah, we need to go to the priory. We need to go to the priory. Recharge your sword. Duh. I will keep making that mistake and keep looking like a fool every single time.
Hi there.
But for the life of me, guys, what were we talking about? It must not have been very important, but it was important to me, I think, if I can remember. Oh yeah, big companies going after little companies with like Schedule 1 getting sued and all that stuff. Yeah, that is a very unfortunate, scary precedent to me because, like I said, in most things, it's usually the smaller, more passionate studios that are really making crazy good games. I mean, look at Expedition 33, right? And to be fair, those were believe Ubisoft devs. And that game proved a lot of things. People are like, oh, people don't really want turn-based combat anymore, you know, like in the like old classic Final Fantasy style game. Turns out they do, as long as the game is good, as long as, you know, mechanics are good and the story is for games like that. The story is definitely a lot more important than I think in like an Assassin's Creed game, which, by the way, I've watched the entire Assassin's Creed story. It's not bad, but I mean, to be fair, when I'm eating, I say this about food sometimes. It's like, well, it's not bad. It just doesn't taste like anything. That's kind of the way I felt about the story. But to be fair, Assassin's Creed games have never survived on their story. Let's be real. Like they've always been like, oh, you're a secretive assassin-y dude, and the bad guys, then the Templars and all that stuff, and that's always kind of been the standard sort of. Although I don't remember, I actually did. I'll be fair, I didn't watch the whole story video. I don't know, I just wasn't into it. So I actually don't know if the enemy secret society was the Templars, but I mean, you can put a coat on a pig, still a pig under that coat.
Hello.
Perhaps that was wrong. Perhaps, you know what? Maybe it was like the last third of the story was just so good, so mind blowing.
What can I interest you?
That I just look like such a fool.
That seems a fair price.
At which point I would say this is kind of the argument of like, you know, if I have to put 70 hours into your game until I get to the good part, yeah, it's always the Templars. Okay, that's what I figured. I don't know that I'm trying to remember back to the video. It actually got taken down, as stuff like that does tend to do, like those like in-game cutscene compilations or whatever. They do tend to get copyright stricken. It is what it is, right? You know what you're doing when you make one of those. All right, you're not confused. Right, you're not confused as to what could possibly happen to that video when you make it.
Thank you.
All right, we sold all of our stuff.
Good.
We've been making bonk, actually. I mean, we were up to like 10,000 septims. We spent down to almost 1,000. Now we're back up to 7K. I mean, it has been where I will say, while the learning, not the learning curve, but the difficulty curve has been wonky, as you know, we remember Oblivion. Keeping it on expert definitely does have its bonuses of me just getting free goddamn gold pretty much coming out of my ass. So that's nice. But anyway, guys, we've been, damn, this is the longest stream I've ever done, right? We're at about 5 hours. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go walk around the house a little bit, you know, stretch my legs, like I said. And then we're going to come back and so bit of a warning label for all of my lurkers. We're gonna probably turn off Oblivion, and then I'm planning on doing a continuing the stream for like another hour or so, kind of looking up some news, right? Because we need to get ready for the Monday video, and so I'm gonna go ahead and kind of close it out here. If you need to go, Josh, anyone else, like I said, I appreciate you guys coming in, kicking it with me. Love all of you. But yeah, we're pretty much done with Oblivion for tonight, and we're going to, when I get back, we're gonna just kind of faff about on some news sites. Maybe let's hit up Reddit. Let's see what the Redditors are doing. But yeah, that's probably going to be the rest of the viewing material for tonight. So if you're not interested in that, I appreciate you guys stopping in and kicking it with me, but I will be back, say about 10 minutes, and then we'll continue on with the closing segment of the stream. If I can get my BRB screen back. There we go. All right. See you guys in a second. This Lovage. Behold my ass. It is juicy and sumptuous. Oh yeah, the gotta pull the green screen back into place. The yeah, I know what you're talking about. When I did the cutaway with the guy screaming, I put my face on it. Yeah, that was, I knew exactly what I was doing with that one. I'll be honest with you. All right, so let us let's see. No, it shouldn't be. No, I'm good. Yeah, it shouldn't be muted. All right. Now we have come to a bit of a impasse, I suppose, because I don't want anybody to see all of the naughty, nasty things I look up on my computer. So how the hell? Let me look this up. Incognito Opera. Yes. The O icon. As in oh shit. Here we go. Now you guys can't see all of the dirty stuff I look at. But like I said, this is gonna be we're just gonna kind of trawl the internet and look for news, and I'll probably comment on it, but we're just getting ready for the Monday upload. So like I said, if that's not your bag, you don't care about that, then by all means, do what you gotta do. Appreciate having you when I did. You got some ideas for me, Jeremy? Let me hear them. Give me, Jeremy, do you use Discord, or are you just past that age where you're not hip with what the kids are doing? All right, first things first, we're gonna go to the classic, right? The greatest, obviously the greatest news for gaming ever. Oh my god, why? Oh god, okay, at least this is in dark mode. So what do we got today, guys? Let's see. I've already kind of looked through this. This was an interesting one. Bungie's the whole copyright debacle that they're going with the Destiny 2. What happened to the good old days when the debacles were like Blizzard staff drinks titty milk? You know what I mean? They just raided the fridge and drank some woman's breast milk. You know what I mean? What happened to that? Yeah, you never heard about that? I thought I told you. Those seem like better days. You know what I mean? Those seem like simpler times when instead of now, here's what it is. This is the one that I was talking about earlier. Might file multi-patent U.S. lawsuit against Pocket Pair in a matter of months now. Now here's the thing, right? This is interesting to me because I don't understand why they're going through US patents. Now I don't know much about Japan outside of cat girls and anime, which are usually pretty linked together, right? I don't understand why they would go through US patents because both of those companies, Pocket Pair and Nintendo, are both Japanese companies. So why? I'm surprised that they're doing this through the US legal system. It seems like something that this would be done more in like an in-house kind of, we handle this on our turf, I guess. But we actually did look this up, you know. Oh, no, it has to be private because there was, where is it? Oh, I think it was Shift Control N. There we go. And we'll go ahead and open this up. But it was we'll just look that up. Oh, did IGN cover this? I didn't see anything from to be fair, I do kind of scroll through all of them. I tend to go through like I usually start with Reddit because at least Reddit is a less controlled environment, right? So generally speaking, you can kind of expect that you'll get a more honest. Oh, this is from Patent Lawyer Magazine. It's old though, and I believe that this is stuff that they've already kind of. Wait. All right, let's go. Let's see what Games Fray has to say, huh? On December, the U.S. patent granted U.S. patent number. Oh, that's why they're doing it. Oh, aren't we some sneaky boys? Look at this. On December 31st, 2024, so what, about 5 months ago, the United States Patent and Trademark Office granted U.S. patent number 12,001,000. Yeah, sure, whatever. And I see. What is this? So this is the patent right here. Oh, I see. If this is not the most scumbag shit I've ever seen in my life, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. You know what it is though? I think is because Nintendo couldn't go after Pocket Pair the way they wanted to because they were like, yeah, you can't just sue them for having monsters. Like you can't. Okay. This is unbelievable. Okay, and the patent went through in March 11th. That's what this is saying. So they went to the US Patent Office. I'm assuming Nintendo US did this, right? The US branch of Nintendo. I'm assuming that they did this. They just put in the patent for being able to use okay. See, this is what I was talking about. This is the dangerous precedent that eventually you're literally not even going to be able to buy a game or develop a game if you're not working for one of these like 3 companies or like these 3 major, I guess, gaming umbrellas, right? Because Nintendo just put in for this patent really not that long ago. And so they put this patent in for the whole like gliding with a monster thing. And now, like, not even a month and a half later, they're suing Pocket Pair for a thing that inextricably Pocket Pair had first. But because Nintendo now owns the patent for this, God, this is like cartoonishly evil, in my opinion, right? Because this means that if you are, so let's set the scene here. You're a small dev, you come up with a system for a game, right? That means that a larger studio or publisher can come in and I'm on my phone. I can actually, you know what I can do? I can make this a little bit bigger so that if you guys want to read this, but I'll kind of give you the, there's a new Mandela effect. Let's hear it, Jeremy. Because I'm familiar with the Mandela effect, but I'd like to know what the new one is. And in the meantime, I'll keep rambling about this, right? So this means, okay, we set the scene. You're a small studio. Let's say you're an individual. You're one of the people who made Schedule 1, or you made, Conquest Dark, whatever, right? You're a small studio. Your publisher is not very big, right? Mad Mushroom, who published Conquest Dark, they're not terribly big either. And a big thing for them is they also actually, they kind of just publish a lot of these smaller studios who make those roguelites, right? And they even on like Steam, they have like bundles and stuff with they put all the smaller studios games together so you can get all of them at once, which is fine, whatever, right? You can make a game, you can make a system, you can invent the system, you can make this thing. Now, to be fair, using a monster that you call let's call them Pokemon or Pokemon adjacent, you can make the system where you use them. The what, Jeremy? Excuse me, sir. I'm going to need more. I'm going to need something more for that. I'll look that up after this, though. Maybe I'll look that up on my own free time. Y'all feel free to look up the breast milk black market, because you know what? We live in such interesting times. I'm not even going to claim that that's too crazy to be real. I won't. Now, what I was talking about was because Jeremy, I know you're not really, you don't follow a lot of news and a lot of like gaming companies and stuff. A while back, there was a really massive game company called Blizzard, and they came under huge fire, like a lot of their staff and stuff, because what they were doing is they had a maternity area for their female staff, including a fridge where the women could like pre-pump and then place the breast milk into storage, like in these fridges. Apparently the guys would go in there and just drink it. That's a pretty bad look when you're trying to run a company, just saying. But back to this, right? So you invent this thing, you make this system, and a larger company, if you don't get to the patent first, right? Because I would imagine, especially the tragedy is, I feel like a lot of home devs, small dev teams, the people who care about the passion, who care about the grind, you're probably, unfortunately, not really constantly thinking about putting in a patent for a system you put in your game. But what this means is you can put something into your game, another company can come in, open a patent, and then retroactively sue you for using the thing that there's no way, right? Nintendo, oh my God, this became a far more interesting topic to me, because now we have to wait for the precedent of the legal proceedings, right? Because you would think in a reasonable world, a judge would look at this and go, listen, this game existed before you put the patent in. Right? This game was developed and released before you released the patent, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, and now I have to double check, because I got to make sure that my ducks are in a row, right? Power World release date. Game's been out for a while, right? Okay, so its Steam release date was January 19th, 2024. And this patent was a full year later. Yeah. Right, because Power World released at the beginning of last year, and this patent was officially filed at the end of last year. Right, so we have a full year. You would think that a reasonable judge would look at this and go, "There's no goddamn way, man. Like, there's no goddamn way. There's no way you can make a patent after a game has already fully released." God, this is so bad, Nintendo. Why are you doing this, man? Why is Nintendo doing this? Jesus Christ, dude. Because here's the problem. I was just talking about how patents are ruining like the spirit of gaming, right? Where people make a thing and other people iterate on it and we keep getting. So what this is going, because, okay, it hasn't happened yet, right? It hasn't happened yet. A judge still needs to go through a whole court trial, like a case, all that stuff. And it's obviously all this business stuff very much different from like legal proceedings when it's like, you know, I got caught drunk driving or something, right? But the problem is, if a judge allows this, that means that literally everybody is going to be filing for patents on literally everything they can get their hands on. And Nintendo's going to keep doing this, right? Like, they're not going to stop, especially if you get away with something once, you can almost pretty much guarantee that people will keep doing the thing they keep getting away with, right? Like, that seems like a fair thing to assume. This patent would be granted when it released update last year, the change of game mechanic. Okay, so I don't understand this line right here, right? Pocket Pair knew that this patent would be granted when it released Power World update last year that changed a certain game mechanic. That makes it a possibility that by the time this patent issued, it had already become pretty useless for the purposes of a Power World lawsuit. So does that mean, I'm so confused. Are the dates wrong then? Okay, yeah, explain it to me like I'm 5, I guess. Because I don't understand how Nintendo can file a patent after a game gets released and then retroactively go after the game. Novelty is indeed a patentable quality. Yeah, that is, yeah, we're learning this, and that is an absolutely, to me at least, that's an absolutely terrifying it's from the Matrix. Are you saying that, wait, I'm confused. Are you saying the Mandela effect is from the Matrix, or are you talking about the breast milk is from the Matrix? For everything you know in your life is a lie, but now they're saying that it was never said in the movie ever. Yeah, no. I understand what the Mandela effect is. I'm wondering if there was like a tie to the breast milk thing. I'm gonna be honest, or you were just pissing around, and I, like I said, it's hard to tell. I will say, right, like when I'm streaming, but even like when you're sending text, right, sometimes it like there's the intent behind it is more of like implied through, you know, the way you say things, like the voice, the face that you make. So it's hard for me to tell if you were just like making a joke or you're being completely serious, and that's where I'm getting confused. Right. Because it's kind of hard to tell, like, because I'm gonna be honest, I thought you were offering me like a new scandal of some sort that has to do with that, like that whole topic of like the breast milk getting stolen, and I'm all for that. I'll talk the hell out of that. Okay, so yeah, you can only patent something. Priority date, normally the filing. You hired a patent attorney. The patent attorney discussed it with you, sent the draft application, you get the green light, and that gets filed on January. Then January became the priority date of your patent. Why not? Which is when you actually, well, there was a time until, kind of done that. Now let's look at one of those. The number starts with JP to indicate that the patent was granted by the Japan Patent Office. Okay, but that, I mean, as far as I understand, though, there's no legal precedent in the US. Like every country has its own, every country that has a patent office, they all would have to, enforce them differently, right? I guess it would mean that like in the version of the game in the US, you can have gliding, but in the Japan version or Japanese version, you can't have it. You don't have to be Japanese to file. Well, yeah, that we already know that, right? I could file a patent in Estonia if they have a patent office, and I could just make shit up. The title of JP 390 is, let's put it like this: only because Nintendo has a patent on a game program, game system, information device, doesn't mean that they can just sue anyone. All right, here's the thing, bro. I'm glad you are not explaining. This site is not explaining it to me like I'm 5 because it's too goddamn wordy. I need to know. Derived from another patent application. 2 types of derivative. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, a patent description is like a little book. That's true. Yeah, and there's a lot of legal. You have to be very careful. This is why lawyers exist, because if anything was simple, we wouldn't need lawyers. We wouldn't need people whose jobs it literally is to sit here and read books on nothing really, right? And that's one thing I've always hated about the legal system is that it is by design forced to be more complicated, like designed to be more complicated simply so that the average person really doesn't even, it's not even like the average person isn't intelligent enough. Human beings are very intelligent. Who the hell's got the time for this? Right? I don't have the time to sit here and read through 700 pages of your patent and try to find the exact wording so that I can try to weasel my way through and make something that looks like it, but isn't it, because in this line on page 340, paragraph 5, subsection A, you said this, and now, I can get away with whatever I want, right? The problem is I need you to, I feel like this probably could, well, then again, you wouldn't have a news article, right? You wouldn't have a news article if you summed it up to me in 5 words. I feel like, though, what exactly did Nintendo do here to have, I'm sure they fudged it a little bit, right? And patent number on September. Are these all the patents that have to do with that specific glider mechanic? Because it feels like, one, it feels like just because it was filed in Japan doesn't mean that matters for US court systems, right? Or am I wrong here? Is there like a legal kind of workaround where, you can take things to a different country and argue patents from the previous country? Like this is what, like, this literally, for me, honestly, this could just be a YouTube video, right? Where I do take the time to sit here, because I mean, you guys, you and me, right? My lovely crowd, we could sit here, we could read this for the next 6 hours, try to disseminate, right? It seems like we're optimized for the dispute with Pocket Pair. They looked at what they had disclosed in their earlier 2021 patent applications and then tried to obtain claims that would read on Palworld. This is how patent professionals call it if a patent is infringed by an right? Yeah, we got to the very end of it, and I feel like, even though I kind of just read through it, but really all I read through, and please, all of my beautiful lurkers, all of you out there just listening to me talk, if any of you understands this better than I do, please help me in like a sentence or less. Is it because they filed in Japan, there's a legal precedent that they have priority for it in other countries? I mean, it's obvious, like when you read about it, it's obvious that Pocket Pair was never worried about filing patents in the first place, right? They just made a game. right? They just oh, I get it now. I get it. This one sentence. I get it now. It's because they owned a previous patent that didn't specifically patent. And for out here, let's have a fun drinking game. Let's take a sip of water, not alcohol, because you'll die. Let's take a sip of water every time I say patent, because I feel like I'm about to say it a lot. So as I understand it, because Nintendo already owned a patent on some mechanics that were kind of based on the fact that you interact with Pokemon, in obviously in Nintendo's case, Pokemon. And I can think about it like they probably have the fucking fly system patented, or they've tried to get as close to the movie The Matrix that is the Mandela effect. Oh, all right. I get what you're saying now. All right, it clicked. I see what. No, yeah. I see what you're saying. Speaking of which, on a side note, I saw The Matrix 4 not too long ago, just kind of like on YouTube. Not very good. I was okay. Keanu Reeves just kind of carries any movie he's in, right? But back to this. So I understand it now. So basically, because they already previously owned a patent in which you could interact with your monsters, Pokemon, whatever, they had the ability to make a. I notice my camera keeps going out of focus every time I shake my hand. I'm one of those people, I'm very animated when I speak and I use my hands a lot. So I'll try not to do that for the camera's sake. But anyway, so they own the thing. Now, because they have a previous patent, they then can file another almost like a patent tree, where you have the first one, and then there's branches that begin to come up off of it. And that's why legally, even though they didn't specify, yeah, it is. I don't have my phone anywhere near me. But if you want to call me at the end of the stream, just give me like we'll probably be ending the stream in like 20 minutes, right? Something like that. Because I don't want to take a phone call on stream. Seems like, no offense, I still love you, buddy. They're able to do this now. Again, this is like this is one of those things where my simpleton brain, right? Like I said, not a vastly intelligent man. This still seems like a bad precedent. It even seems worse in a way, right? Because now it means that one, every single game company is going to be rushing to patent literally whatever they can. And most of the people, because of the amount of money, I think, that is required to actually go through with filing a patent and getting it approved and all that stuff. And I'm not 100% sure, don't quote me on this part, but you also have to pay it yearly or something or you have to pay something on it, like you have to pay taxes on it or something. That I actually don't know if it's true. I'm completely speaking on something I saw on Google, like just briefly skimming, right? So I'm definitely not, that part might be false, right? But there is a lot of money tied to getting patents done. So what this means is that you're going to, like, major game companies are going to start patenting everything. And now, I mean, we're going to get to a point, right, where I saw, and this was a comment I saw on Reddit, but it feels kind of true. We're going to get to a point where Our World is just a farming simulator. Like, if Nintendo keeps being able to open patents retroactively after the game has been released and because it does say, because that's the thing, is that this is just a sneaky workaround, right? That's really what this is. It's just super sneaky, because it says at least in this article, which could have been, I believe it was in the previous page before they, I don't know. I would not trust, I'm sorry, Florian Mueller. I bet you're a great person, but I would not trust this person to explain anything to a 5-year-old, because that is not how you explain things to it. Like, the sixth part of our explain it to me like I'm 5. No. I'm very, very close intellectually to a 5-year-old. That a lot of that went right over my head, man. It's too much words. It's too many words. Too many words. And I feel like you could have dumbed it down to like, listen, basically, if you want a patent that's similar to a thing, you can open up a new patent. And if the thing that you're trying to sue falls into that new patent, you can still retroactively sue them for the prior, right? Well, first off, absolutely insane. What the hell? Nintendo grappling with hard choice after U.S. Patent Office overwhelmingly. Yeah, somebody's got to come in and stop, like step in and stop these guys. I'm like, stop it. Because the thing is, you're setting a really dangerous fucking precedent, right? Like, it seems funny. And I've seen a lot of people, by the way, I love all my viewers. Anybody who gives me any of their time, I do appreciate you giving. Time is a valuable thing. If you're choosing to spend your time with me, I absolutely do appreciate it. However, if you're one of the people who read that Nintendo was suing Pocket Pair and you were parading it around as if you personally had one, you are a different level of stupid that cannot be fixed. Honestly, it is, because what you're saying is, because here's the thing, right? Basically what you're defending is you're defending the fact that Nintendo, much like all these other game companies, have been giving you the same recycled slop for years. For years. Every single Pokemon game, right? And I've played every single one of them up to Sword and Shield, because that was when I finally put my foot down. I said, I'm not buying a goddamn, they didn't want to do the handheld thing anymore, or they wanted to do the convergence, right? Our console is a handheld, right? Sure, fine, whatever. I was like, I only ever buy the handheld really usually for Pokemon and a couple other things, right? I was a schlub. I was a mark. Absolutely was. And I'll freely admit that. I put my foot down after Sword and Shield. I'm like, I'm not buying a Switch just to play Pokemon. That's kind of where I draw the line. The DSs were a little bit cheaper than like the main stationaries, whatever. That's probably when I should. No, that's not true. Gold and silver were solid. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb, because this was kind of, I was at that point. Gold and silver were better than red and blue. Is what it is. And if we're being honest, the generations up until about Gen 6-ish, I think, they were solid, right? But now it's just like we're doing the same thing every game. Gen 6 was the Mega Evolutions. Gen 7 was the Z moves. It's always the same thing. They're going to add a couple new Pokemon. They're going to add one new mechanic, and usually just kind of throw away the mechanic from the previous game, right? And they're going to charge you $60 for the pleasure. Now, they had a chance. They were the grandpappies of this. Although, of course, we know that they're not the first creature collector game, but they're obviously the most popular of our time, the one that everyone thinks of, right? When you came out with Legends of Arceus, you could have been Palworld. Now, obviously, you couldn't have guns. You couldn't chop up Pokemon and eat them. Although there is precedent that you've talked about it before. And there was even some episodes in like the anime or whatever where they ate like Magikarp, they chopped up Magikarp and ate them and stuff like that. And it's kind of known that while it's cute and cuddly, there is a darker kind of just below the surface line of like the Pokemon do eat each other, like actually just consume each other, right? But obviously in the games, you're not going to do that. These games are aimed for 10-year-olds, right? And my problem is not that your game that's supposed to appeal to 10-year-olds doesn't appeal to me anymore. It's that you're not even trying. That's really what it comes down to for a lot of my disdain. Honestly, almost disgust for like bigger studios. It's like, you're not even trying anymore. And the thing is, right, this sets to me a scary precedent where it's like, now Nintendo is going to be able to not only strangle out Pocket Pair, but anybody moving forward who wants to do anything except the basics. Because there was already games like Temtem. There was there was another one on Steam where people made a Pokemon-esque game, but it was like digital creatures out of cassette tapes. Whatever. It's Pokemon with a different skin, right? And that's the problem now, is that you are only giving your competitors the bare bones to work with because you're retroactively suing them for things that they did that was actually unique. I didn't play Legends of Arceus, but I watched a lot of gameplay on it. I never saw the glide thing. But apparently, because it's tied to another patent that they held, at least if I'm reading this correctly, right? And there's a lot of words here saying a lot of stuff, right? But basically what you're telling me is that because they owned a patent that already kind of talked about a system broadly, but not the gliding thing specifically, you can then come out with a patent for gliding specifically, and then retroactively, even though this game's already been out, and sue the shit out of them? Am I the only person sitting here thinking, wow, it isn't even about Nintendo anymore? It's about what this means. The idea of setting precedent, right? The idea that we've never seen this before, or we've never seen this before. And when one person opens the box, right? For those of you watching, you know, if you've ever heard of the story of Pandora's box, right? The allegory, the theme of the story is that once you've done something, once you've set a precedent, there is never any going back. Apply this to whatever. Apply it to another popular. I don't know if all my viewers are American. I don't know if how many of you viewers are American. None of you are talking to me, and that makes me kind of sad. Guns. Guns gets talked about a lot, but in America, it's constantly talked about. The thing is, you can't ban guns anymore, especially not. Maybe you can in other countries, especially in America, you can't. We've already pulled the lid off that box. Guns exist. We invented them. Unfortunately, now we just got to deal with what we do with them, right? This is exactly, I mean, it's realistically, it's not as dangerous as guns because nobody's getting killed by Nintendo yet. Give it 20 years before that precedent is set, right? Disney already tried to set the precedent that if you sign up for our streaming service, we don't have to pay out life insurance if you die at our park. Now, Disney lost, right? And that's good. But imagine if they hadn't. Imagine if Disney had won that case. Think of the precedent again. Take a sip of water every time I say precedent. Think of the precedent you would have set for that. Everybody would have been doing it. All these companies would have rushed to put these clauses in weird places that you wouldn't even expect it and be like, well, yeah, he died at our facility, but 7 years ago, he signed up for our 7 years ago, he signed up for our bullshit. And in there, in the fine print at the very bottom of the 17th page, we said, you can't sue us if you sign up for this thing. And so boom, bomb, bang, bop, beep, babadoo, boop, gotcha, right? You know what it is? This is the year of Nintendo, where Nintendo's setting a lot of fucking stupid precedents, and it's really starting to piss me off, man. It is. It's really starting to piss me off. Because you know what? Sure. I already know what the counter argument is. Well, Titus, you see, they are well within their legal right to do this according to subsection F of the UCK law. I don't care. I don't care, man. It's retarded. There, I said it. It's so stupid that a company can do this. And now, just like with the raising the game prices, yes, please explain to me how your Tears of the Kingdom update for the new Switch 2, a game that's been out for years, that didn't run properly when it came out, you're now going to recharge people for the full game and tack on $20. I don't even need to sit here. I've thought of, I was like thinking about it, right? Thinking about content. That's what content creators do. We never shut our brains off when it comes to making content and shit, right? And I started thinking to myself, I said, you know what, Titus, what else are we going to talk about? There's so much to talk. There really is. The problem is not that there's not enough content to talk about. The problem is whether or not I think it'll be interesting for me or you guys, the viewers, right? Okay, sure, fine, whatever, right? There's already so many people talking about how crap Nintendo is. We're not even halfway through the year. And they've already set basically two precedents that is absolutely fucking horrible for gaming. Absolutely horrible. Raising the prices, raising the hardware, and then this patent stuff. Because how much do you guys want to bet? How much do you guys want to bet that other people aren't going to follow suit on this? What, you think Xbox is above doing some sneaky shit? Why? Because Bill Gates just talks shit about Elon Musk? Get out of here, man. What are you talking about? Xbox is raising their prices. By the way, I'm sorry. If you believe that it has anything to do with tariffs, you're just wrong, and I don't know what to tell you. If you think tariffs are the reason why Xbox is increasing the price of their consoles that came out 7 years ago or 6 years ago, I don't know what to tell you, man. Listen, no, I do know what to tell you. Listen, I've got a bridge in Alaska. And if you could just cut me a check for about $300,000, I can sign over this bridge to you. Comes with 75 acres of land. Do whatever you want. Yeah, I got oceanfront property in Arizona. We can talk details. Because I don't understand. I mean, this is no, I do understand. I'm not that dumb. I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. This is legality versus ethics. It doesn't matter if what you're doing is scummy as long as you're not breaking a law, right? I'll be honest. If you guys have Palworld, if you like Palworld, you better play it now. Because in 6 months, Palworld probably won't even look the same as when you bought it. And honestly, it's not Pocket Pair's fault. I remember when Palworld came out, a lot of people talked about because they had done a very similar, I don't want to call it shovelware, but it was a project that came out. It was a survival crafting game. It got abandoned. Right? People were definitely very much up Pocket Pair's ass about that one. And I'll be honest, deservedly so. If you put out a game and there's an unspoken understanding that you're going to be developing this game, then yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can understand why people are mad for sure. But bro, they're going to get the pantsuit out of them. Next thing you know, they're going to have to take the pals out. This is absolutely insane to me. This is absolutely insane. I don't want to talk about Nintendo anymore. Fucking greedy pigs. Disgusting. Like I said, I get it. They're not doing anything illegal, and that's really what matters. And I can argue ethics until I'm blue in the face, but who cares, right? Oh man, that I will definitely, I'll be honest with you, that article or like everything about it, I will do a little more research so that when I talk about it on Monday, I'll at least somewhat know what I'm talking about, because I'm rambling because I'm mad, right? Because of course I love gaming and I want to see it the best. I want to see the best version of it that it can be, right? It's like with anything else. When you really like something or love something, you really want to see the best for it. And the problem with gaming is that fundamentally what I'm seeing here is we slowly trek towards a world where people, these bigger companies, will begin finding loopholes onto why they can strip games down to basically nothing. Right? I think at some point Nintendo can't patent the idea of collecting monsters. I think that's too broad. And to be fair, it did exist before Pokemon came, right? I believe Shin Megami Tensei did it first. Could be wrong though. No, I'm pretty sure I'm right. So Nintendo can't patent that. But what we're going to see is that Nintendo is still going to win, because not only are they going to be able, like, everyone's going to be able to make creature collectors, but Nintendo is going to be the only one that's going to be allowed to put in flying mechanics. They're going to be the only ones that can put in catch mechanics. They're going to be the only one who can put in whatever, right? Eventually. All the other games will have you'll be able to collect creatures, but it's all you're going to be able to do. And Nintendo will be able to do just a little bit more, just enough more. And then they'll charge you $150 for the game. And then they won't even put all of the Pokemon in one game. You're going to have to buy both games to get your hands on it. Or, you know what me and my friends would do? I would buy one version. They would buy the other. So at least I don't have to buy two versions of the game. This was another one. This one I thought was hilarious, was the whole Apple debacle. They're another one, right? Companies putting in third-party payment options that actually just take you out of the Apple store. And then they were still somehow finding a way to take a cut. Or if you really got away from it, like Epic did with Fortnite, boom, they just took you off the store. Man, this one, you guys want to watch a trailer? Let's watch a trailer, huh? I actually unironically want to watch this. Hopefully I don't get copyright strikes. This I'm very excited for. I've always been a huge Doom fan. This is a little bit loud, so let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and drop it down just a smidge, shall we? So they call this the Dark Ages, but everything's still gonna have guns, right? Like, you can't have a Doom game without guns. So what is it, just aesthetic? All right. Ooh, a chain flail. Now, okay, cool, right? Anybody getting tired of the chainsaw? I don't get tired of chainsaw. Oh, they put fur around the collar. That's how you know it's medieval. Of course. Well, and all the Gothic style buildings, right? The Victorian-esque style, obviously. I always do confuse myself. Do people actually follow the story of Doom? I know they do, but like, is that why we're here? Didn't he already kill the god of death or the god of the demons, or I don't even know. I wasn't, like I said, it goes to show how much I pay attention to stuff like that, right? Oh, they have a gliding mechanic, Nintendo. I better go get them. Doom: The Dark Ages. May 15th, so 4 days, huh? Damn. Might have to play that. I'll be honest. All right. So YouTube is telling me I have 27 concurrent viewers. By the way, insanely the most I've ever had at any point in time, right? And I know that none of you have been typing in chat, but if one person could step forward and answer this question. Do you think Oblivion is like dead as a viewership material? Or am I just not streaming at the right time? This is the question that I kind of, because generally speaking, one of the reasons why I do a lot of content, honestly, the reason I started doing streaming was because I actually do want to interact with the people who view me, right? Whether it be my YouTube subscribers or new people. I generally do just kind of like talking to people. So if anybody would like to step forward, be the tribute. Because yeah, that is absolutely insane. And I absolutely love all of you who have come out to watch. Appreciate every single one of you. We are currently talking about gaming news. We were doing Oblivion, a bit of a trick title, but I didn't know how to change the title, at least in OBS. I don't know how to change the title without turning the stream off. I didn't really want to turn the stream off because, you know, we're just kicking it. We're talking, right? So, but we are talking about gaming news right now. And yeah, things ain't looking so good, guys. And there's a lot of, I like how this person puts anti-Palworld US patents. And you know what? You know what the crazy thing is? They're not wrong, because I guarantee you, if Palworld hadn't come out, but even more importantly, if Palworld hadn't blown up the way it did, these patents never would have existed. I put money on that. I put a solid 350 on it. 350. I'd put on that bet. That Nintendo never would have done this. Nintendo does do a lot of, they go after people for a lot. Excuse me. On my Monday video, last Monday, when I made that first news thing, and I obviously joked about, you know, Nintendo's never sued anybody. It's true. By the way, everything I put on screen, confirmably true. Now, they sued the person in Colombia because they had a grocery store called Super Mario. They lost. They also did try to go after somebody in Thailand. It wasn't necessarily because of the dad playing out behind the screen. As I looked into it, it was a little more complex than that. And it had something to do with like a almost like streaming Nintendo stuff on a jailbroken system. They did try both times to sue those people, and they did lose both times. But Nintendo is no stranger to using an army of lawyers to go after whoever they point them at. And unfortunately, with the whole pocket pair thing, it looks like they might succeed. I'll be honest with you. It really does look like they might succeed. I don't think that the litigation has actually gone through, like the court case has gone through yet, but I mean, from what I read on that other article where someone quite poorly tried to explain it to me like I was 5, who seemed to, at least I will admit, understand patents more than I do, seemed to think that there was a solid case for that going through. So, you know, like I said, when I don't really understand something to a full extent, I will defer to whoever seems to be the expert, I suppose. But Jesus, man, that is a bad look for sure. For sure is not a good look. Nintendo's new terms allow them to permanently brick your Switch for unauthorized use, including mods and homebrew. All right, Nintendo. I guess I'm not done with you yet. Let's read this article. This is from, oh, okay. So this is going to redirect us to X, formerly known as Twitter. Let's go. Can't wait. Breaking news. Let's go ahead. I would much rather prefer to use Google because it is just better for that kind of stuff. Nintendo to brick systems. All right, we got this from The Gamer. Nintendo is notoriously tough on anyone who emulates its games. That is true. That is true. For anybody who knows anything about the Nintendo content creation sphere on YouTube, and realistically is why I will absolutely never cover a Nintendo game on this channel. So, unfortunately, and it's not even because I hate Nintendo, I do, but you know, some of their developers make solid games. It's because every once in a while they get a wild hair up their ass and they just go after people. They've gone after the Smash community, they've gone after the PokeTuber community, all those people. So if you happen to be one of my viewers and you are one of the people who I put out the posts, right, the poll for like what systems you use outside of mobile, because obviously channel got its start as a gacha game channel, so I assumed most people were phone gamers, which is, you know, whatever. If you're one of those people who said Nintendo, unfortunately, you will never see a Nintendo game on this channel. And it's like I said, it's not because some games aren't worth covering. It's because I don't need my channel getting bricked because Nintendo gets a wild hair up its ass and then suddenly they're copyright striking literally everything I do. Which if you know anything about gaming content creation, there's always that fear. There's always that chance that somebody comes after you because you said something they don't like, or they did something, you know, you did something to really, really piss somebody off, right? Nintendo's not the one that I feel like playing with, because I'll fully admit, like, they'll come after me and I'll lose because I can't stand up to this multi-billion-dollar corporation. Kidding me? Nintendo can brick your Switch if you try and modify the console. It was spotted by GameFile, but anyone with a Nintendo account should have received an email with these updated terms by now. The new wording goes that anyone modifying their Nintendo games or consoles, since this is also done to pirate and emulate titles. So this is always the pretext, right? It's always the pretext of piracy, but I don't think it's true. And here's why. People who pirate games and jailbreak consoles are much more motivated and smarter than these guys are, generally speaking, right? If you know anything, it's because you know, they hold on to the obsession of they're kind of like Puritans but for gaming, right? They really don't like having their stuff modded, because modding something specifically, right? Because that's the thing. They put the pretext of piracy, but what does modding my game have anything to do? Because what that means is, right, modding falls under this, right? You ever seen a lot of Pokemon YouTubers I watch from time to time. I do enjoy watching, especially like Nuzlocke, the thing where it's like you have your team of Pokemon. If one of them dies, you know, you gotta stop using it. It's basically dead forever. And then, you know, you keep going until you either beat the game or you fail, right? You see a lot of ROM hacks for that, right? Well, generally speaking, PokeTubers have had this very, very precarious position where they do it sometimes with actual console games. What I mean by that is they're not ROM hacking a Game Boy Advance game that's 30 goddamn years old or 20 goddamn years old. They're doing it to the newest game, right? I watch people do it with Sword and Shield. And they would do things like, for instance, they would completely randomize encounters. And what does that mean? Well, generally speaking, you're playing a Pokemon game, you hit the first patch of grass, it's always going to be the regional rat, the regional bird, or X, right? Like there's a third option, but it's usually those first three, right? Well, what they would do is they would go into the game files, they'd mess around a little bit, and they would randomize it so that you hit the first patch of grass and it could be Mewtwo, right? Or it could be something else that's not supposed to be there. According to them, that has nothing to do with piracy. If you get caught doing it, they're going to brick your entire Switch. It is just a pretext for control. It's a pretext to allow them to do whatever they want to you. And piracy is just the because who's going to argue against theft, right? When you really think about it, the reason they bring up piracy is because who's going to argue for stealing shit? Most people, most well-adjusted humans in society are like, yeah, stealing's bad, right? Stealing shit's bad. So, of course, if they say, oh, well, this is based off piracy, right? Most people won't argue it. Now, I would argue, at what point does modding a game I've already bought from you, I've already paid you your money for this, how does that constitute piracy? You didn't offer this stuff. It's not like Nintendo internally offers a $5 DLC pack, although, you know, who knows, right? The future is unwritten. It's not like Nintendo writes or offers like a $5 DLC pack in which you can edit the game files or you can randomize the encounters or what trainers will have or what have you, right? So this whole piracy thing is just a pretext. It's a good lie. That's it. It's a good lie. It's a good lie because most well-adjusted people know that stealing is bad. Fundamentally, it's bad because you wouldn't want someone stealing from you. Generally speaking, and this might be because of my religious upbringing, I do hold to most of the 10 commandments, I guess, because they just make sense, right? Do unto others. This means if you wouldn't want someone to pull your nose hairs out one by one with a hot pair of tweezers, don't do it to other people. That seems pretty reasonable, right? And so piracy, stealing follows the same fundament, and that's why most people believe the same thing. I wouldn't want someone coming in here, kicking down my door and stealing my computer. So why would I steal from somebody else? But that's not what this is about. Now, the question is, as per the agreement, so the question is, can you even use the console if you don't agree to this? Right? Because I imagine that I haven't used a console in a long time. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Listen, anybody watching this, if you're a console gamer, I understand why consoles are popular. I've never not understood that. It's because they're cheap. They're cheap, and there's a unspoken guarantee that every game that comes out for this will work, right? PC, it gets very complicated, right? PC, you have all these different companies making motherboards and CPUs, and I have this graphics card and this, and there's a whole line of things where there's a whole line with, you know, multiple different points. And at some point when one of the points breaks, everything stops working. And it's really complicated to try and get that on track, right? Because you have a AMD processor, but you have a NVIDIA graphics card or whatever. I don't even know if those are compatible anymore. They used to be, right? I remember running on the first PC I ever built was an AMD Ryzen with an NVIDIA graphics card, right? This goes to show how little I know about a lot of things, right? I know a little bit about a lot, but I know a lot about a little, but I don't know a lot about a lot. So the problem is with PC gaming, you realistically, you buy a pre-built PC, it's pretty much guaranteed to work, but it's going to cost you like twice as much as if you bought the parts yourself and just built it yourself, right? That's always been the thing. That's always been kind of the barrier to entry for PC. Is either because for most people, you can build a decent, like average, painfully average setup, and you can get the parts for about as much as it'll cost you to buy a next gen console. A little bit more, right? My first PC build cost me $800. Actually, it cost me $950, but that was because I was impatient and I bought a PC case, just a case that I really didn't need to, but because the site I was on, you know, it's one of those things. I'm already there. I'm already kind of prepared to buy something. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll buy it. They didn't have the one I wanted, so I'll buy the next one, which happened to be like $100 more, right? But for like $800-900, you can probably put together a very standard, painfully average PC that will play most things you care about, right? You might not be able to play the Oblivion remaster on ultra everything graphics. I can't even do that, but you can probably buy it, play it on low. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look terrible. It's playable and you get to do it, right? The thing about that though, is you have to buy the parts. You're probably, if you're really trying to pinch your pennies, you're going to different sites, right? Then you got to put it together. Now, is it hard? No, but the problem is if you fuck something up, you're responsible, right? You're paying for the convenience with like consoles. One, you might not even have to be responsible, right? You get consoles, you go to like Best Buy, you get like a 2-year warranty. I paid an extra $30. Something happens to this console, I'm not responsible for it. Here, take it back, give me a new one, right? I ain't got to put shit together. I pull the PlayStation out of the box, hook it up to my computer or hook it up to my TV, boom, it plays. It also is pretty much guaranteed to play everything that I want. And it's pretty much guaranteed to play everything that releases for it, right? I don't have to sit there on Steam and go, okay, well, what is my system specifications? Do I hit all of the check marks? Oh no, turns out that this game isn't optimized for my graphics card or my chipset, whatever, right? I understand why people do console gaming. However, if you have the means to not do it, don't do it. Nintendo is proving this. And Xbox and Sony, like Microsoft and Sony, they are following in Nintendo's footsteps. Think about how shocking it was. People were talking about going from 60 to 70. Now we're up to 80. It's going to be like another 2 years when we're going to be at $100. And I don't care. People make such terrible arguments. They're like, well, you know, if you compare the gaming, you know, gaming prices haven't changed since the 80s. Okay, true. Yeah, it's true, actually. Which is more baffling because an Atari game cost $60 back then. And it's like, well, technically it was 100. Yeah, it never should have been. I understand these are luxury items, but you know, this is where we kind of get into this very not bad faith. What would you call it? It's a bad argument, basically. Because the process for creating games has never been easier. Like I said, most of the budget of a game is like marketing, it's bloated staffs, right? You have 12 supervisors for every one employee. That's where a lot of this cost is coming from, if I'm being honest. And now the pretext for Nintendo is, oh, well, we want to stop piracy. Okay. So what does that have to do with modifying a game? It doesn't. It just doesn't. Publish, copy, modify, reverse engineer, lease, rent, decompile, disassemble, distribute, offer for sale, or so wait a minute. This is where wording gets tricky. So does this mean that if I buy a Nintendo Switch game and I want to then resell that game to somebody else, you can brick my system? Or does it just mean that you'll brick the system if I try to sell a recreation of the system? Because again, now Nintendo US, man, dude, this entire whole news section is just the Nintendo shit show, huh? Because Nintendo's also going after another company who sells peripherals, some of them for Nintendo, like Nintendo Pro controller, this kind of setup thing. However, I will say this in that case specifically, because never let it be said that Tidus isn't at least fair when he's harsh. Okay. I can be harsh. I can be very critical, but I am fair. Just like the dad who went for milk and cigarettes and never came home. I'm stern, but fair. In that case, Nintendo's actually probably in the right. Because the again, this is more that I covered on last Monday in the news video, was essentially how would we put this? The tech company, the God, what were they called? It was like GL something. They were at a tech conference and they claimed to have a functional, at least from what I understand, a functional early tech kind of mock-up, like prototype of the Nintendo Switch 2. Basically, nobody could figure out how they got it, but they weren't supposed to have it, and Nintendo cracked down on them. Now, again, stern but fair. Nintendo, in my mind, is in the right with that one. The problem is you're kind of playing into this meme, I suppose, where you're just sue crazy psychopaths. Going off half-cocked constantly at anything that moves, anything that looks Nintendo. Very, very strange to me. But I don't know. Now they're going to be able to bring your console. I mean, honestly, it almost feels like this coming Monday, I'm just going to be talking about Nintendo. Breaking your console, going after Pocket Pair. The Pocket Pair one feels super egregious to me. And to be fair, I will do a little more research because I understand that I may be going off half-cocked. That's another thing too. Because most consoles, most games in general, have some form of DRM that has to do with anti-cheat systems. A lot of that super unnecessary for Nintendo, but whatever. So, like this comment says here, you know, I'll play my games offline, which actually makes a good question, which actually, I mean, does beg the good question. Because here's the thing, Nintendo, unlike Sony and Xbox, is not the necessity to be linked online isn't really as prevalent, because Nintendo doesn't have a huge, I mean, unless Splatoon is way bigger than I give it credit for, Nintendo in general doesn't have it. Well, Smash Bros, I suppose, right? Smash Bros, I know a lot of people do play that online. Mario Kart, obviously, the big ones. I'll reassess that, because the more I'm kind of thinking about it, I'm like, that just might be me. That might be a me thing where I don't think about Nintendo's as like cutting edge PvP, like, you know, competitive gaming, right? To me, co-op and competitive gaming in Nintendo is like, I'm sitting at my girlfriend's grandmother's house and me and her little brother are playing Rocket League, and I like reach over to slap the controller out of his hand, because there can only be one, and it obviously will be me. And it is for the older to bully the younger. It is what it is. I'm just kidding. Don't bully little kids, or do. I don't know. Whatever. Let the boss at you. Ooh, page broke on that one. I'm so tired of talking about Nintendo. For the love of God, can we talk about something else? Can we please? What else we got? True. Okay, so in some lighter news, right? Some ex-developers from Ubisoft have released a game, right? Expedition 33, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I do want to check this out at some point. They broke 2 million copies. Good for them. Good for them. Another gameplay trailer for Mafia: The Old Country. So does that mean we're going to be in Italy just clapping people? That'd be cool. Right. Xbox Forza Horizon 5 is selling extraordinarily well on PS5, surpasses 1.2 million copies since launch. You good over there?
The website's crashing.
Yeah.
Just trying to look at
Apex is dropping off. I don't know that would be worth talking about Monday. Whatever, right? Just months after reportedly canceling 2 live service games. Here's a good one. Yeah, Sony loves doing this, right? They love releasing, and they keep. Hey, what's going on, Jet? The first person to talk to me in a long time. I miss you, buddy. Jet, are you a Nintendo gamer? Are you one of the people who said that you used Nintendo on my poll? In the meantime, let's talk about Sony. Sony keeps getting away with this too, which is crazy. Actually, that precedent got set by Steam though, where if you release a live service game and promise a bunch of stuff under that pretext, and then you just shut the servers down, Steam at least is going to hold you accountable. Now, Sony itself, I mean, you know, on their like PlayStation Plus, they're not going to do that, right? So the developers only really need to worry about Steam if there's like a cross. The reason I bring that up is like, you know, a lot of times games will come out for, you know, PlayStation, and then they'll make their way to Steam, they'll make their way to Xbox, whatever, right? Just months after reportedly canceling 2 live service games, we do have a PC gamer. Let's go to the PC gamer, shall we? Just months after reportedly canceling 2 live service games in development, Sony, they didn't even come out yet. We're not even talking, never mind, we're not even talking about the same thing. Huh. Team LFG originated at Bungie, but has also rallied developers from across the industry to bring to life an ambitious incubation project that I'm very excited about. Today's announcements. The studio is now fully formed. Team LFG. All right, we're talking about Team LFG. Yes, Concord was a massive failure. And at some point, I almost kind of feel like Sony is just that. We've all met people with certain proclivities when it comes to intimacy. Some people like to be whipped until the flesh is flayed from bone, right? Sony kind of feels like that at times when this doesn't, man, this just doesn't feel like the first time in a while that I've read about Sony strangling one of their projects in its infancy. Sony also was behind they did the thing with Helldivers, as they mentioned, but this has been talked to death, right? Was it was Sony who did was it the Nickelodeon fighting game? You guys know what I'm talking about? It was basically a Smash Bros. Clone. I'm pretty sure, right? It was Sony. And they spent a ton of money, set this game up. They took it down, then they put it back up, and then they took it down again. I feel like I'm living in crazy land, honestly. I love it though, because it's like I said, basically what I foresee, and I could be wrong, but we'll have to wait and see. What I'm waiting for is all of these big publishers, and tech is harder, actually. The tech part is harder because I don't know what takes over PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch. Like not as game publishers, but as tech creators, right? But basically what you end up seeing is that a lot of these massive publishers fall in on themselves. A lot of these big studios collapse in on themselves. For those of you who may be a little bit younger, there was the Western gaming collapse. This happened when a game called E.T. had come out for the Atari. It was so bafflingly awful that it literally killed gaming. That's why there's 3 major gaming companies when it comes to console, right? And if you've ever wondered why 2 of them are Japanese and only one of them's American, it's because in the 80s, I believe it's the 80s, like late 70s, like starting within the late 70s, moving its way through the 80s until the early 90s, when Nintendo and Sony come back to the West. Western video gaming culture and like just the appeal of it literally collapsed in on itself because of how bad this one game was. This one game was so bad that the Western population of the world didn't fucking want to deal with it. They were like, we got duped, because it's true. Gaming, even back in the Atari days, a game would still cost you like $60. And it's true, back then, that was basically the equivalent of paying like $140 for a game. Don't worry, we're coming back to that day, by the way. And yeah, it just collapsed in on itself. We are getting back to that point, by the way. For those of you who are wondering, that's where we're headed. Honestly, in my opinion, where all of these giants are going to go out of business, gaming, people are probably going to step away from gaming for a while for whatever it is. But then from the ashes will rise new studios, and then the cycle repeats itself, right? These new studios will be the godsend that the saviors. They're literally the Jesuses of gaming, and then they'll get big, they'll get corrupt, they'll collapse in on themselves, and the cycle continues, right? It's the same thing with civilizations, right? The US, love my country, it'll collapse someday. Every society does. It'll collapse or it'll morph into something else, right? So, man. I'm sorry, what? A lighthearted comedic world set in a brand new mythic sci-fi fantasy or sci-fi universe, and it's going to be a MOBA style PvP game called codenamed Gummy Bears. Developed at Bungie. Oh boy, that Bungie's doing so great right now with the teasers for Marathon, right? They've been killing it. That doesn't make any sense though, the more I think about it, because isn't Bungie they're not console exclusive anymore, right? Ever since that whole thing with Xbox in the 2010s, after I believe it was Halo 3. So much news, so little time, guys. We're doing our research. Right. A lot of people talking about the Power World thing. And I absolutely will cover the Power World thing. That more than anything else I know. That I did see this. This is a bit of a lighthearted thing. We could be happy again for a few seconds, right? The Gex trilogy. Now, for those of you who don't know, Gex was the cold-blooded, lizard-friendly, the scaly, as they call them, James Bond. And apparently they're giving him an update. There was also another thing that you guys should be excited about. And again, for all of you in the stream, you're just getting so much spoilers. You won't even need to watch my Monday video. The developer of Chrono Trigger has said that they think there might be a possibility that they will be remastering or remaking Chrono Trigger. Now, when I heard that, the first thing I wondered is, are they just going to like brighten the sprites and re-release the game, or are they going to make it 3D and do a whole like? Because let's be honest, they said remake. They did say remake, right? And these are two words that sometimes people incorrectly use interchangeably. A remaster is just you made the game look pretty with new technology, but the game is pretty much exactly the same. A remake, I said remaster, right? Remaster is pretty. Remake is you're remaking the game with all of the modern day conventions, including, for instance, like Final Fantasy doesn't do the static turn-based combat anymore, right? And to be fair, Claire Obscure 33 did prove that people will still pay for that. People will still buy it. It is maybe still a worthwhile investment. But to be fair to Square in that regard, Final Fantasy has always tried from one to another. They've always tried something different. They've always tried something. It hasn't always worked. And in a lot of the modern games, looking at 12, 13, they were not good. But yeah, people still want that turn-based. So I wondered if Chrono Trigger is going to do something like the Final Fantasy VII remake, where they remade the game. Story is pretty much the same, except they're using the new combat style that they've been using for the past couple games, right? Since 15, 16. You know. Or I don't know, but I am excited for that because for me, being a weathered old man who has seen many things in gaming, seeing a new Chrono Trigger or seeing Chrono Trigger brought up to modern day sensibilities is kind of exciting. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm actually looking forward to that. So you heard it here first. You maybe didn't hear it here first, but let's pretend you did. Gex also probably getting that as well. FTC loses appeal to Sony. Oh yeah, that's another one. The Microsoft Blizzard merger. The FTC has been trying to stop that for a while, kind of quoting the whole monopoly thing. But I mean, realistically, did anybody think that wasn't going to happen? In the strongest technicalities, it's not a monopoly. It is basically the two biggest American game companies, right? They're not developers purely, right? Microsoft isn't a developer. It is basically it is the beginning of another Western gaming conglomerate. Or another Western conglomerate. This I'm pretty sure is the first real major American-based one. I don't know that the merger was ever not. I don't think that there was ever a serious doubt that the merger would happen, though. I know some people really, really didn't want it to happen, but there's a lot of things I don't want to happen that just end up doing. Like taxes. I really wish taxes didn't happen, but here I am paying taxes. Stupid. Should learn how to, I don't know, work the system better. This was an interesting one. At least EA admits that they have no idea what players want. And that all EA really understands is that they want your money. And that's it. More than 600,000 playtesters have signed up to play Battlefield 6. Let's see let's read this game's radar. Let's see what they've got to say about this. Battlefield publisher EA has admitted it hasn't always been perfectly in sync with fans on the FPC or of the FPS series. And that a goddamn understatement. But feedback from playtesters on the next game in the series has apparently been encouraging. Okay, cool. I can't wait. You know, it's funny to me though, because I see a lot of these companies. I had a buddy of mine who used to do a bit of playtesting stuff. And one thing that always baffled him, but he understood fundamentally better than I did why this happened, is you have playtesters, they come in, they're like, yeah, the game seems like it's got a lot of great potential. And then it releases and half the things that had the potential got cut. I wonder if I wonder when we're going to get to the point where they take the whole thing seriously. It wasn't Bobby Kotick, but it does sound like something Bobby Kotick would have said. But one of the lead directors of EA, I believe it was, basically said, hey, we could charge people to reload their gun. When's that happening? I'm looking forward to that. No, that's not true. But I haven't played a Battlefield game in a long time. No, that's not true. I played 5, but I didn't buy 5. And I didn't steal 5. I just played it someone else's expense, right? One of my friends bought it. I played it through their account, but I didn't buy it. I did buy and play 4, and 1942, I believe, came after 4. That might have been the last one I actually bought and played. I can't wait for EA to charge you to reload your gun, and what I really can't wait for is people justifying it. Well, game development has gone up over the years, so obviously I shouldn't be able to reload my gun for free. What are you, crazy? That is a monetizable market. We've always worked closely with the community, but we haven't always worked as closely as we should have. Yeah. During EA's explain why Battlefield Labs is the biggest playtesting initiative in franchise history. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about 2042. I won't even lie to you. I forgot that game existed. Huh. Man, none of this we really blew our load with the pocket pair thing, huh? I mean, none of this just really has the same, it's not pushing me into rant mode like the whole pocket pair Pal World versus Nintendo thing. Oh, here's more Nintendo. Oh, that's right, because Nintendo's now but I mean, to be fair to Nintendo, even though it's all bad, Xbox and PlayStation have been doing the same thing, where they sell you you literally buy the case, and it's just and then the case is empty. There's just a code inside. PlayStation and Xbox have done this before. Or am I misremembering history? Jeremy, I don't know if you're still in here. You talk about the Mandela effect, but this could be one of those moments where I'm misremembering it, because I could have sworn PlayStation has done this before. But that's right. Nintendo, in a bid to make sure that they maximize profits, is also trying to get rid of any secondary market that may exist. Because from now on, you're going to buy a game. You're going to buy the box, and you're going to open it up, and it's going to give you a code that you can redeem to purchase said game that will then be inextricably tied to the account that you used it for. Now, it may seem a bit disingenuous for a PC gamer to be complaining about this, because as we all know, PC gamers have given this up long ago. There's not a PC gamer alive, realistically, who cares about resale of games. I buy all my games on Steam, and it's all digital. Steam is a vastly more ethical storefront. And I won't even debate that. However, I've always assumed that one thing that console gamers do care about is collection, like physical library and secondary market. Now, maybe my finger has slipped off the pulse, but I don't know, because with that last terms of service thing, right? when they're talking about reselling, because they do mention, I believe they mention reselling as like the long list of things that'll get your console bricked. I wonder if even just reselling the like I buy console, I buy games. Games are now tied to this console. I sell the console to somebody else. Nintendo finds out, it gets bricked. Good golly, Miss Molly. I don't know, man. That's I have to be honest with you. I think the problem is, as much as I'd like to say Nintendo is speed running their demise, I don't think they are. Actually. And that might sound weird, but hear me out. If there's one thing that I know for certain, it's that Nintendo people are Nintendo gamers. Maybe not every single one of them. I don't want to make broad sweeping statements about an entire community of people. The problem is the most prevalent, the most in your face, the ones you're going to see the most are a very different breed of gamer. My mama, love her to death, once told me about a kind of person. She said to me, there are people out there who will let someone shit in their mouth just so you have to smell it. And when I re-say this very wise saying from old mama, I think of a very specific kind of Nintendo fan. They were the same Nintendo fan who were baying for blood when Power World came out. Now, that is a nuanced conversation because there were people who were like, Power World kind of does look like it's ripping off Pokemon. And, to be fair, some of those side-by-side videos I saw, some of those asset, side-by-sides, right? Yeah, it some of it was pretty flagrant, right? Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind, right? Those aren't the people I'm talking. Those are the people who were like on Twitter, X, formerly known as Twitter, who were like Nintendo. They were literally messaging Nintendo about Power World as if they really fucking thought that Nintendo doesn't know. Those are the people. The Switch 2 could go up to $800. Those people will still buy one. Nintendo games could go up to $200 a game. Those people would still buy it. There are, and I understand this wholeheartedly as someone who's been a gamer for over 20 years. There are just some gamers with zero self-respect. To be fair, as someone who's been a human for over 30 years, there are plenty of human beings, gamers or no, zero self-respect. And so that's why Nintendo gets to get away with this stuff, right? Purely. That's it. It's just because those people exist, and they will, in order to stay alive, Nintendo will increase its prices. Right? As more people, the more people who have self-respect stop dealing with the bullshit. Because no matter how much you love something, eventually people do stop dealing with the bullshit. There's a breaking point for most people. So those people will leave. Nintendo's bottom line begins to be threatened. And so they'll increase their prices. And those people will pay those new prices. Doesn't matter what they are. As long as Nintendo, the only thing is they can't cross the line where like it's so expensive that you couldn't reasonably expect someone to pay for it. Like the Nintendo Switch 2 couldn't be $7,000 because reasonably most people are not going to be able to pay $7,000. But there are some people who will pay $1,000. There are some people who will pay $2,000. In terms of the games, you know, as long as they make enough money throughout the month to maybe buy one every couple months and the money evens out, there are people who buy those games too. Am I the only one who saw Grand Theft Mario and thought, who the hell is this for? Most Nintendo products aren't for me in general. I've accepted that. Right? I'm not a big Nintendo guy. But even people I know who are Nintendo people are like, who the fuck is this for? Because it ain't for me. Have people like Nintendo was like, hey, you know, GTA is real popular, so let's have Mario get out of the car. He's gonna run over, he's gonna shiv Wario in his fucking spleen, pull his wallet out, you know, Fortnite dance, run back to it. Like, let's just figure out all the shit we can throw in, right? He shivs Wario, pulls his wallet, runs back to the car, he runs over Yoshi, you know, he pulls out his fucking Glock 17, shoots Bowser in the head, robs a bank. I don't know, like who was expecting that from a Mario game? And obviously you can't do any of that. You can free drive. Okay. Why? That's a novelty that someone, when they realize there's literally nothing but open field to drive through, is going to stop and go, why am I doing this? Now, luckily, Nintendo has one thing that a lot of other game companies don't, and that is they have emotional manipulation on a level that most people could only have a wet dream about. Why? Because Nintendo targets their Nintendo's core audience can't even legally drive a car. In fact, if we're being honest, Nintendo's core audience barely just stopped wetting the bed. And children don't understand that mommy and daddy can't afford this. They must just not love me enough. So Nintendo's got that going for them, right? Where they can use children to manipulate their parents. Now, I don't have children, but if my kid wanted a Nintendo Switch 2, I would disown him and I would throw him, I don't know, nowhere specific really. Just kind of, you know what I mean? Hit the fake and go for the 3, you know, because I'd be damned. I'd be damned. I wouldn't blame my child. It's unfortunate that I have to chuck them out of the window, but I would hold no grudges because they're a child. They don't understand that they're being taken for a ride and trying to drag me along for the journey. So, no, I don't. Ah, man. You know, it might seem doom and gloom. It might seem like I might seem like a real doomer, and it might seem like I just want to complain, and I don't. I promise you, I really don't. But god damn. The problem is, one, doom and gloom does a lot better in the algorithm than happy, fun, thumbs up. Generally speaking. Generally speaking, if you say what the populace is, like the popular opinion, you'll do well in general. But it seems like more people definitely show out for negativity versus positivity. And maybe that's just because a lot of things modern day gaming feel very, very negative. Bungie has motion to dismiss Destiny 2 copyright law. This is another one. This is another someone suing something. Eastern District Court of Louisiana. The lawsuit concerns content that's been removed from the game, which has created logistical challenges for Bungie in providing evidence. Plaintiff Matthew Kelsey Martineau previously alleged that Destiny 2's campaign storylines, The Red War and Curse of Osiris, copied protected elements of his own published work, including faction and character details that were published on WordPress in 2013. In Bungie's motion to dismiss the lawsuit, it attached various materials, including Destiny 2 gameplay videos from the campaign, information from the wiki Destinypedia, and an affidavit from game director Tyson Green. Bungie's argument was that these materials were accurate reproductions of the accused video game campaigns and the best way for the court to view them. Yeah, and I actually briefly heard about this, and the judge basically said, "Shut up, nerd. I don't care about any of that." The plaintiff, however, argued that the works themselves should be compared side by side rather than third-party materials like videos and wiki articles. That, yeah. Seems reasonable, right? If I want to see if a duck and a chicken are that similar, I'd put two pictures right next to each other. The challenge for Bungie is that they vaulted both the Red War and the Curse of Osiris back in 2020, meaning that they're no longer available to players in the game or to be shown as evidence in a case like this. The following was stated in the relevant court document. As defendant admits in its reply, there is no feasible way for the defendant to provide the court with a reviewable form of the campaigns or to produce them should this matter proceed to discovery. Defendant does not explain how the court would conduct a side-by-side analysis if it does not have Destiny 2. The motion to dismiss was denied. As a result, the plaintiff has sufficiently alleged that the elements of an action for copyright infringements of the court. Bungie has been archiving content from Destiny 2 since 2020 as a producer. I mean, I'll be honest. You vaulted content, right? You took it away. You got rid of it. You still have to have it somewhere to provide to the court, right? You're obviously not providing it to players because, you know, Destiny 2 players have been getting shit on for a while too, and they've been paying exorbitant amount of money for the privilege. But that doesn't mean just because, and I love the argument. It's like, listen. Your Honor, the only way for you to understand that our stuff is different is to watch this 6-hour compilation on YouTube. But there's more context you need. That these 700 wiki page articles Explain. And the judge is like, yeah, I'm not doing any of that. What the hell? Now, obviously, I'm grossly paraphrasing this, right? Obviously. What I don't understand is what did Matthew Kelsey Martineau produce that was protected material? And again, we're really starting to get into this weird, but I guess it's weird because now it's the little guy going after the big guy, right? And so there is that knee-jerk response for all of us to want to root for the little guy, right? You know, David and Goliath. Goliath was never meant to be the guy that we rooted for, and in fact wasn't. So Destiny 2 Red Legion operates under a hierarchy similar to his version, with both factions having soldiers known as legionnaires. Man claims he was the first person to invent space Rome. He also claims to have invented laser superweapons, the concept of a military leader receiving intel from his soldiers, and characters receiving communication. Okay, there's got to be a little more nuance to this. But to be fair, you have to be very careful, right? We're on Reddit where the echo chambers the walls for the echo chambers are firmly placed. So I imagine that this could be a bunch of comments from Destiny 2 players where it's like, this guy is just saying he invented space Rome. But it could be a little more complex. Now, this wouldn't be the first time someone's sued over that, right? To be fair, Games Workshop, for those of you who don't know, a little tabletop company, they made Warhammer, all that stuff. You might have heard of it. They've tried to sue people for depictions of space marines, soldiers in space, modified soldiers in space. They tried to copyright the terms elf and orc and lost. That's why, for instance, when they rebooted their fantasy stuff, the elves are known as elves, and the orcs is spelled with a K because they could copyright that, apparently. Jesus Christ, man. Now, I've never heard of WordPress. Is this? Oh, wait. I thought this was like a publishing site. This is literally a build your own fucking website site. All right. Listen. Why not? That's a good question. This sounds, I'm going to be honest. I am super small guy, right? I am the guy who prays, who votes for the little guy. I'm the guy who wants to support the little guy. Pretty much 10 out of 10 times. However, if the articles and these comments are true, this guy has lost the fucking plot. I don't know if it's true or not, right? Oh my God. I don't want to read a full PDF because really what I want to see is whenever you're talking copyright, there has to be a very specifically worded thing. So, for instance, going back to Games Workshop, they sue X company. They are claiming, and then like, where was the copyright where was the infringement, right? We call our super soldiers Space Marines. It's a very common name for our guys. And we have Space Marine. Usually, a lot of times with these copyrights, they don't own a copyright for it. There's more of like well, I can prove that we've been using the term Space Marine since 1989. And in their game, they call their super soldiers Space Marine. The armor is also somewhat similar. You do side-by-side comparisons, and then basically a judge has to decide, it's either distinct enough to where there's no copyright infringement, or they're so similar that it's like, okay, right. This is what we were worried about with, again, going back to the Nintendo and Pocket Pair, was that realistically, a lot of the designs of Pal World straight up kind of do look ripped off from Pokemon. They do. Very popular Pokemon, Superior. It's a green snake with like things hanging off of it. And then in Pal World, there's a blue snake that looks very close to the design. Very, very close. But I think the reason why all this patent stuff is happening and you're not hearing a lot about the copyright stuff is because it's like legally distinct enough, right? So what I'm trying to figure out is what exactly is the statement like, what is, you know what I mean? Like they say, oh, he's trying to copyright Space Rome. Author an original work about a unique and, oh man, I can't really. We got to watch an ad to read a goddamn PDF. Where the fuck have we gone in the world? About a unique, captivating fantasy world. I'm actually surprised that they can use words like captivating. Like that, doesn't that seem a little, Baker's Delight, Reader's Choice, Eye of the Beholder. How captivating is this fantasy world of yours? I don't know. Not really selling me on it. The work was published at WordPress, but I'm so confused because when I looked up WordPress, I figured it would be a oh man, what's that site? No, it was like something WordPad, and it's not WordPad. Obviously, it's not WordPad, but it sounds like WordPad or something of the sort, where people basically just get to write stories for free, right? One of my favorite stories actually comes from that. Was segue, not sponsored. A story called Death Worlders. Very interesting. I believe that is on one of those kind of like third-party indie writer websites. Including Earth. Okay, well, you can't copyright Earth. Introduces the notorious Red Legion. Sure. By the way, I don't believe, I could be wrong, I don't believe you can copyright things like Legion or certain Roman terminology. So worth of these locations include known for their brutal tactics, which include using flamethrowers known as flame atomizers and war beasts called myogas. Are they giving me a synopsis of the book? I'm gonna be real with you, man. I don't really care. I don't actually particularly care about any of this. Oh my word. All right. Maybe this is something I'll just have to look into. I'll talk about this. Monday, we're just going to talk about people suing the shit out of each other and Nintendo taking away your console from you because fuck you. That's why. As well, problem was the development team was forced to scrap a majority of them in order to start over again. Sure, but I mean, games do that all the time. Is it because they're called because it's called the Red War? I mean, red and combat are pretty common. Like, blood, red blood, Red War, Red Legion. Now, you know what is crazy? Actually, it's crazy. Let's put our fucking tinfoil hats on. What if the reason why Bungie vaulted that content was not because of blatantly anti-consumer practices, but because they actually did rip this guy off and they were afraid of getting sued? Okay. Oh, here it is. We finally got to the actual meat and potatoes of this, where they're making the side-by-side comparisons of what was stolen. Thank God. And you know what? All right, they keep saying captivating. No one cares. Battle an invading force known as the Red Legion. Okay. This guy's also antagonist army was known as the Red Legion. I see. So it's a pure one-to-one naming convention is okay. Okay. Now we're getting into okay, cool. Players battle invading for yeah. Red Legion attacks the Traveler, a powerful celestial entity with hovers. Traveler is straddled by the kinky, huh? Like it gets straddled. Not bad. I must have missed that part. Dominus Gaul, the ruthless leader of the Red Legion, claims that the Traveler and its light belongs to him. Meanwhile, Dominus Gaul and his lieutenant admire their new asset. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there more context in these other pages of them loosely explaining the plot when I don't care? I'm sorry. And if I was a judge, I would say the same thing. Well, the judge did say the same thing. Bungie made themselves look really dumb. I need the one-to-ones. I say Red Legion, they say Red Legion. The leader of my Red Legion is Biggest Dickus. The leader of their Legion is Diggest Biggest. Stuff like that. That's what I need. I need this, because man, who the hell? See, this is why everyone on the internet's always wrong. Is because thoughtfully, who the hell wants to sit here and read 12 pages of synopsis of a book I don't care about? And is this not the legal proceedings, like the file that the court has to? Because if you've ever been served court papers, there is generally a section somewhere on one of the pages that specifically says what someone did to fuck up. I had this when I was served papers. I had a very specific place that said, this is how you fucked up. That's what I want to know. The Red Legion honors the activities of the Red Legion, including those on Earth and planet Galatar. Additionally, we introduce the concept of transversion to individuals to merge mind and consciousness into different beings across different timelines. Yeah, no, absolutely, Jeremy. I understand. I understand that. What I'm saying is that usually, though, if this is the actual legal files, at some point there should be a page that just says, "Hey, these are the infractions." That's the word I was looking for. Infractions, right? because it's what happened to me. When I was served papers, I got a 28-page packet. Didn't need to be 28 pages. And to be fair, a lot of it was transcribed in like 14 different languages. Right? Because they wanted to make sure that you knew you fucked up. At the very end, I think it was the second to last page, it basically said, you're getting these papers served because of X. I'm not going to go into why. It's not really anybody's business. But there was a very clear, distinct, because to me, it's like there's no way legal proceedings can be based off of, well, I have a fantasy world in space. They have a fantasy world in space. I have the Red Legion. They have the Red Legion. That starts to make more sense, right? That's where copyright, because I imagine that's how you have to also build the case to the judge, right? Is that the judge is like, okay, listen, you're both sci-fi nerds. Who cares? Right? If you've ever seen some of the judges who preside over these cases, bro, especially when it comes to like copyright and nerd shit, a lot of those judges have never even read a fucking like sci-fi book. You need to give very specific pictures and, cases of what exactly is being, because copyright is basically you're accusing someone of straight up stealing from you. They stole this from you. Not they iterated on a previous idea, right? Perfect example. One of them that seems okay. One of them that seems more what do you call it? One of them that seems more like there's a basis for it because it's very specific is this one. Concept of transversion technology, which allows individuals to merge minds and consciousness into different beings across different timelines. By the way, funny that I read that because I literally just watched an anime where the whole premise is that shit happening. So someone's stealing from somebody. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know that for a fact. But that is like if Destiny 2, because I stopped after the original Destiny 2, like the literal original timeline. First release, I played it for like 2 weeks and I threw it away. Didn't care. So this stuff obviously comes out later after the initial release. If they also have technology that allows a person to merge their mind with someone from another timeline, then okay, I understand. But I'm you know what it is? I'm complaining about being lazy. That's what it is, Jeremy. I'm fucking lazy. And I don't. Where are you laughing?
Sorry, I heard the car.
I am. I'm fucking lazy. Okay. And I don't want to sit here and read 54 pages. But I feel like there has to be. Is this it? Did I finally find it? Because now it's saying these things appear in both works. Now I might have. I just need to stop bitching and just scroll down for a little bit. All right, here we go. See, this is the page. Okay, this is just. I'm just stupid. I'm just a baby, and I'm a stupid baby. All right, because I knew this page had to exist, and I found it. If I just shut the fuck up and kept scrolling, I would have found it. Both works detail the rise of a young and ambitious alien with the intent of dividing and conquering Earth in order to gain strategic assets. That's too fucking vague. That is true, actually. And as a side note, I've read quite a few stories where like lawyers are getting in trouble because they're literally these pages that they're submitting, because usually a lawyer writes this, right? The lawyers are just having like an intern using Chat GPT write this shit up, and then like the judge is reading it and they're like, bro, did you use AI to write this? Are you completely fucked? All right. We found the page. Like I said, if I just stopped bitching for 5 seconds and kept rolling. All right. So young, ambitious alien wants to conquer Earth to further their own career. That sounds like half of all sci-fi ever. That one I don't know about. The characters involved throughout work displays very similar attitudes, histories, and mindsets. Okay, this is what the fuck. And that initiate the initial invasion of Earth. Yeah, young ambition. The rise of Dominus Gaul from Destiny 2 replicates the rise of Overlord Ynera from Martineau's work. They are both urged, guided, and assisted by outcast mentors. Okay, all right, listen. If he can sue them for that, then a lot of fucking sci-fi writers can sue him for okay, listen, I'm not a published author, but I do write for myself. I enjoy it, right? The trope of the young, ambitious X being trained by the old, grizzled outcast Y, that's like 70 fucking percent of all sci-fi fantasy shit written ever. What the fuck? In both Martineau's work, including Without Limitation and Destiny 2, rebels fend off Red Legion invaders. Okay. All right. God, this is the moments where I wish I was the adjudicator judge of all things ever. You ever wish that? We all wish that, right? We've all had those moments where it's like, man, I wish I was the end all be all for some bullshit, because I would literally look this man in his eyes and be like, are you for fucking real, bro? Are you actually taking the piss? Leaders, the young ambitious leader, it almost feels like they found a way to reword the set. Well, they probably did. Let's be honest, right? Because we've all done that, right? You ever write an essay for school or something, and you just said the same shit 7 times, but you try to find clever ways of rewording it so that maybe the teacher just skims through it really fast and doesn't realize that you're absolutely full of shit. Is it just me? Because I grew up full of shit. In fact, I'm still kind of most of the time full of shit. So I can very clearly see when someone else is being full of shit. Yeah, you've already established that they're hubris and desire for control and represent the primary. Yes. The arrogant, full of themselves antagonist, I'm pretty sure, was started with cave paintings. This is nothing new. This guy definitely did not invent that. In both, conquest of the antagonist are driven by perceived weakness of the. Really? They think the people they're trying to conquer are weak? Riveting. This is cinema. This is cinema. In both works, rebel factions rise up to resist imminent threats of invasion by the Red Legion at the same moment in time. Yeah, I would assume Act 1 or 2, like they do in most settings. Man. Don't quit your day job, bro. In both works, the Red Legion invades and decimates Earth at the same point in both narratives. The Red Legion is ruthless, shows little mercy, and considers itself superior to. Yep, this is pretty par of the course for most sci-fi ever written ever. Sets its sights on a floating city station that. Okay. This is more compelling. The main strategic hub being a floating city. That's not completely unique, but at least you're giving me something here. You know, I'm like your dad who left when you were 5. I'm stern but fair. And I've come back and I have the milk. All right. I'm stern but fair. Floating cities, while not unique at all, being a strategic hub, the specific strategic hub. Okay. All right. All right. Now you're just like both being called Red Legion. Sure. Yeah. All right. This is because that's 1-to-1. And it's not like you're trying to say that you invented a fucking sci-fi trope that's been around for 40 fucking years. Come on, man. This is why, you know why I'm getting so upset. One, because I'm easily upset about most things. I'm very passionate to be mad. Realistically, the reason I'm upset is because you look so stupid and you make all of us look stupid. Because what if I need to sue someone who actually stole some shit from me? Again, this is the setting the precedent thing, right? You set a precedent that every young, small-time aspiring writer is stupid. That's what you've done. And you look stupid. Because I've read through about 70 claims, and there's 2 that I can kind of get behind. Both antagonistic groups being named the Red Legion. Okay. But some of this, bro, this is why nobody takes young artists in general. This is why nobody takes them seriously. Because every single one of them is so far up their own ass, the bottoms of their feet are also their hat. A significant relic and weapon plays a pivotal role in character. Yep. Well, I hope they didn't watch the last fucking Star Wars movie, because there was a relic in that one that played a really important role too. To be fair, that came after this book, so they probably robbed this guy too. In fact, I'm starting to think a lot of people stole from this guy. If he invented the idea of a relic being very important to somebody. In both works, the Red Legion is keenly interested in acquiring super weapons. Huh. So the basis is both stories have evil alien. Both stories have evil alien who think they are vastly superior to humans, think humans are weak. There's a rebel uprising. They're keenly interested in super weapons and artifacts. Bro, did this guy make a fucking fan fiction of Star Wars and say they made this shit up? This is exactly what this reads like. Aside from the aliens, because technically the Empire isn't aliens. It is aliens, but it's more than aliens, right? There's people there too. Super weapons, artifacts. Yo, I can't wait for someone to explain to me how this guy invented the Act 2 low point. I have a low point midway through my book. They have a low point towards the middle of their story. I don't know. Pretty sure they robbed me. Now, the funny thing is, I'm giving this guy a lot of shit. And I called him stupid. Some of this is stupid, though. But he might not be stupid. Let me be fair. Let me be charitable. Let me be on the record saying I don't think he's personally stupid. Maybe a little egotistical. Maybe ego inflated a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Tiny pinch. But to be charitable, there is a solid chance that because of the few things that do line up, that Bungie did steal from the guy. The problem is some of this reads like you're trying to like accuse someone of stealing your art and painting, and you're like, well, I outline my characters in black. They outline their characters in black. Coincidence? I think not. I gave the cat ears. They gave a cat ears. Coincidence? That's the problem, is that after reading some 30 of these, right? Because the page starts on 10. The page where it actually does the side-by-side comparison. While the page starts at 10, seems to end about page 12. That's weird because it says page 13, but on the e-reader it says 12. But it's about 3 pages or 2.5, realistically. Is there more? Oh, I see. This is like full side-by-side breakdowns of. Okay, I see. Whereas like this is like actual fully written out passages of how these are the same. Sure, fair play. That's actually pretty important. I'm not even going to give this like. I want you guys to know that sometimes I do over exaggerate. I do take the piss, you know, as those cousins of ours across the pond. I sometimes take the piss, right? Because it amuses me. And nothing exists if not to amuse me personally. And hopefully in the process, amuse you guys as well. The thing is, when I read through this, there is somewhat of a basis to where I can see it. I do see it. Right? Red Legion, not particularly inspired of a name. Color thing. We've been doing that thousands of years now, but they're both very specific. The idea of the arrogant invader underestimating the plucky rebel protagonist ain't nothing new. The problem is some of these are at least unique enough to where the fact that they both align perfectly, I think at least were I a judge, I look at this, I would need a little bit more, but I wouldn't throw the pages over my head, point at the guy and start laughing hysterically. You know what I mean? If the case was really, really bad, I would throw the papers up in the air, point at the guy, and just laugh. And just laugh until he felt bad and he walked out of the courtroom. That's not happening here. But, God, it's... Some of this is kind of right. Like, okay, let's read this. The Red Legion's decimation you know, Scribd. Y'all are the evil in this world. Y'all are the evil. The Red Legion's decimation made apparent by torched buildings and destroyed communes after the attack. That's true because the Red Legion Destiny is very much, there's like a warrior commune thing going on. After the attack on a settlement in Kananab City, flooded name, leaves the infrastructure in shambles and the population almost totally eradicated. The Red Legion that has destroyed them all, referring to the shows no mercy even on the remaining population. The player that then gets hurt and following a dramatic cutscene limps through the destroyed last city that shows the utter decimation and still. As the player continues in a weakened state, he spots Red Legion troops patrolling the once lively city without any. I mean, this is both just like hostile takeover. You guys see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Where it's like, bro, you are literally explaining how everybody who's ever written a book or made a movie shows a hostile takeover. Destroyed buildings, dead civilians, bad guys walking freely through the streets. Wolfenstein has done this. Lots of games have done this. Wolfenstein was just the first one that came to mind. This is not wholly unique. That's why I'm getting so frustrated, because it's like, dude, if this is the entire basis, you look really fool. You look like you're just trying to get paid. You look like you're just trying to get the bag. The preliminary early aforementioned also includes a Red Legionnaire proudly petting his Myoga, a tri-eyed dog-like creature from the planet Lineage, utilized by the Red Legion. They are trained warhounds. As the player continues in this week, come on, man. I'm not paying for your site, but I'm going to complain. I'm really good at that. So, before I hit skip ad, because obviously I got to speed read. That's my life right now. On the left, there is a dude and he's petting a dog. As the player continues in this weekend saying he must fight his way through a group of trained Red Legion warbeasts, which are trained hounds of war. Look, this is another one of those things, right? I think about it at first and I think, okay, using dogs of war, not wholly unique. But I suppose I don't know, man, because it's like there's so much of this side by side stuff. But you know what it really, honestly, you know what it really strikes me as? Neither the Destiny 2 writers for their story nor Martineau write particularly good fucking stuff. Because apparently the shit that they stole from you is boring and stuff we see everywhere. Now, maybe the Destiny 2 lore writers, the people who wrote the story, developed the game, maybe they're the stupid ones. Because they stole from someone, but they stole all the fucking boring shit. All of the tropes, all of the stuff we've seen 1,000 times from stories. If you came up and you said, listen, in my story, I've got green aliens with 3 fucking tits, and then the other guy's story's got aliens with 3 tits, I'd be like, damn. 3 tits is a weird number. But at least it's interesting. And 3 tits would be better than 2. I actually don't know. That's just true. I mean, listen, after reading it, I'm not going to say one way or another whether I do believe that Destiny's ripped them off, because like I said, some of it, the problem is there is like 2 or 3 things that I've read out of the 4 pages that we're at right now. 5 pages, 6 pages. Yeah, there's pages. Sure. which is very much where they're, and I'm not going to read all 53 pages of this. There is a if there's smoke, there's fire thing going off in my head where it's like, okay, some of these are oddly specific. Even if a lot of them are not inspired or interesting in any way, it is oddly specific how much of it does line up. Both the stories sound very basic and boring, though, if I'm being completely real with you. As a creative, they both sound like they suck. But like I said, there is if there's smoke, there's fire thing. I am getting that. I'm getting that little spidey sense tingle in the back of my brain that does seem to say if there's smoke, there's fire. Because there is some oddly specific stuff that lines up. And 3 tits is more than 2. That's true. I have also myself done math. Yeah, but 4 seems like it'd start to crowd, right? Like 4, like where would you even put, like, we kind of know where the 3rd tit would go. Where does the 4th tit go? And do they all have to shift? And are they smaller? And then it's like, at what point does it stop being sexy and start looking kind of like all the nipples on a dog? Which there are some people out there who are into that, but not me. Anyway, guys, we've been at this for almost 8 hours. It's crazy. And I never thought I'd see the day. Now, I'd like to believe what's happening is a lot of other people who are far more entertaining than me ended their streams, and all these people fell asleep and just wound up in this stream. But you know what? I'll take it. I take it. Because I wonder what the actual chances are that there's 232 concurrent viewers and chat's barely moving. What are the chances? Although perhaps, I don't know if I have it set in YouTube to where you have to subscribe to chat. Either way. But yeah, we've been at this for about 8 hours almost. And well, I'm kind of feeling like I'm done ranting and raving about this. We'll definitely be covering more of this Monday, but we got one more stream for tomorrow. Kind of rounds out the 3-day block that we were talking about. However, like I said, there is a good chance that earlier in the week, Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, we might do some more stream. I'll be honest, guys, I have a lot of fun with streaming. I have a lot of fun with YouTube, like video creation too, right? When I'm doing the first impression video, I'm thinking about also streaming the early play hours of that game as well. Just because why not, right? I'll play it, people jump in, they'll lurk and not talk, or I don't know, be asleep, I guess. But just having you guys here makes me feel nice. So anyway, guys, another stream coming tomorrow. Monday, Friday, the news, and then the first impression video. Outside of that, we're still working on getting the channel fully situated into its new role, because a part of me still does want to do somewhat daily content uploads, mostly kind of like looking Monday through Friday in terms of video uploads, but we're still figuring that out. You know what I mean? We're still getting our bearings on that. So I appreciate everybody for coming out today. Stream time for tomorrow. I think it'll definitely be earlier in the day. I'm going to try and start streaming about, I want to say 3 Pacific Standard. So from 3, maybe like 3 to 7 or something of that nature. I don't know how often we're going to do 8-hour streams. I was kind of just feeling myself and decide to catalog and drag you guys along. But streaming is definitely something I need to pay more. I had to pay more attention to actually what I'm doing in the streaming, because right now I just kind of, the days are set in stone, but the times are kind of fluctuating. And then I just kind of, it's whenever I throw the camera on and start doing stuff, right? So I don't want to keep doing that. But at least for tomorrow, I don't have a super set in stone time. And I'm hoping at least by the next Friday when we stream, we will have for you a set in stone time frame. Now, also another thing that someone had mentioned to me, another buddy of mine in the sphere had mentioned maybe starting a Discord. I'll have to, that'll be the next community poll. We'll just see. Would people be interested in joining a Discord that I run? Yeah. Anyway, guys, I appreciate you coming out, spending time with me, interacting, not interacting, just chilling. And yeah. That's pretty much been it for me, guys. Love y'all. Have a good night. Sleep tight. Kiss your loved ones. Call your mother. All right. It's Mama's Day. Call your mom. Tell her you love her. So anyway, guys, I've been Titus. That's all from me for now. And until next time, I'll see you.